Boom goes the dynamite. All right, we are now sending out a signal. So now I just got to go find it in the UI on YouTube. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hold on. I'm not.
You're not. Well, we are live. Just so you know, we are live.
Thumbnail.
You like that? That's what Stable Diffusion whipped up, and I was like, you know what? I think that's a good one. That's gonna get some people in here.
Let me turn now at least.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I'm going into the dashboard and opening.
Where is everybody? I don't see anybody chatting. I'm sad. Well, let's just give up.
They probably thought we canceled the show and probably just left because we were a little late.
What up? What up, Mixer Edit? Woo!
Woo! Blue Varo, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Yeah.
I didn't. Thank you.
I didn't turn on the smoke machine. We got to turn on the smoke machine, brother.
What up, and Tony?
We got some people pouring in.
O'Rail Holmes. Thank you,
dude.
I don't know what those words mean.
I got 6 whole hours of sleep last night.
That's awesome, man. I got about 5. That's amazing. Myself, and that's less than I like.
Oh, that sucks. See, for me, I've been having some weird stuff going on that I'm not really sure what I'm going to do about. I've been kind of struggling.
This is a review of Tech Talk.
This is a review of Tech Talk. Poo-poo head, both of you, poo-poo heads. James Kennedy.
That's right.
We's all just a bunch of poo-poo heads. Hey, what's up, JCC? How's it going, man? Let's see here. Houston, really, fun fact, I moved to Florida a few years ago. Oh, JCC's in Florida? You poor thing. I actually feel bad for you.
Gross.
I got married there.
Not just from like politics, but just the weather. I don't want to go
I can't breathe. Dude, I can't breathe. I got off the plane. I wanted to get back on. They wouldn't let me. I was like, just take me back to Washington. Like, I'll get married somewhere else. It's good.
Yeah, man. It's gross. Just from that alone makes me not want to go to Florida.
I want to know how people breathe.
No doubt.
How do you breathe there? Seriously. Like, it's like 100% humidity at like 104 degrees.
All the time.
So check this out. I get off the plane, and I've never traveled. This is the first. Did you know my what?
Winter. You need to winterize your stuff.
I do,
Jerry,
or
you, man. Apparently, you needed to be reminded, and Gamers Unite, being the gentlemen that they are reminding you to.
You're right. Going into the winter, I do need to winterize some stuff. Thank you for that. I need to get the
pretty
batteries.
Warm around here, though, so you probably
when it starts getting cold, I got to get the batteries out of the shed because I don't want them freezing because that can damage them.
Yep.
The water faucet outside, I need to make sure that the relief valve on it works properly because it didn't last time and it ruptured a pipe in the wall. Which I haven't fixed, by the way. Do you guys know that thing's been wrapped in flex tape for like 5 years and it's still holding? So what happened is the steel, dude, this is how powerful water is. Like I could not believe this, right?
It doesn't compress.
Steel tube, like the tube that goes out to the faucet on the outside of the house. For some reason, they don't use copper for that. They use copper and use plastic for all the other pipes. But for this one, they use a steel piece of pipe that goes through the wall out to the spigot. And the spigot is screwed onto a steel pipe. Like it's like this galvanized steel pipe. Yeah. So that steel pipe literally ruptured. It busted the seam where it was like welded open like this from the ice freezing in it because it has a check valve in the back of it that like closes, and then it couldn't let the pressure out through the spigot, so that little bit of water in that pipe like this long froze, and just that much water was enough to push that pipe and bust the seam.
Damn.
I was like, damn, dude, water has some crazy hydraulic properties.
Especially
like
freezing, because when it freezes, it expands quite a bit, like a good amount. But when it has nowhere else to go,
JCC said, mod me, damn it. Fine, here you go. You're now a mod. Enjoy. Let's see here. Can review and remove chat messages, hide or put users in timeout. Yeah, that sounds about right. There you go, JCC. Enjoy. You are now a moderator. And that's the last moderator I'm going to make. See, that's all you had to do this whole time is just ask for mod, and I would have given it to anybody. But that was the last one, so sorry, guys.
Because there's only so many.
Yeah, snooze, you lose.
Until Jerry hits 1 million subs, then he gets more mods.
That's right. UTV said it's supposed to be frost free in that section of the outside spigot plumbing. Well, it's supposed to drain. There's not supposed to be any water in that section because there's like a pressure relief valve that's on the spigot that once the pressure drops below a certain PSI, like when you turn the faucet off or whatever, it's supposed to open that valve and just let the last little bit of pressure out of there and let the water drain. That valve failed. So it didn't let the water out. So like when I shut the spigot off, normally when you turn off the spigot, you see water come out around where the hose screws on. Like it just lets out like the last little pressure from the hose so you don't blow your hose up, and that thing failed. So it totally screwed me. Yeah, something definitely went bad. But the funny thing is, all I did to fix it, because I mean, it was literally gushing water out into the inside wall. Luckily, it only did it when I turned the faucet on, though, because it's weird. I don't know how the fuck this works, but the spigot itself has a piece of pipe like this long on the back of it. And when you open the spigot, it actually opens the water from this side of the pipe on the backside. It's like there's a rod going through the middle of the pipe to a valve on the backside. I don't know why they do it that way, but it was so luckily where it broke the pipe and it ruptured the pipe, I still had to turn the water on outside. And then once I turned the water on outside, it started blowing water into the wall. So it wasn't doing it 24/7. It's just, I went and turned on the water one day and I'm like, why do I have hardly any water pressure washing the car? Yeah. And I see water pouring out of the garage door. And I'm like, so it was because it was going down in the wall and then on the foundation and then coming out of the door. And then I was like, oh shit. So I went inside of the house and the drywall was soaked. So I just literally took my hand, it was like mud, and just ripped it away. And sure enough, the wall was just filling with water, like literally turning into an aquarium. And so I turned it off, went and got some of that flex tape shit. It's like rubber. It's like this rubber tape. Yeah. It's weird. It has no adhesion to it. It just sticks to itself. It's really weird. Right. And so I took it. It's really stretchy, and I just wrapped it around there until I got like a ball on there, like this big around where it was cracked. Turned it on.
That's just gonna swell out and then
probably it's probably out. Every time I've turned it on, it's just breathing in the wall. But it's held. It's held for like 5 years. It was supposed to be a temporary solution, but I was like, God, it's still not leaking after 5 years. So I don't know if I want to fuck with it. I'm just gonna leave it alone. Since it only leaks when I open the valve, I'm like, I'm not really taking that big of a risk, right? Because I can always just kind of check on it when I open the valve. But yeah, I thought that was kind of cool that it was like this really, really simple, cheap fix, and it held. But it's not something I would trust inside the house. Like if it was literally a fully pressurized line that you didn't have to like open up something for it to leak, then I would obviously like fix it the right way. But I kind of phoned it on this one because I didn't want to have to go get the new spigot and rip the whole spigot out and then put a new spigot on there and then risk breaking the pipes as I'm trying to tighten it down, because half the pipes inside are plastic, and then the ones it's like plastic to metal interface. So it's like if you over tighten it, you're going to break those pipes. And then those pipes get brittle over time. I didn't realize this. So that plastic pipe that they use inside of houses for your plumbing, anywhere that's exposed to light, anywhere light can get in there on that damn thing, UV light from the sun, it just makes it brittle as hell over years. So 20 years later, the pipes that went into my hot water heater, they were so brittle, I could just grab them and slightly twist, and it wouldn't pull out of the joint. It would snap the pipe in half with a jagged edge. Jeez. So it like made the pipe super, super brittle. Now the pipe that was inside of the wall doesn't really get any light exposure, but I still don't want to, I still don't want to risk it. I don't want to torque on it or anything, because I think even just over age and over time, it's like I don't know how brittle it's become. But what does it say, Jerry? You need to rip that whole pipe out and redo it. Blew up in the wall, PVC pipes, I assume. No, this is a metal pipe, and it only can leak when the valve is actually turned on the outside of the house. So I can monitor it. It's not like if it blows up or my patch fails, it won't leak into the wall unless I turn on the hose. And if I turn on the hose, I'm standing right there, so I can hear it piss in the water in the wall if it leaks again. So no, it's good for the moment. But no, I do need to replace it. It's just I'm worried about it because I'm afraid that I'm going to break something putting in the new spigot. I'm risking black mold. I'm not risking black mold. It's not leaking. That's the thing. It's not leaking. I've already fixed it. It hasn't leaked a drop in 5 years. So there's no black mold, no water, no black mold. It is literally functioning just like the original pipe did. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
All copper sucks, man. Like my house, it's mostly just when you have to work on it. Copper's
hard to work with.
It's such a bear. I like the weird little plastic. I know it's a plastic of type. What do they call it? Like PE? It's not PET, but the little bitty water tubies that they got running through these walls is great, man. Not the PEX, that's it. Yeah. Apparently they're super tough. They last a long time. They're easy to work with. And they're color coded. Like if I were to cut into the wall, and look at it, like the red one is the hot line and the blue.
You got a red and blue.
Yeah. Like that's fucking clever as shit. I love that.
Yeah, my house was built before they were doing that shit. So I have just the regular old yellowish looking pipe. I like that. It's not PVC. It's like, I think it's PEX. Yeah. And the cool thing that I like about it is if you want to put a new joint on, you just saw it off. Yeah, you just put some of that joint compound shit on there that like welds it. Yeah, the purple stuff or whatever. Yeah. And you slide the little fitting on it. It's like within a minute, it's solid. Like it's watertight. It's crazy how fast it sets up.
it's like a polystyrene cement, not polystyrene. That's not the right word, but it's like
It doesn't glue it; it melts it.
It slightly melts the
Yep.
plastic and then fuses the two pieces together. Yeah,
Yeah, it's like that acetone cement that you use on like if you've ever used plexiglass.
Yeah,
like when you weld plexiglass, same stuff.
Like plastic models.
Yeah. But no, it's cool because it's like if you fuck up a copper, this is what sucks. So let's say you fuck up a copper and you get a leaky valve, or you scratch up the pipe too much and you can't get a proper seal. You have to basically saw off the piece, then you have to deburr it on the end. Then you have to get the oxide layer off the copper, because if you solder it with the oxide layer on there, the solder joint will break if it thermally cycles. So you have to clean it off to get the copper really shiny. Then you got a little window of time that you have to sit there and like get the solder in the joint and get it on there. And then if you fuck it up, you have to literally saw it off and like start all over again with the process.
Rodents eat concrete.
Rodents eat everything. Rodents, if they're hungry though, they will eat cement.
I've seen rats chew through like main water pipes that are like a half-inch thick and stuff. Like they'll eat anything.
I've seen a rat go through a cinder block.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They will literally just scratch at it for like 1,000 years until it goes through it. It's wild, and they got sharp little claws.
Maybe I was right.
Rodents eat pecks, dude. Rodents, they're crazy. Fucking rat. That's why I'm glad I don't have any rats where I live. Like I've never in 20 years here, I've never so much as seen a mouse. And it's because we have feral cats everywhere, right? So they pretty much take care of them. And we have cats. If you have pet cats, usually you don't see a lot of mice. Like cat, if mice are around and they know that cats are in the area, they usually vacate the area. Like they're smart. Like they're not dumb animals. Hey, what's up, Valiant Brand, my man?
What up?
Hey, Brand, thank you for the SM7B for one day. the 1 day SM7B.
Everyone opens a new tab of the stream and we watch the viewer count. Yeah, do that.
Woo! Hold on, wait. We got a $5, £5. That's like $5,000. Thank you, Dave Weber.
Yeah.
Dave Webster said, can we do a test? Everybody open a new tab on the stream and we can watch the viewer count. Do it. Everybody, let's double the viewer count. Open another tab. Okay. Oh, yeah, I got to give him a little smoke show. Let's see. Are we heated up? Let's see. 3, 2, 1, contact. Do we got lights? Yeah. Woo! Yeah. Get some. Yeah. Okay. Woo. Turn on lights. Light 1, light 2, light 3, and light 4. And there we go. We're back. Let me clear the smoke out of here. Everybody needs a leaf blower for their live stream. Dude, it totally worked. Everybody did it. I saw a huge spike in concurrent viewers. That was awesome. You guys are the best. I love it. Now open up another tab and do it again. Just kidding. Everybody's got like 10 tabs open. That would be awesome. Yeah, kitty cats take care of the problem. That they do, my friend. That they do. You're on mobile. I'm fixing my effing dryer. Hey, I've been there, man. I've been there. If you're on a PC, just open a few tabs for us mobile plebs. Hey, if you're on mobile, you can open a tab.
Yeah,
dude. Both Android and iOS, you can easily open a tab on your.
That's easy.
Yeah, and you can open a tab and hit pause on the video, and it still counts as a viewer. Or you can hit the Isn't there a button? I'm pretty sure there's a button on YouTube where you can basically say you just want the audio, not the video.
I mean, I've had to turn the quality down to 144p, like super.
Let me see. I want to say that there's a button that you can do that. Hold on, let me see. So if you open up quality settings,
man, there's a few like just audio, just like white noise kind of stuff, lo-fi. Those like some of those lo-fi channels that like I don't need to watch. I don't watch them. I just need the noise.
Yeah, you're just listening, right? Did I not even bring my phone up here? Oh no, it's right here. Whoa. Okay, I got it. I was like, dude, I don't go anywhere without my phone. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I think it's on, if I remember right, it's on the YouTube app, not the web page. I think it's on the app because I remember going in there once and I clicked the thing that said "Don't show video." Let me try it here.
That's clever.
Okay, so this is our stream right here. The thing that said "Don't show video." Wow, we've got like super low lag, dude. That low latency option worked great. Right here.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like only like a couple of seconds. Yep. Jeez. So I clicked on settings and it says that you can do, let me see, where is it here? So can I mute the video? Let me see.
I think you need premium to get audio without video. I know you definitely need that to keep like audio playing in the background without the picture, which is super neat. I don't mind so much that YouTube will do a picture-in-picture thing on at least on my Android. I don't know I'm sure. Actually, no, I know iPhones will do picture in picture now. Because
Yeah, you can do on premium. I opened up premium features and it says speed. No, you can change the speed without premium. You don't need premium for speed.
It's the audio only mode.
Yeah, because they're. Oh no, I found it. No, is it autoplay? No, it's not autoplay. I know there's a way to do it though. Maybe, or am I thinking Twitch? It might be Twitch too. I know on one of them you can do it because I always opened up on my phone and I'm like, why is the video not playing? It literally just shows like track art when I'm playing a video. And it's like the thumbnail, but the audio's playing, and I have to push the screen or whatever to get the video started. And I thought that was YouTube, but maybe it was something else. So YouTube Premium get audio. It's possible that YouTube Premium gives you that. I'll tell you what, though, I'm going to give you guys the keys to the kingdom. I'm going to give you guys the tech tip of the day. Are you guys ready for this?
Oh, tech tip of the day.
So tech tip of the day. Woo! I don't know. Do I have sound effects? You guys aren't hearing my sound effects.
I hear you.
Oh, do you hear the clapping right now?
Yeah.
Why do I not hear it? Oh, I didn't put. There we go. Now I hear it. I didn't push the button to loop it back into my own audio. Yeah, a lot of things going on here. Okay, so the tip of the day, my friends, is to download and install a program called YT-DLP. It's YouTube downloader. And it's an open source tool on GitHub that allows you to download any video at any quality, any combination of video and audio quality from YouTube and download it locally to your computer encoded with FFmpeg so that you can watch it offline. You can take it with you anywhere. It's basically like, on Premium, you can download YouTube videos to watch later in the app. This will download the video to your computer and you can watch it on anything. You can even put it in Plex. Not only that, it will also download the album art. So if you pair it with Plex, woo, Joe Taji, yeah, woo, yeah, get some, woo, yeah, hell yeah, $10 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Joe Taji. We love your face, dude. Seriously. I'm going to go ahead and click the love button on that post. Actually, I got to click love on the other one too. I'm going to click love on all the super chats today. So this tool, YTDLP, you can also get it to download the album art. You can also get it to download entire playlists and entire channels. So if you go into YTDLP and you just pass it, http://youtube.com/Barnacules1, it will download my entire channel, every video at the highest video quality, every live stream, and it'll download all of the thumbnails. So have you ever wondered how people were like cloning YouTube channels, like how YouTube channels were popping up that were basically just copying another channel? Yeah. That's what they're doing. All they're doing is setting up a script. And all it does is it just checks a channel every day. And when it sees new videos on it, it downloads just because if you tell it to download a channel and you tell it to download a channel again, it'll only do a diff. So it'll only download new content and won't keep downloading the same thing over and over again. Okay. So what you do is you just set up a scheduled event in Windows that runs YTDLP pointing at all your favorite channels that you subscribe to, that you want to watch all the content from. And what it does is it automatically downloads it into your Plex folder, and your Plex folder will already put the thumbnails on everything. So when you go through the Plex YouTube library, it's got all the thumbnails and everything, just like YouTube. And you can watch everything offline, 100% at the highest possible quality. So even if you don't have an internet connection that can stream at like 4K, you can download it and then watch it in Plex at 4K later. So really, really powerful tool. But not only that, what makes it really, really cool is it can download videos from other sites too. Even though it's called YouTube DLP, it also works with Twitter and Facebook. You know how on Twitter you can't right click and say save video or save animated GIF? Like they put obfuscation code in there for that. You can actually just copy the URL. So like if you click on a post with a video in it, you click on the URL, you drop out of the command line, type YTDLP space and just paste that URL, and it will download that as a local video. So you can download animated GIFs, you can download videos, you can download anything that's attached to a tweet. Works on Facebook also. It also works on the hub sites. I'm not going to say which hub sites, but if you go to a site that has hub in it, and you copy one of those URLs to it, it'll also download the highest quality video. Even on sites where it stops and says, oh, you got ad blockers, you can't watch the video on this page, just copy the link and YouTube DLP downloads it. So really super powerful tool, open source. There's like thousands of contributors on GitHub. So anytime a site changes something to try to thwart it or try to make it harder for it to download, it automatically, just like within a day, it's already fixed. In the new version, you upgrade, boom, you're good, you got it. It also has... Wait, Lucid Enemy said not anymore. It requires you to pass the cookie. I'm not sure if he's talking about what I'm talking about, but YouTube DLP definitely works without any cookies. Like it'll do the whole handshake with YouTube and everything. Nice. So I've done it. I've done it completely without being logged in, without using any of my own session stuff from the browser. You mean for downloading from Twitter? You need the cookies?
I guess that makes sense.
It must be searching my computer then, because I don't type in anything. I literally just go to Twitter, I put in the link, and it just works. So like here, I'll even go to, because I know you can't view tweets without having an account. Like you have to log in now to view a tweet. So I think that's what he's talking about.
That's probably it. Yeah.
But my guess is the YouTube DLP must be looking at the local. It must be looking at the local in-browser cookies and using them. Because look, I'll go to something right now. Like I'll go grab this like really funny debate thing that they did with the voice changing that was hilarious. All I'm gonna do is click.
Hey, thank you,
yeah, get some. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was fiddling around with
That was awesome. So here, let me see if it works. I want to see. So I'm going to drop out the command line. I'm going to go into my little temp folder. I got a little temp folder now. So YT-DLP, and I'm just going to paste it. Let's see, YT-DLP, paste, http://x.com/velvet bunny /status / a bunch of numbers and S20. Let me hit enter and see what happens. It's thinking. It's thinking. There we go. Okay, so extracting URL, grabbing URL, downloading certification JSON. Some metadata is missing without authentication. Use cookies from browser. You're right. They actually did change it. So, but it has a command line. You just type cookies.
Excuse me.
Cookies space dash from browser. So there's just one extra argument you pass to it. Let's see if this works. Cookies from browser requires one argument. What is the argument that I have to give it? Oh, it says you can also give it username and password. So if you just give it your Twitch username and password, it'll also work. It also says you can use netrc-cmd and netrc to provide account credentials. So there's like 3 different ways that you can give it credentials. So here, let me try this cookies from browser though, because I want to see if that'll actually go find them or if I have to give it my cookies folder. Because that's probably what the one parameter is it's talking about, is you probably have to point it at your cookies folder. Unsupported browsers specified for cookies, HTTPS. Supported browsers are Brave, Chrome, Chromium, Edge. Oh, you have to type in the browser that you wanted to pull the cookies from. Okay, Edge. Let's see if this works. There it goes. Searching local state. Found 1,094 cookies. Imported and successfully downloaded. I have the file. There it is.
Hey,
Velvet.
look at that.
Yeah, it even named it right, too. It's Velvet dash. This debate was so crazy to watch live.mp4. Let me open it and see if it plays. Here we go. I just told it to open it. Did it open it? Is anything playing? That was weird. It didn't open up under VLC.
Recently
there it goes.
A roundtable debate with Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro.
Did you hear this one?
Now, Matt Walsh, your opening statements. I will be playing Bloodborne, but we'll moderate if needed.
Please, can we keep this off the record? But I think Naomi is an incredibly hot.
It's not routing through.
Okay, it's not routing through the thing, dude. It's hilarious. I'll send you a link to it later. It's you can find it on Twitter if you just search for "this debate was so crazy to watch live."
Okay.
It's just somebody who, you know, those roundtables they do with AI where they take cloned voices and they just have the characters say stuff to each other and do stuff. It's one of those, but it's like Ben Shapiro and a couple of other people like hitting on a transgender streamer. Like the last people on earth that you think would, but they're like, oh man, I would totally tap that or whatever. And then Ben will be like, don't say that live on the show. You can't say that on the internet. It's hilarious.
Dude, yeah, man. I've seen some of these like they're like TikToks of it's like Obama, Trump, Biden, Shapiro, and like some other voices and stuff like playing Fortnite or Minecraft and stuff, and it's hilarious.
Exactly.
It's so funny.
Yeah, and it's like and Trump's always like, stop being a bitch or whatever. He's like, I'm gonna go get some ice cream. I'm out. You guys are being mean.
My base is the best. You guys keep griefing me.
Let's hear. Let's see. What's it called? Trump plays Dungeons and Dragons. I think it's called. Let me see if I can find this one really quick. So the president plays D&D with Joe Rogan. Oh my God, this is great.
There you go.
Greetings, Earthling.
I'll send you. How can I route this audio through so you can hear it? It's because I muted the audio from the virtual camera, isn't it? That's why it doesn't work. So yeah, because I went in there and I think I said, so like if I unmute this, let me see if this actually fixes it. So if I unmute this, no, then I get an echo. So you're muted. The stream, well, that's weird though. So Tech Talk. Oh, because I'm muting it in the other window, I think. Let me see. Do I have it muted here? No, it's not muted. It's not muted in Video Ninja. So I'm actually surprised that if you're listening to Video Ninja's audio, or do you mute that audio? Do you mute Video Ninja and like get the audio from the feed itself, or
no? Oh, I think I directorized. I did do the director thing and
yeah, maybe
maybe I turn the audio down on.
We'll figure it out for the next stream. But I'll put a link in chat because I want people to watch this.
It looks like you have muted the mic on the preview in video, so maybe that's why I can't hear it. But that's fine because it would end up doubling up the audios anyway.
Oh, right. But you know what? I can just mute the tab and that would fix it. So let me see if that works. Here, let me unmute it. Where is the right here? So mute. Check.
You know, you're a little robot-y, but it's not like an echo.
Okay, let me see if I can mute the tab. Hold on here.
Almost like you're talking through a tube.
Mute tab. Okay. No, that didn't fix it either. Darn it. Okay, so that's muted. Unmute tab. Yeah, that's bizarre. Yeah, I have to mute the microphone inside of Video Ninja for the preview, otherwise it doesn't work. I figured I could just mute the tab and it wouldn't work, right? Because I'm not recapturing the virtual camera back into OBS. I'll figure it out for the next stream because I do want you to be able to hear the actual audio feed.
Yeah,
that's going out.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to balance my audio. I think I've been a little. Have I been a little louder?
Share the stream? Maybe we are a little low in our.
There we go. Hold on. At the moment. So check. Yeah, actually, I didn't share the stream out, dude. Oh, amateur move. Why did I not do that? Okay, hold on. Let me go do that right now. Here, I'm going to turn the audio back up. Let's see if I can bring your levels up a little bit. Here, bring your levels up just a little bit on your mic.
Mine are up. Pretty good.
Perfect. Yep, we're both equal now. Let me copy Zine stream. So good. Click copy. Go over to the Twitters. Dump the link. I'm going to grab the title. Let's get that. So click that.
Where do some of these people download like sounds, you know, like whatever? In particular, the one that I have the hardest time finding is the sound from Metal Gear. When like you get noticed, right? Bloom, that weird bloom sound. That's one I've had a hard time finding that was decent, but I hear that a lot. But just in general, where do a lot of these people, like for TikToks and shit, find the sounds?
I always assume that they were built into the app, like in TikTok, where you can just go through the audio library that's on there. I mean,
some of them might be like for like in CapCut or something, but I'm trying to set up my buttons, and
I mean, you can also just like Google or Bing, just like what is it? Copyright free sounds or copyright
signing up. You know, I'm like trying out.
I don't know. I know voice mod you have to pay for, but voice mod has a huge audio library that's available. Like you can go into, it's called Soundboard, and there's millions of sounds. Like, you know, you got sad trombone, you got crickets.
Yeah,
you can play them all together too. You can overlap like 5 sounds together, like. You know, and you can create like sound environments. And they have like, you know, video game sounds like jump, you know, you got jump and punch and jump and kick, punch, kick. You know, it's cool. I need to map these to buttons though, because it'd be cool to have these on deck. Like death would be a good one to have.
Yeah, right.
Like when you die in a game. That's the sound that I used to play.
There we go.
That was the sound I'm missing when people super chat. Oh, you got it.
No, that was me. I was just faking that.
Wait, that was you making that noise?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, that sounds literally just like a sound clip.
It's pretty good.
That's great, dude. No, that's killer, man. All right, so here I'm Tech Talk. Okay. Let's see here. Live streaming, technology, news, okay, and post. And then let me go put that on Discord. I forgot to tell the people on Discord. If you're not on Discord, go get on Discord. Discord's fun. Discord.barnerd.com, I believe, is the link.
Do that.
So you can come over and be on the Discords. New member page appeared. What? Check it out. No, I don't want to check that out right now. Okay, so everyone, let me send that out to everybody. There we go.
Let's see if this works.
Let's see if it makes. Oh, what are you doing?
Did you guys hear that?
No.
I hear it. Does anybody else hear it?
Nope. We got nada, sir.
You can make your own and sell them. Hey, that's a good idea.
I heard something there. Here, do it again. Okay. No, I must have been hearing it from your headphones or something. It was very light. It was like, shh. That's all I heard.
Okay, so that's okay. I can figure out. I need to make touch portal output to the broadcast stream mix. Yes, no?
Still nothing.
Okay, that's okay.
You have to somehow get it to mix it into your microphone.
Yeah.
So that it gets bundled with your microphone and comes through.
Right.
So I'm not really sure how you do that one. Sir.
That's okay. I can poke around. We'll figure this out.
Hey, why can I not send
Right,
this
it's not tech talk without some technical issues. We're still in the intro phase anyway. We got a little late start here, so this is just how we do that sometimes.
Yeah.
I've used that legal Swedish sail the seven seas board side. Oh, sure. You can make your own and something. That'd be fun. I've thought about doing just as like a goof. I wonder how I guess I could do like public domain stuff, but I always thought it'd be kind of fun to do like audiobooks or something, or some sort of reading.
Like making it or just listening to it?
No, myself, like making it, yeah.
Dude, you have a really good voice for something like that. I think that you could really pull that off.
I think so. I don't think I'd be so good at like some of these guys are really good at kind of voices, right? Like we listen to a lot of audiobooks and they do a good sort of like, female voice or whatever and that kind of a thing. But I think just reading some books, or especially like Lovecraft, because it's usually in a like the perspective is different, so like you don't really need to be switching up voices and stuff.
Yep.
I think that could be fun.
Okay, I published it everywhere. The stream is now up on my Patreon, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Discord.
PC building meme sound pack. I wonder what that would look like. Zip ties.
Oh God, dude! By you doing that, you just reminded me of, was it Pinky Doll, or have you seen that, the NPC trend that's like taken over TikTok right now?
Yeah.
Oh God,
dude, that's also in the whole audiobook or whatever sort of like thought process.
Dude, please do that. Please do that.
That's come up too. Yeah.
Dude, I'd watch that so hard if you were on there going, being like, oh, so good, so good, oh, glizzy, oh, pop, oh, yeah, right? Like I want to see you do that.
I've seen a couple. One that really popped up was and I think it's completely AI. It's somebody's taking like it's like a scene from GTA San Andreas, and it's got the guy, the main character. I can't recall his name. Excuse me, his name.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
that guy is responding to the gifts and stuff in his same voice and all that stuff, and I think it's completely automated. And I bet that dude's making bank.
I mean, that's the way to do it. If you can create a stream that's on 24/7 that requires zero effort on your part, it's like a digital agent just making money.
Sit here and get a decent. Actually, wouldn't even need much, because it's just I could just sit here and record like a 30-second clip of me saying some stuff, just anything, and then pump it through a real time tweaker thing, some avatar tweak, and it would just say whatever. I'm sure.
Daniel, thank you for that membership earlier too, buddy. We appreciate that. No, I completely agree. And the thing is you could create multiple instances. You could have an instance on YouTube, you could have an instance on Twitch, you could have an instance on TikTok, because they would all be different, because they'd all be responding differently. They would all be different streams. Like you could have each one, like instead of just doing the same thing across all of them where it's not really listening to the chat on one, you could have one tailored to each platform. Like it would add up, right? Even if it only made like $5 an hour or whatever. Imagine if you had 20 instances of it.
Any little bit would help so much. Little extra.
I really do feel like, and this is kind of fortunate and unfortunate, kind of, because I can see the good and the bad in it.
Yeah.
Is I do feel like the internet is going to have more automated generated content, more AI generated content than human content in the not too distant future.
I agree.
I feel like we're going to see a huge wave, not just over like Twitch. Like we're already seeing it with Twitch. We're even seeing it on some of the adult streaming sites. Like it's getting to the point now where it was VTubers for a while, but now AI can do VTubers, and now people are trying to do NPC because they're trying to like emulate the AI, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's like obviously people are seeing the value in AI if they're emulating it, but the AI can already do it so perfectly, and they're striving to be as good as the AI at doing it, which they'll never be. So, and the AI can work 24/7, doesn't need to be fed, it never gets happy, never gets sad, I mean, it's like, I feel like at some point, like all of the content that we digest online is going to be synthetically generated, and we're not even going to know it. Like, I think you're literally going to have Twitch channels in the next 5 years where you build a relationship with an AI and you have no idea it's not a real person. Like, I think it's going to be a completely synthetic person that you have and I think that this is going to lead to some psychological problems. Like, kind of, they've already laid this out in Star Trek, right? Like with the holodeck syndrome, or whatever they call it, hollow syndrome, and the Barkley guy.
There was a gal who did that. She spent a bunch of time and effort building out a custom trained LLM with an AI avatar of her likeness, and you can actually like rent her AI likeness as like your virtual girlfriend experience for like $1 a minute or something like that. And
dude, I mean, that is so dangerous.
It's gonna really warp some people in those who are already susceptible to like over attachment to their parasocial relationships online and stuff. And it's going to be an issue. It's going to be a problem.
Imagine having a stalker break into your house in the middle of the night or whatever and be like, you told me you loved me. You told me I was forever and we'd be together forever. And it's because your AI,
like app. Yeah.
They tricked your AI into saying that it loved them. And it's like, oh, I want to be with you forever and everything. And then they think that's you. Like they end up just like falling into that delusion.
That
seems dangerous.
It already happens. This already happens, man. It was like people spending their last dime to go knock on a streamer's door. Like I remember, I think it was Co Carnage a few years ago. This is in the nebulous ADHD past, so whatever. Some guy from
Taylor
like
Swift
Thailand,
had a single issue
from like some guy like from Thailand or something.
Oh God, you
like sold yes. No, this was for, I think it was for Co, but I'm sure the women get it the worst.
Amaranth had a stalker that came from another country and rented a hotel room down the street from her and hassled her 24/7. The cops wouldn't do anything about it. That's like he was saying he was going to break into her house, posting pictures of him holding the knife and saying they were going to be together forever. Like it was weird.
That's the other side of that, where like the cops don't care or do anything, is like that's shitty too, because even in a domestic sort of situation, they don't take stalking and that sort of stuff seriously until somebody literally gets hurt. Like they'll just like ignore the guy or blah blah blah. Or man, like you hear that's just awful. It's just awful.
Yeah, no, like Christina in chat there, I said that's why I have a shotgun. It's like, yeah, same. If some crazy person breaks into my house in the middle of the night, I already talked to the cops and made sure I understood the law very clearly and what my rights are. And in Washington State, if somebody enters your house without being invited and they use any force, or they display any intention to harm you, meaning even if they just yell at you and say they're going to come in and kick your ass or they're screaming at you or being violent, and they enter your house, you can kill them. Like you don't have to shoot them to wound them. You don't have to, you can literally kill them. Like if you shoot them and they're on the ground wounded and they're like, you can still go over and just fucking end them because they came into your house with force, with intent to harm, and you were allowed to protect you and your property here in Washington State. Now the laws are different in every state. This is a state law, not a federal law. So you have to check your state law, because some states have something called reasonable expectation to leave or vacate the scene. So like if somebody breaks into your house, it's your responsibility to open the window and try to escape. And if you can't escape and you're cornered, that's the only time you can shoot. And there's some states that you can't shoot at all. And then there's crazy states like Texas where it's like some guy comes into your yard and you tell him to leave and he doesn't. You can just shoot him.
Like right away.
And as long as you have video showing that you told him to leave and to get off your property, you're like within your right to shoot him. And it's like, okay, that's a little too hardcore. Okay, I consider that maybe just a skosh too far, where it's like a hiker comes onto your property. It's like, get the fuck out of here. And it's like, what are you going to do about it? And you're dead.
Yeah, that's
a little crazy.
I don't know. I've felt about having a shotgun and then bean bags and stuff or rock salt.
Oh no, check this out. So dude, I got your solution.
You may not die, but you're gonna fucking never come back.
No. I got your solution right here. And this is something I'm going to recommend to everybody in here because it's legal. And I believe it's legal in all 50 states. Double check this before you take my advice. But firearms, air guns do not fall within firearms.
Yeah, we talked about that.
So check this out.
In the last stream. Yeah.
People haven't been paying attention to this at all. It blows my mind. So everybody is so focused on guns and the whole, letter 15 and all these firearms. There are air guns now that have more destructive property, are quieter and more lethal than actual firearms. And you can go buy them right now on Amazon, click buy and have it shipped to your house. Perfectly legal. So there's a gun called the T-Rex or let me see if I remember the name of it. It's like Titan or Thor or shit. I'll have to look. It's a single shot 74 caliber. Okay, 74. So 50 caliber is like the thing that shoots tanks, right? 74 caliber. It shoots a slug that's bigger huge. Around than a 12 gauge slug.
Inches. That's
3 ounces. The slug that it fires is 3 ounces. The biggest shotgun shell you're going to find is about an ounce, unless it's a specialty shell. So 3 ounces. So every shot is like shooting 3 12 gauge slugs It's accurate to 100 yards. And when you fire it, it kicks about the same as a 12 gauge shotgun. And you can go buy this, have it shipped to your house, pump it up. I mean, it takes like a half an hour to get like one shot out of the damn thing if you don't have a compressor. But pump it up and literally go in your backyard and shoot this thing, and nobody can do anything about it. And it'll make an entire cinder block just turn into dust.
Crazy.
And you can own this and buy it and just have it shipped to your house.
Man, at close range, that's all that matters.
Hey, VitW now said in NJ, air guns are defined as firearms. Interesting. Interesting. So it sounds like some states are actually kind of paying attention then. Here in Washington, they're not. Like right now, I went to Amazon last night because I was just curious. You know, Amazon's hardcore. They won't even let you sell like adult toys and stuff without like renaming them weird.
Right.
I went there and I did a search for PCP air gun, and I found a 30 caliber and a 50 caliber air gun on there that you can just buy about $1,000, and they'll ship it to your house from Amazon overnight from their warehouse. So like Amazon is literally a weapons dealer for air guns. And not only that, but check this out. Air guns, because they're not considered a firearm outside of NJ, apparently. I don't know the law in NJ, though. I'll have to go check to see if it's specific air guns or if there's some specific property. But here in Washington State, you can own a fully automatic 30 caliber air gun that's 4,500 PSI, shoots at over 1,100 feet per second with like somewhere around 100 joules of energy. And it's fully automatic and can shoot like 5 or 6 rounds per second. And it has a silencer on it that cuts the sound down to half the sound, it's already an air gun, so it's loud, but not super loud. You can have a silencer on it, which silencers also require special, in a lot of states, they require special paperwork and tax stamps and stuff. You can have an air gun that is fully automatic, absolutely lethal. Will go right through ribs, will go right through skull, everything, like it's not even there. Accurate to 100 yards with the silencer on it. And you can just buy this shit online and have it shipped to your house, and it's like completely legal. That blows my mind that they haven't been paying attention to any of this stuff. Like everybody is so focused on the boom, the really loud firearms, that they're completely ignoring the fact that like air guns have gone through so many phases of evolution. That it's just wild. Like I could not believe it when I watched this video of a dude shooting a 74 caliber, like literally bolt action, where he's putting a 3-ounce slug in it, and every time he fires it, you see his whole body like blast back, like he's shooting a 12 gauge shotgun with the heaviest round you can. And I'm like, that's an air gun? Like it doesn't even sound like an air gun. It literally even sounds like a shotgun because there's so much air coming out of it. And I'm like, dude, a 3-ounce slug. It's like that hits your pinky. It's like, what was that the gun in Counter-Strike, the one where it's like you hit somebody in the pinky and they still die? It's like the Arctic Warfare or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like the sniper rifle, right? It's like you don't even have to hit the assailant like in center mass, right? It's not like, like if you shot somebody with a 22, the odds of you killing them with a 22, you have to hit a vital organ. This, you don't have to hit a vital anything because they also shot a ballistic gel block with it. In the cavity in the ballistic shell, the hydrostatic pressure that it put into the gel, it created a cavity like this big of air. So like when it hit that, like on the slow-mo, and it hit the ballistic gel, it made the ballistic gel block grow to twice its size from the pressure that it imparted into the cavity. And I was like, oh my God, that's worse than like the worst firearm. So, and you could, AWP, that's what it was. Yeah, the AWP. I remember that.
Okay.
So yeah, so it used to be that like air guns were like little 22 caliber pew pew or 1.177 caliber pellets or whatever. No, not anymore. And the thing about air guns is like for ammunition for real guns, like ammo is the hard thing, right? Like the gun itself is actually easier to make than the ammo. The ammo, you have to have, the precise amount of powder. You have to have a primer, which is a complex thing to build yourself. Like if you can't buy a primer, you're not making ammo. Like you're going to be going back to the muzzle loading days. A bullet is a complicated piece of equipment. All with an air gun, you're shooting the whole thing. You're just shooting a lead slug. Yeah, you can make them yourself. You can buy, like I looked because I was like, where do you buy 74 caliber ammunition? You can't. It's like $3 a round for this stuff.
That makes sense.
But if you want to make it yourself, you just buy a block of lead or pewter, and you literally just melt it down in this little form you buy off Amazon, and you crap out a little thing that you got to sand the edges a little bit. But you basically get a slug. You can make it. You can melt it on your stove. Your stove gets hot enough to melt the lead, and you pour it in the little form. You pop out a bullet, pour it in the form, pop out a bullet. Next thing you know, you got like 20 74 caliber rounds for like $5 of lead, and then you can remelt them. You shoot the targets, you go recover them from the targets, melt them down again, and then just make new bullets. So it's like the air gun works around all the problems, right? It's like there's no legal. Unless in NJ, and I'll have to look at other states, but like in Washington State, it's I can own a fully automatic air gun. I can put silencers on it. There's no barrel length restriction. Like, if you have a barrel that's shorter than a certain amount, then it's considered, you know, an assault weapon or something like that. You have to have a certain length of barrel to make it less concealable and stuff on a real firearms. On air guns, you don't. You can have an air gun that's like a pistol with a barrel that's like this long, that's 4,500 PSI with a giant carbon fiber paintball tank on it, and be shooting these 50 caliber, 74 caliber slugs fully automatically with a silencer. And you're still just like, you're within the bounds of the law in most of these places. And I think the reason for that being is we just haven't seen any crimes really committed with air guns yet. So it's going to be one of those things where I think once they regulate the hell out of one thing and then people move to air guns, then they'll regulate that too, like in most places. But I think that's the only reason why people have been ignoring it is because just nobody's used it for anything like that. But I just could not believe a 74 caliber. Like, that's like, I mean, you'd have to see it. It's a 3 ounce. Like, imagine how much lead you have to have in a bullet to have a 3 ounce slug. And then imagine, like, if that thing was moving at 900 or 1,000 feet per second, how much energy that would impart. I think he said it was 270 joules of energy gets imparted on the target. And for context, that's like close to like a 50 BMG. Like the same as like the gun they use for like shooting holes through tanks with like anti-personnel, brilliant depleted uranium rounds or whatever. Just crazy shit. So yeah, technology is getting nuts, man. Like I would honestly stop focusing on the 3D printed gun stuff and start focusing on like legislation wise. Like, look at the air gun technology that's out.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point, like with home defense, they make a range of these pistols. I think it's a really nice 50 caliber pistol that shoots a steel ball. So it's not a lead ball, it's a steel ball. And the reason that they use steel is because it'll break ribs. And it'll like break tissue, but it won't enter the body. Like it absorbs, like, unless you hit him in the skull.
Interesting. Okay.
So they call it less
like
lethal
deforms.
Because technically, if you shot him in the eye, it'd kill him dead.
Yeah.
But
That's how they talk about rubber bullets too.
Yeah. But it's supposed to break bones and impart as much energy and pain as possible to make somebody flee a scene instead of to incapacitate them.
Man.
And you can buy these things and it's like it holds like 7 rounds. You screw a CO2 cartridge into the bottom of it. And then they got this cool mechanism where, like, if you've ever had a CO2 powered BB gun before, the CO2 leaks out if you just let it sit. Like, over time, it just slowly leaks out. Well, this thing has a mechanism where you put the CO2 cartridge in, it doesn't break the CO2 cartridge until you're ready to use the gun. So if somebody like breaks into your house, you grab the gun, you hit the bottom of it like this, and that pierces the tank. A little red thing pops out of the side of the gun to show that it's pressurized. Yeah, and then you got full pressure. You got full pressure for like 12 shots before you have to change the cartridge. And so this is like a lot of people that live in states with hardcore laws. You can actually buy these and use these for home defense. And you can also get pepper balls for them. So like if you hit them in the chest, it'll like atomize like an irritant that'll like mess up their vision.
Love that
so
stuff.
Yeah, Adam has one. Adam wanted to shoot me with one, but then I saw a picture of a dude with a bruise after getting shot by one. And I was like, no way, dude. I'm not even that stupid. So I was like, no freaking way.
That thing's
But yeah, if you're interested in home defense or whatever, and you live in a state that has hardcore laws, look into air guns. Like they're not even remotely the same as what they used to be. I feel like they're flying under the radar because you never see advertisements or commercials or anything. Like not even on like sport shooting channels and stuff like that. It's weird. It's like this low key thing that just nobody ever talks about really. There's a lot of YouTube channels on them though. Like I went on YouTube, I just did a search for PCP air gun and I found like a million videos on people shooting all these different crazy, even building their own. Like there's kits you can buy to build like your own air gun to your own specification. But accuracy is crazy now because what they do is instead of having a rifled barrel, which rifle, like if you've ever seen a firearm, when it shoots a bullet, it spins the bullet like a football to keep it stabilized through the air. BB guns don't do that because they shoot a round projectile, right? It just, and or if they shoot a pellet, the pellet can do this thing called tumbling or keyholing, where it flips through the sky. And it affects its the spin affects it, the Coriolis effect or whatever, like the spinning of it. I don't think it's is it Coriolis the one where it's spinning, or is that the Earth? Anyways, because of the centrifugal force or whatever, it throws it off target. It'll tend to climb to the left or right or up. It's unpredictable. Well, these guns that I'm talking about, these air guns, they actually put fluted rifling on the bullet itself, like as a part of the bullet mold. So when it comes out the end of the barrel, the air grabs the fin, like the little, the little gutters on the side of the bullet, and then that causes it to spin. So they're super accurate. Like some of these guns, they were shooting them, doing like a 6-inch group at 100 yards. Yeah. Which is like for a regular firearm, that's even considered amazing, right? And they're doing this with a freaking air gun that's semi-automatic. So, and the cool thing is, like when you're done, you just pump it up again. Like you just hook a little $200, scuba pump thing to it, plug it into your cigarette lighter in your car or into a DC or a battery, and it just pumps the thing back up in like 15-20 minutes. So, and you're ready to go again. So I think air guns are a better option. for stuff like that. And plus the other thing about it is like your neighbors aren't going to like freak out. Like you shooting an air gun isn't going to sound nearly as loud as shooting like a real gun.
Yeah.
So like if somebody broke into your house and you shot them with this, like your neighbors would probably still hear something going on, but it's going to be the screams of the assailant, not your gun, right? It's not going to freak them out and make them think somebody's shooting a gun. So just, I mean, it's just something interesting. I was thinking about it because my wife and I were just watching videos the other night. And Kentucky Ballistics was the guy where I saw the T-Rex or whatever it was, the air gun that shoots the 74 caliber slug. That was on Kentucky Ballistics, and this is like a hardcore gun channel guy or whatever that does like it's kind of a lighthearted channel, but he could not believe it. Like he was shocked when he fired this air gun. He was like he could not believe how hard it kicked. He's like the recoil on this gun is insane. He's like I did not know that you could make an air gun that could kick this hard. It caught him so off guard. And everybody you see shooting it, it's like I mean, it moves like this. Like if you try to hold out in front of you with your hands like it's like it moves like this much each time you fire it, and you're like, damn, how the hell are they getting that much pressure behind a projectile? But you think about it, it's like 4,500 pounds per square inch is what they're pressurizing the tanks on these guns to. So, and to give you an idea, like paintball, you also have tanks that go up to 4,000 psi. But in paintball, you have a regulator that knocks that pressure down to like, 100 psi or even less, like 80 psi. With these home defense guns, no regulator. You're literally coming straight off the 4,500 psi. So that first shot that you fire is like 4,500 psi pushing that thing down the barrel. Oh, did you find a video of the crazy one?
No. A networking guy was saying my shotgun's loaded with 357 Defender slugs, and it's like it's basically a
I've never seen those.
It's basically a sabot for a 357 round, like handgun round. I mean, basically they just centered a 357 bullet in the center of this shotgun shell. I mean, it's a little more complicated, but like that's basically
that wouldn't be a home defense round. So I'm guessing that's for is that for hunting?
Designed mostly for close quarter battle and home defense. The main body of the slug is aluminum with a 357 bullet in the nose. The slots in the front of the slug will cause the slug to expand violently with the impact of soft tissue, triggering the petals to break up into 10 parts if it hit one sheet of drywall. So like it's got these flanges all around it that hold the bullet in the middle.
Okay. So it's basically frangible munition. So if it hits a target, it breaks up and squishes instead of penetrating.
Yeah, it looks that way. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean that's what I use in my gun with letters and 15 at the end. You can't say it or it gets freaking banned. But no, I use something called frangible munition. That's what I use for home defense.
Yeah.
Frangible munition basically breaks up to dust on contact with a hard surface. So it'll only penetrate about 1.5 sheets of drywall, so it won't go through an outer wall. So like if I shoot an outer wall, unless I keep hitting it in the exact same spot, the bullet won't over penetrate. So basically I don't have to worry when I'm in my house about like, killing my neighbors or whatever if I'm shooting on a flat trajectory. But stuff like that is like important. You got to think about that like when you're doing a home defense and stuff like that. You don't want over penetration. You don't want your bullet going through one person and then going through another person. Like, you have to make sure that, what you're using is right for the situation. Jeez. It's like a double hollow point that won't pierce more than 3 sheets of drywall. That's pretty impressive. I didn't know they did anything like that. That's crazy. A lot of people are surprised by that when they hear that because it's such a demonized thing. They're like, oh my god, how could Barnacules have one of those? I've had one for like 20 years, dude.
It's funny the perception that like more, I suppose, centrist or liberals or left leaning, whatever people like. It's always a surprise when they find out people that they own guns. It's like
a lot of liberals around here own guns.
So right. It's like it's just like a weird stereotype, I guess, of that like, oh, they're totally against them. And it's like most people are, and I think not to go down a weird political path or anything, I don't want to get started on that. But I just think that most people are like okay with like maybe just a little bit stricter or, a little more regulation to gun ownership.
I have absolutely no problem with more regulation, more paperwork, more background checks being safer with who gets a hold of these. Yeah, I'm fine with all that.
That I don't understand why it's not treated a lot more like a car.
Yeah. No. And the thing is, like, a lot of people get mad at me for that. I piss off both sides equally.
Ownership, in my opinion. Like,
I piss off both sides equally because it's like I'm a second. I do believe in the Second Amendment, your right to defend yourself and your family and everything like, especially in the way the world is today.
Right.
And seeing police response and everything like that. My firsthand experiences that I've had in my life, I wouldn't even be alive today talking to you if it wasn't for a firearm. So I have a little bit of a different perspective. However, I do fully agree with gun control. Like, there needs to be better measures in place. There needs to be better laws. There needs to be better checks and background checks, and even paying attention. Like, if somebody owns a gun, it's like, and they start talking about crazy ass shit online or whatever, people need to take notice. People need to if you're going to own a firearm, you can't be going online threatening to kill people with it. Right. Like, you can't be that guy. And so we do need to figure out a better middle ground there for that kind of thing. But like me personally, I grew up, we hunted. Like, I hate hunting today. Like, I absolutely detest it, but I don't mind other people doing it. Like, as long as you eat it, that's my only thing. Like, trophy hunting is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
But if you eat what you shoot and you want to hunt, that's fine. Like, I understand. I'm a meat eater too. I get it. However, for me, it's always been just about home defense, because I've been in scary situations in my life where I almost lost my life, because if I didn't have a gun, I would have lost my life. And I was able to de-escalate the situation and get the people out of there just by brandishing a firearm. So in that situation, it's like, that's why I've always owned one, is just because it gives me peace of mind. It makes me feel safe. People freak out and they're like, oh, well, what about your kid, getting a hold of it and stuff like that? No, it's in a very, very locked and secured position that only I have access to. Yeah, and I use a very heavy spring in it on purpose so that it can only be racked by somebody who has a lot of strength. No child short of like Hercules could chamber around in any of my guns. So, which kind of, and my wife doesn't like guns. She's not a gun. She understands why I have them, and she's thankful for him being there, but she would never want to shoot them. So, it's like, so in my case, I'm the only one that really, would use them. And again, it would be a last resort. I'm not a shoot first, ask questions later kind of guy, unless somebody's breaking into the house. Like, I would never go and seek a confrontation to try to lure my power over somebody just because I happen to be armed. It would always be a last resort. That's it. It would be like, I've exhausted every other option that I have that is realistic, or I'm taking chances. As soon as it's the point of taking chances, then no, I'm not going to take a chance with my life to try to protect somebody who decided to break the law and to be a bad person. Like, I'm definitely not doing that. But no, I agree with you. What I'm saying is, this is the long way around to say I agree with you, that I'm totally on board with gun legislation. I have no problem. And the thing is, like, if they banned already in Washington the sale of 30 round magazines or whatever, okay?
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal to me. A lot of my friends are really, really mad about it and really angry about it. But I'm like, it's not that big of a deal, because you can still own them. You can own the ones that you still have. You just can't buy any new ones here in Washington.
Like that's been the case with a lot of some of that, is like, they're stopping like the future sale of some of this stuff. Like, the private market's still there. There's still thousands and thousands of these different things out there that you can totally get them, so it's not, whatever.
Whatever, just God, whatever.
Yeah.
But no, I've never shot anybody.
And they'll take one little blip out of something and make a big deal about it and all that stuff.
Yeah, but again, I think different people have different perspectives just because their life experience, and different people have different life experience. So it just kind of like, that's why there's different views. That's why different people, can believe two completely different things. There's truth on both sides. In many of these situations, it's just hard to see it if you're from a perspective, you've always grown up in an environment where the cops did a good job. You never had anybody try to break into your house or steal things or harm you. Then you don't really see the utility in having something to defend yourself. But on the other side, if you're a person that's actually been saved by that, and you've actually know what it's like to be in a situation where if you didn't have that, you'd be dead, then you might have a little bit of a different view. So I try to tell people to just be a little bit more open-minded. I try to be open-minded myself when, like, for instance, if somebody is uncomfortable with guns, I won't bring a gun around them. Like, for instance, I completely respect if a place says no guns are allowed in here, I accept that risk, and I will not even wear a concealed firearm if I go into a place that says that there's no firearms allowed. Like, I'm not going to break their rules, especially if it's a private place. Like, if it's somebody's house. Like, I had a friend a long time ago that he knew that, that I had a gun, and he was like, I'm deathly afraid of firearms. Don't bring that thing anywhere near my house. And I was like, I accept that responsibility. Like, I will go in there unarmed, and if something happens or I'm in trouble, I accept whatever happens to me in that situation, in exchange for honoring their wishes, because it's their property, right? And I do believe that you have to, honor other people's rules when you're on their property and you're in their house and stuff like that. If you want to be there, you should, make them comfortable. You should obey their rules, take off your shoes. If they want your shoes taken off, don't argue and be a little bitch about it or whatever. I'm one of those types of people where it's like, yeah, I will take the risk in that situation and accept that additional risk to make them comfortable. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what I go for. But we can steer back onto the technology bandwagon off this old one and segue into talking about Unity, because that's a shit show.
Yeah, man. I was just looking at the Twitter about it, and I don't know, man. This is just super weird. Apparently, the guy who is in charge right now, John Riccitiello.
Not familiar.
Apparently, he was the CEO of EA when they were going through all their bullshit.
No shit. So the guy at Unity that's doing all this is somebody who's done shit like this before?
Yeah.
Oh, yay. I can't say that surprises me.
Right?
I mean, okay, so to give you guys an idea of what's going on here, when we're talking about Unity, for you that aren't in the know, 90% of the games that you play on your mobile device, right? ARM games are written in Unity. Hell, 50% of the games you play on PC are probably Unity.
I would say, I mean,
it's a lot.
I wouldn't say 90%, but a lot of games are done in Unity.
It's a lot.
And they have paid for the like Pro or Plus version so that you don't get the Unity splash screen. I'm looking up.
Yeah. So the way that Unity works is they basically give you a collection of tools and services and stuff to create a game easily. And I mean, it's really easy to learn. Like, even if you don't have any developer experience, you can get up and writing your own game in like 10 days. Like something decent. Like it's a very
Kerbal Space Program. I'm just gonna randomly name some of these that were built in Unity.
Do it. Go down the list because people will be surprised.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna try and find the ones that maybe people wouldn't have realized.
A lot of VR games too. A lot of VR games are written in Unity for Quest.
Where was it? Shadowrun, the turn-based Shadowrun, Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, that's a big one that is apparently done in Unity. Let's see. That's just from 2015. There's a few Roller Coaster Tycoon World, Rec Room. That I know is a VR
Rec
thing.
Room. Me and my son play all the time, and I didn't even know it was written in Unity, but I could have guessed.
Layers of Fear. I know that was a popular one back in the day, kind of a spooky game. Home World Deserts of Karak. That's a good RTS.
Never even heard of that one.
Albion Online. I didn't know that, but not surprised.
I know that game. I didn't know that.
From Tarkov. I know that they're in the process of porting to Unreal though, and they may have already completed that. But apparently,
Escape from Tarkov was original in Unity.
Yeah,
that blows my mind. That absolutely blows my mind.
Right.
That's a big one. That's a really big one.
Torment: Tides of Numenera, another third-person isometric RPG. Let's see, Oxygen not included. If you're into that, that's a little more indie style. Let's see. Let's move into 2018.
VR chat, Genshin Impact. Yep.
Oh yeah, Genshin Impact. I know that's a big one. RimWorld.
Yeah.
RimWorld was done in
Unity.
Shadowgun Legends, Subnautica. I didn't know that.
Totally Subnautica. That's another big one.
2 Point Hospital.
Whoa! Wait! Back up. Player Unknown PUBG.
No. It's a similar one. It's called Totally Accurate Battlegrounds. Kind of more of a physics simulator almost.
Yep. So check this out. So Unity is a framework that allows you to basically create a game easily, but more importantly, not just create a game easily, but to port it across multiple platforms. So one of the greatest things about a game engine is that you create a game once, and then it automatically magically ports to everything. So like, have you ever been into a game where you play it on PC and it says, oh, press W for this and S for that? And then you're playing the same game on Xbox and it's like, oh, press the X button or press the Y button. Or you're on PlayStation that's like, press the square button or press the triangle button. Like they're not having to go in and program that separately. If you use an engine that has that built in, you can use an API that's basically will normalize everything and basically just be like, I'm going to assign an action to a button. And then I'm going to create layers for each of the different systems. And then it brings it all together and compiles it. And now you have something that'll play on your TV. It'll play on your Nintendo. It'll play on your PC. And it's just instantly cross-platform.
The point of an engine in general is that's what's running the game loop, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean, it is the game loop, really. It's like you're putting in assets and treating everything like it's a real living, breathing entity. And it's doing all the stuff under the blankets to make it the ones and zeros and to make it the world loop.
Yeah.
Like, let me give you an example.
It's better than doing it on your own, Right. So here's how you normally make a game, because I've done it all. Reinventing the wheel over and over again.
Yeah. So I've made mini games in my life from a young age. So I wrote 3D Pong when I was 11 years old. I wrote a 3D version of Pong that ran in DOS using DOS 4GW extender and a Visa library and all that shit back in the day. And it was very difficult to write because you don't just say, I want to create a paddle and I want to create a ball. And when the ball gets to the paddle, do this. Like that's not how you program games.
No,
Back then, you did everything,
all the variables, all the physics, everything.
All the
movement,
be like every single time through the loop, be like, okay, I want to draw the paddle. Look at every pixel on the screen. And if the pixel is this, then go look at this piece in memory and figure out, what value that is, and then put that in there and then move the next one and iterate and then figure out how to optimize that to make it faster and faster and faster. And if you fucked up one thing in one area, it could cascade and create a million other issues throughout the entire game. And it was very fragile. It was hard to fix bugs because you literally have, hundreds of thousands of lines of code. And if you mess up like one thing, it's not clear where it's messed up and it's not easy to localize and fix a lot of the time. So when you have something like Unity turns it into an object-oriented programming experience where instead of having a world loop, which is how you traditionally did a game, which is basically run one function
and it's
over and over and over again. Yeah, and you're basically checking the timing and saying, run this 30 times a second for 30 frames per second. If the computer can't run that fast, then adjust the timing and each time through the loop, figure out how much time has passed and then adjust the game world accordingly. But you have to go through the loop and create everything, like draw everything, all the bounding boxes, go through all the logic and see if anything's touching anything else. That was your responsibility to do as a developer from scratch. With Unity, this is how easy it is. With Unity, you can go in there and say, I want to, like for a 2D game, right? Which is the simplest kind of build. You could just say, okay, if you want to create Pong, all you do is draw a picture in Photoshop of a paddle, import it into Unity with a transparent background, draw a ball, take it, transport it into Unity, and you basically just say, create a paddle and put it here, create a paddle, put it here, put a ball here. This is the camera. This is where the camera points at. And the physics are the paddles are hard and have this much mass to them. And the ball is this soft and has like this kind of properties. Is there gravity or not? What axis is the gravity on? And that's it. And it just does everything else for you.
Yeah, it builds out a lot of the tedious parts of the engine or of game creation.
Dude, I wrote RC Pro-Am in 2 hours.
All of that stuff. Yeah, you can just, right? You don't even have to use pictures. You can use 2D shapes in Unity. Yeah, you can just and that's what it is. It keeps you from having to do, and there's a bunch of different game engines and stuff like Unreal and Unity are just two of the real big ones. But it's just, it helps make the creation part easier so that you can just, there's a list of variables and gravity. That's like a global variable, like how, and then you can adjust how much it pulls down, and it does a lot of the tedious math part stuff for you and things like that.
And what's nice is you create like in a conventional game, you don't create the world first. Like if you're writing a game from scratch, you have to figure out the mechanics from the standpoint of the viewer. Like with an engine like Unity, you create the environment and you create the world first, and all the navigation shit's already built in. So like you want to create a world.
A lot of the tools are already done for you. Like you can drop a certain asset in, bloop, and it's already got a physics handler and movement and stuff is already done because it's already there.
Another thing engines do is automatic optimization. So they look at your hardware and figure out what your hardware is capable of, and then re-optimize your game to work good on everything. So you can make a really high-end game on a PC and make it be a really low-end game on a mobile device, but they're both the same code. And it's like, how do you do that? Normally, you'd have to write two completely different games. And the way that they achieve that is the Unity engine, when you're booting it up, it's basically running little benchmarks and saying, okay, this is how fast your computer can do this. This is how fast your computer can do this. And then it can look at the world that you created and it can say, okay, well, how much of the world can I draw? How much view distance can I give the user? How low resolution do we have to make the textures or transcode the textures to make it run decent on this device? The engine can do all those things for you. So all you have to focus on is the developer is create the highest quality game you can possibly think of with the highest quality assets and let the engine figure out how to dumb it down for the different devices. Largely, there are optimizations you can do as a developer, but the Unity engine does a lot of it for you. But like, if you wanted to write a 3D game, 3D games are the hardest thing to write from scratch. I tried to do it once in my life and it was a fucking nightmare. It was like millions and millions of lines of sine, cosine, and tangent code, and there was holes in all my models and missing pixels and like weird jaggies, and because I didn't know how to write anti-aliasing algorithms. And whenever I wanted a perspective from the camera, I had to actually do a bunch of math to basically compute a false perspective. All that's done for you in Unity. In Unity, you basically physically drag a camera, put the camera where you want it in the world, and then if it's like a first-person type game, you put the camera in the person's head. And then it's cool. If you want the animation for walking, you basically just tell Unity, here's my 3D model of a guy, and you create an animation loop. You basically say when he's walking forward, here's the locomotion. I want his foot to go here. I want his foot to go. I want his arm to go here, and I want his arm to go here, and that's it. And then the model, when you go backwards and forwards, it'll automatically accelerate it and slow it down, automatically move in reverse. You can do things like if your model hits the ground and you enable gravity, it will actually deform the joints on the model based on the materials and weights that you give to the elements. So they used to call it ragdoll physics. That's all built into Unity now. So like if you wanted to make a game that was like you just want to huck a guy across the map and get points for how far you throw him, that's like a game you can write in 15 minutes. Like you can basically just go get an asset of a 3D rendered guy off of, you know, like an STL or whatever from a library, pull it in, get one that has inverse schematics where they basically put in bone structure and everything like that. There's a bunch of free ones. You download that, you put it in the 3D world, right? You put down a plane and you say, this is the ground. And you basically set gravity. You set how heavy the elements of the body are. So like this is how heavy the torso is. This is how heavy the forearms are, the hands, the fingers. You can go as granular as you want. And then you basically just say the mouse is a hand. Anytime I click within the bounds of this thing, I want to grab onto it and I want it to move wherever the mouse is. And that's it. And now all you do is when you release, you just have it unbound the mouse from the guy, and then all the momentum and inertia that you just imparted on it just carries through. So now you got a game where you can just pick up a guy and just huck him across the map, and it'll be like a ragdoll, arms flipping around, bouncing on the ground, flipping end over end. You're like, shit, I just built that in 15 minutes. And then you start adding shit like walls. You're like, well, I'm going to put a wall there. And then you throw them into the wall. And then you're like, well, I want the wall to crush if you throw them into it hard enough. So you make the wall softer and softer and softer until you throw them into it. And then the wall starts to deform and crumple. And it's crazy how you can just keep adding layers and layers and layers. Like I think another game I think that is Unity is Hot Dogs. Was it Hot Dogs and Hand Grenades or something? Hot Dogs, something and Hand Grenades. It's a 3D game where it's basically just a shooting range where you just have a bunch of guns and dynamite and rocket launchers and grenades. You just pick them up in VR and just huck them. And it's just a big shooting range. You can huck them down, shoot targets, and do all this stuff. And Unity to write a game like that would be like a weekend. Like it's not a difficult game to make if you know what you're doing and you're not having to look up every step of the way, because the perspective, like, I went to my friend's house. God, what was his internet name? Tribal Instincts. So Tribal Instincts is the person that introduced me to VR years ago. He was the very first VR experience I ever had. As I went to his house, and he had a HTC Vive, or the dev kit. Not even the real one wasn't even out yet. And I tried it out, and it was like one of the best experiences of my entire life. But when I went to his house later, when he had a Valve Index, or no, he didn't. He still had an HTC Vive. He had the production version. I remember because I sweated on it and broke it and did a whole video on how I sweated in his headset and burned it out. They replaced it though. So he wanted to show me how he was making Unity games in VR. So he literally, like the Matrix. Have you seen the Matrix scene where it's like Neo and what's his name?
Morpheus?
Lawrence Fishburne's character. What
Morpheus.
does he play? Morpheus.
Yeah.
So Morpheus and Neo, you see the one where they're in the white screen, and then you see all the gun racks come into view, and he's like, "Oh, do you want a gun?" And then it was just like that. I basically put on the VR headset and sat in a chair, and the world was just white. You couldn't see anything. And then I see the Unity dev kit load, and I can see the table thing that he creates that he puts down next to me, and he literally just loads a gun model. He goes and downloads it live while I have the headset on from the asset library. Yeah. He puts it into the world, and then he puts it. He tells me to put my hand out, so I put my hand out like this. You can see your hand and the controller in the Unity world, and he takes the gun and aligns it with my hand, sticks it like into the model of the hand, and lines it up. And he says, "Look down the sights. Okay, does that look about right?" And he adjusts it a little bit while I'm looking. I say, "Okay, that looks about right," and then he locks it to my hand. So now I can go like this and move it around and look down the gun and do this. And I'm like, holy shit. Like I'm holding the gun. He just handed me like Morpheus in the Matrix. And then he goes, okay, we need to make it shoot because there's no mechanics yet, right? As far as it's just an object. He just loaded the gun as an object. He bound it to my hand. So now when I let go of the grip, it drops the gun, and then I can reach down, I can grab the grip, and I can pick the gun back up, and it's bound to my hand. Each time I pick it up, it's pointing the same direction relative to my wrist. And so I was like, this is really cool. So he's like, okay, we need to make the gun shoot. So he takes a bullet. He literally goes and downloads an asset for a bullet. A 3D model of a bullet. He takes the bullet and he positions it inside of the gun barrel. So he takes it over and drags it into the gun where I don't see it anymore. Gets it into the right position. So he aligns it with the gun, and then he locks it to the gun. So now the bullet is locked to the gun. So as I move the gun around, the bullet stays in the same spot in the gun. And then the fire of the bullet, what he does is he binds to the trigger that when I hit this trigger, accelerate that bullet in its Y plane, which is straight ahead, at like 1,000 feet per second. Yeah. And so he puts that in there, and he says, whenever you pull the trigger, this bullet's going to do that. And then he puts a little loop in there that says, just put the bullet right back where it was. So fire a bullet and then put a bullet back. And now I'm like, pew, 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 and I can see the bullets going, and the bullets are actually dropping too because there's gravity on them. So as I'm shooting the bullets, you can see them kind of drop and like tumble on the ground and stuff after they get out like 1,000 feet. And I'm like, pew, pew, I'm shooting up in the air and they're like raining back down on me. And I was like, dude, this is so fucking cool. He's like, okay, now what we want to do is we want to make it to where you have to chamber around. It won't fire until you rack it out. So he takes the model, because the model had a slide that moved on it, and the model already had the schematics built into it because he downloaded from the asset library. So he just says, now before you can shoot it, you have to load a bullet by grabbing the top with your other hand. So you have to grab the other controller, put it over it, click the trigger, and then pull back and release. And he actually made the slide mechanic work in like 2 minutes, where I actually pick up the gun, pull the trigger, it just goes, it doesn't do anything. And then I have to grab the slide and go like this. And as soon as I grab the slide and I let go of it, then I can fire the gun. And then he put in a loop where when I fire the gun, every time the slide goes back. So each time I'm firing it, just like a real gun, the slide's going back. Mm-hmm. And then he did another animation. So when I pull the trigger, a shell comes out the side and falls on the ground. So like each time I fire it, the bullet goes down the barrel and then a casing flies out the side and sits on the ground. So the casings are piling up on the ground around me. We were doing this for about a half an hour. And in a half an hour, I had a gun. I had a moving target on a range, and I could actually shoot the target and blow holes through it. I could load the gun, I could cock the gun, and this is like 30 minutes starting from nothing but a white screen and a new project in Unity. I was like, dude, this is crazy. Like, I couldn't believe it. So it's really sad Unity's pulling this shit, because
we haven't even talked about what shit they're pulling yet.
That was
just what Unity is.
Here, get them started into it. I gotta take a piss really quick. I'll be right back.
So the deal. So Unity, very popular game engine, and that's what it's for. The news, they've updated their like pricing model. So generally, Unity, much like Unreal, is free up to a certain point. Like, you can make a game with it for free, and you don't have to pay anything to the Unity company until you reach like certain revenue thresholds or something and stuff like that. There's different rules, but generally it's like if you as a developer, as your company, make a certain amount of money after that, then you owe them a chunk of that. And Unreal is the same way. I think Unreal, I think it's like 100K or maybe even $1 million or something. I don't know, but it's fairly robust. Like, you could make a free game if you're just trying to learn, and you make a game and make some decent money and not owe them anything. They've changed that now to where, and the big kicker is they took away one of their like subscription tiers, I guess. Now you can only jump up to like the pro version, and it's something like $1,200 a year, which that's quite a piece. And that's to like remove the Unity splash screen, and I'm sure you get some other monetization stuff, or I don't know what's all involved in the pro model or whatever. But the killer is that they have decided that they are going to start charging the developers per install of their game. So and there've been some back and forth about it, but I think the most recent like solid information that they've put out is that somehow, some magical way, it's only supposed to be the initial install, not subsequent reinstalls. But they haven't really answered the question of like, well, like, what if I download this on my one computer? Is it the initial install per hardware? Is it per distribution platform? Like, if I buy the game on Steam and I install it on this computer, and then I also install it on my Steam Deck, is that two charges?
I have a little bit more information on this, like just a little bit that I saw from a tweet last night. So they did clarify that if you download a game, they're only going to charge you the 20 cents the one time you download it. But what they also said,
install,
it's still no, they're not going to do it per install. They clarified that publicly, on at least on Twitter, on their main Twitter. They said, we want to clarify a few points, and they said that the point that they wanted to clarify the most was that no, every time you download the game, it's not going to charge you. It's only going to charge you the 20 cents for one download per user ever. However, they said that it's retroactive to people that have already bought the game or downloaded the game previously. So what that effectively means is, let's say you sold a game to somebody for $1 5 years ago. As soon as they reinstall that game or get a phone and reinstall it, then they're going to get a 20-cent bill to the person that they already bought the game. They've already owned it for 5 years. Like, everybody that's ever bought that app now under the old model would now each time those people reinstall over time. And if you had 1 million copies out there, let's say you sold them for 50 cents on sale or whatever, they're gonna charge you 20 cents for each one of those retroactively.
Yeah, and that's the killer, right? Retroactive. First off,
stupid.
They went and they deleted something out of the GitHub and like changed their TOS to, because it didn't used to be like the TOS used to say that like, if we update Unity and there's some updates you don't like, you can just stay on the old version of Unity and you're not held to those new rules or whatever in the Unity. They changed that. They took something out of GitHub that I think was related to the TOS. Maybe they updated the README or whatever that's involved in that. Internet Archive to the rescue on the old. There's people who have it downloaded and screenshotted and things like that. But they also said like, well, what about games that come out on the like Xbox Game Pass? And Unity said, well, that won't be on the dev, that'll be on the distributor. So basically, Microsoft is holding the bag for paying Unity for all those. And it's like, good luck trying to get Microsoft to pay anybody anything, like not without them being negotiated with and agreed to it first. Yeah. Like it's just the whole thing has been just one big giant clusterfuck for Unity. And it like right now I just saw a headline that a lot of devs are turning off their iron source and something else it's like monetized. It's like ads and monetization stuff inside their games and things like that. It's just crazy, man.
Shit show.
And there's no real explanation as to why. Like Unity was doing pretty well. They're not big major player or anything.
I want to say they were still $37 a share or something before this. Like they were up there.
Here, we'll look at the month.
They were stable too. Like the stock price seemed like it was stable.
Just in the last month, they peaked at around 40, but then still technically they're still up 7% for the month. Or year to date, they're up 34%. Actually,
what sucks is
it looks hasn't hurt them that bad.
It looks like a pump and dump though. Like when you look across,
small sense.
So if you go back, look at 828. So 828, there's no news of this right now. There's no news of this change. Nothing's happening. Everything's fine. 69. It does a huge jump. Like their stock price actually goes up, and then it does another huge jump on 9/6. Then the executives start dumping stock like crazy at a higher value. Which again, how did they get it? What news caused it to boost up that much? Because that is a huge jump.
I mean, if you look across the year, they hit almost 50. So what happened? What happened from July 19th?
It's almost like they just got like super duper greedy. Like they saw the stock price go up and they're like, oh, everybody must really love our shit, so let's charge even more or something. But it's like
from July 19th to August 17, it goes from 48.50 to 33.84. Like that's a huge drop. And then it kind of recovers a little bit with a peak on September 6th to 39. And another peak on the 12th to 38. And that's the 12th is when I think they first talked about this. And now it's dropped a little. Again, it's not like, oh my God, they're going out of business. Because like the stock price only dropped to like 35. Yeah, 35.
No, but look at 9/12. Look at what happened on September 12th. Basically, the stock was at its high, almost at its peak high at 38.97 for this time, time period. And then you see a massive trade, like a huge trade volume occurs, and then it drops. That trade volume
sold like 5,000.
Yes, not just the CEO, a bunch of them did. A whole bunch of the board of directors and everything just dumped
execs and stuff too.
They dumped a shitload of stock, and when they dumped a shitload of stock, it dropped the price down, and then they released the news. Yeah. Like literally, they knew they were going to put the news out there, obviously, right? And the board just sold a shitload of stock, so they knew the news they were about to put out was going to tank the stock. So they wanted to dump a bunch of stock so that they could sell high and buy low. So they probably are going to buy back into it. Is what they're going to. Well, probably not now that the news is bad and it's not recovering like they expected it to. But I think what they were doing is they knew the news was coming. They knew it was going to drop the price, so they were going to sell a shitload of stock, piss off the public, drop the price, buy in low, and then release some kind of thing like, "Oh, we've decided to." Change, just kidding. Yeah, just kidding. And then the stock price goes back up and they've all just doubled their value. All the executives just doubled their value. That's insider trading.
Yeah, in a sense, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's literally the definition of insider trading. You are selling stock based on privy information that the public does not hold, that only you have internally. You are using that in a trade. Like, for instance, if Bill Gates was to sell off 100,000 shares or whatever the day before announcing that Microsoft was going to start charging you for your software, they know that's going to make the stock price go down. They know that kind of news traditionally would make a stock price go down. By selling that stock before announcing that news, they are showing that they are using their information of that, or their knowledge of that, to gain an advantage, which is insider trading. Like, so I'd be surprised if the SEC doesn't like take a whooping to these guys just on that alone. But the biggest problem with this whole deal is, honestly, all they had to change was say, in the next version of Unity whatever version, the next one coming out, we're going to start charging a 20% fee. People would have been pissed off, but it would have only been for future transactions and only people that would have upgraded to the newest Unity. It still would have left everything in place the way it was for previous games already released and everything. People would have been mad, but they would have been like, okay, well, Google Store charges that, charges a percentage and stuff. The problem is they didn't charge a percentage. They charged a literally fixed value that affected everybody differently. So if you're a company that sold a game for 5 years at 99 cents, they are now going to take 20%. They're going to send you a bill for 20% of every person that you sold that game to retroactively as they reinstall it on new devices, as they buy new devices.
Somebody was saying,
fucked up.
Somebody was saying, I can't remember what game it was. I want to say it was a mobile game. But it's like, if this goes through, like, as they're talking about, like, I don't know, like $5 million or something. It sounds like the Reddit thing all over again in a way. It's just, it's just so weird. I don't understand the why behind it. It's not like they were, I don't know if they were failing. Cause like I'm seeing 3 days ago, Reuters has a has a headline here. It says Unity discovers how real the revenue struggle is. So as a 14 billion company's new plan to climb out of an unprofitable hole. Like, I didn't realize Unity wasn't making money. Unity's main problem is that its bread and butter is helping mobile games sell ads, a volatile form of income, and privacy initiatives from Apple, blah, 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 a lot of data sharing. It's just a quick little blurb. There's not a lot of real substance here. But it's just, I don't get it.
It's a bad move. It's a bad move, and they're paying for it right now. And I honestly think that what they're going to probably do is change it. I think they're doing the same thing. I think this is becoming a common thing for companies to do. Twitch just did it. Like, remember when Twitch released the news that's like, oh, hey, we're just going to start taking more money from people, and we're going to start screwing over all of our broadcasters. And it was like they didn't even announce it. They didn't run it by anybody. They just said, this is law. This is just the law. Everybody screamed. They backed it. They walked a shitload of it back. I think Unity's doing the same thing. They're testing the waters. Like, oh, let's see how far we can stuff this hot rod up your butt. It's stupid.
You'd think that, like, I don't know, man. I don't know enough about the space to like offer a solution or anything, but it just seems like a weird decision. Like how could you not know that this was a bad idea?
They knew it was. The only reason they sold the stock is because they knew it was a bad idea, but they're just money grubbing. And here's the thing. Here's the logic. Why would they do this knowing full well it's going to piss off people and tank the stock down for a little while? I'll tell you why. Because they know people are in a rock and a hard spot. If you develop your game for Unity and you have hundreds of thousands of copies out there, which are the people that will be most affected by this, if you are one of those people, what choice do you have? What choice do you have? Because even if you leave, even if you go create another game, the way this is worded, right? Even if you go port your game to Unreal Engine or whatever, every single person that goes back and downloads the old version of the game that they bought, right? Right. Because you can't just change it. You can't just go, I'm going to release an update to my game that changes the entire thing. They won't let you do that.
But how could they, say I have made a game 3 years ago. Sure. And I haven't done anything with it. Like, it's perfect. It's fine. I'm done. I've built it. It's done. And I'm playing. How could they track that retroactively if I don't update the game? Like, there's a lot of like questions and stuff about this, and it's really strange. Because like, I don't know. I don't understand how they could. I don't know. Just like as an example, like, I don't know. Say it was Flappy Bird.
Flappy Bird would be a great example for this, because wasn't Flappy Bird like $1?
Yeah,
didn't it sell like $4 million a day or something at its peak? Imagine if that guy got a bill for 20%, 200,000 per million. He would get a bill for
nuts, right? And I don't know, man. It's just weird.
It's a dumb thing, but here's what they're betting on, because Twitch did the same thing, right? But the problem was a bunch of people left and went to Kick. So, and when a bunch of people started jumping the ship and going to Kick, they were like, "Oh shit!" Like, we didn't think that was going to happen. We figured that they, because Kick was like, "Oh, we'll let you come over here and we'll pay you full value, and we're not even going to take any of your money for a while." That they knew that was a really bad mistake, and they walked it back like super fast, right?
Yeah.
And I think that honestly, the Unity guys will probably do something similar here in the next couple of days. But I think what they were banking on, really, at the end of the day, the reason they did this is because they knew that so many people were so heavily invested into Unity that if they made this change, people would not legitimately have a choice. They wouldn't, because the amount of money and resources that they would have to spend to port their game to Unreal or some other framework would exceed the amount of money that most of the people would have to pay Unity. So they would all just take it in the butt and be mad about it, but they would just do it, right? And Unity would be just fine.
Yeah.
But I think what they're finding is the outcry on the internet is going to end up sending a lot of developers into another direction. Even if they walk back what they said, damage done. Nobody's going to trust them.
The trust, because what's to stop them from just changing it again later?
Right.
Exactly. And this is very, very reminiscent of the Wizards of the Coast trying to fuck over.
I was just thinking that.
Yep. Like, you've already screwed. I mean, it was nice that they went ahead and just put all of 5e under a general common Creative Commons open license, so like they can't fuck with it anymore. But what's to keep them from the next version of D&D rules or whatever from being under their shitty laws? Or what's to keep Unity from doing something like similar in the future? And it's just going the way of Disney. Disney's not going anywhere. Or Bud Light, even. Like, that was a blip.
Yeah, that's
like,
not going anywhere.
Again, that's going down a weird path. It's just what's to keep them from,
my money is they walk it back and do damage control, and if they don't, they are just really overly confident in their hold, because I do believe that a lot of the people out there, just on principle alone, will shut down and stop downloads. Like, they'll just shut down the. Well, actually, shit, they can't even do that. Fuck. No, it makes sense that Unity. Okay, so let me give you a couple scenarios and tell me if I'm wrong here. Okay, you can check me.
Yeah.
So I buy a game, Flappy Bird. I buy Flappy Bird. I pay $1 for it, right? Mm-hmm. You, as the Flappy Bird, says, "Holy shit, Unity is going to make me pay 20 cents if that dude re-downloads my game." Yeah. Now I go buy a new phone, so he takes the game down. He takes it down out of the marketplace. Mm-hmm. Well, I bought that fucking game, so I still need to have access to it. So just like if you buy a game on the Apple Store or whatever, as long as you own it, you can re-download it. So if I re-download it, is Unity going to still charge them that 20 cents, even though they took it down from the store and didn't want people to download it? Because that's how I read it. Yeah. And if that's the case, there is nothing I can do as a developer to prevent Unity from continuously billing me for every person I'd already sold a game to and already thought the transaction was done free and clear.
Yep, exactly.
Imagine getting charged 20% for somebody reinstalling something that they bought a year ago. And then the problem is, if you sold a game for $1, that means they're taking 20% of that dollar. If you sold the game for $10, then it's okay. 20 cents isn't that big of a deal. But for $1, it's a huge deal. That's why they should have done percentage based. One, it should have been percentage based. Two, it shouldn't have been retroactive. It should have been only moving forward. And three, it should have been a new version of Unity that offered something more. It should have been like, if you want to go up to this nether tier we created, then we're going to do this new model.
And Kamal, I think Kamal here in chat hit the right, because there was a bit that we didn't mention where they had said like, oh, if you use basically our monetization tools, like our ad thing, our microtransaction thing, or whatever that's built into Unity, they will lower or eliminate those sort of what else? Royalty costs or runtime installation costs, whatever. And then currently people use other services, and the CEO who ran EA purchased other companies to Iron Source is their ad management thing. And then there's other like monetization tools built into Unity, but it's like I feel like there are better ways to incentivize people to use your tools than to like strong arm them like this. And again, it just it boggles my mind, the runtime part. Why would you charge people to for the installation of the game? Like, that seems so weird to me. That's the part that I can't wrap my head around.
It's fucked up. I hope they walk it back, even though it's going to lose the trust, because this is going to fuck the gaming industry if everybody has to take a huge pause to switch to another engine. That's going to slow. And then Rec Room, like my son fucking loves Rec Room. It's like millions and millions of people download Rec Room. And here's the other thing I didn't note too is like, do they also apply this to like digital sales, kind of like in-game digital sales, like you know, Apple Store and Google Store, like if you sell something inside of your game, you still have to pay them like a percentage of it. I wonder if this also applies to that, because then games like Rec Room and shit that don't cost anything to download, are they going to get hit with this 20% if they make anything on DRM? Because they sell a lot of shit in that game with DRM, right? Or not DRM, sorry, the DLC. There's a shitload of it, right? So, and that's how they make their money. So it's like, if Unity is going to dip on them, then they're going to have to move to another engine. So I really don't know how the hell it doesn't make sense too, because it's like, this was such a good community. Like Unity was amazing. I promoted it to everybody and their brother used it. It was pretty much the only option that you had if you wanted to do like managed code development really, really easy for multiple devices, because Unreal is unmanaged code. So you have to know C, C++, do a lot of memory allocation, self garbage collection, shit like that. It was really, and I know that they have that advantage. I think a lot of what they're doing right now is based on them knowing that there is a very small percentage of these games out there that could realistically walk away and use another engine. Like they are literally tied to this fucking thing for good. And that sucks, man. That really, really sucks. So shit, I don't know. Thoughts on if Microsoft acquired Unity? Oh, if Microsoft acquired Unity, they just give it away for free and just use it as an advertising.
Dude, are you kidding me? Dude, if Microsoft owned Unity and like, oh man, and had like, could you imagine the pipeline straight from Unity to publishing straight to like Xbox Game Pass and whatnot? It'd be a boon for everybody. But like, it's just yeah, that would be crazy. But Unity's valued at like 14 billion right now, so I don't know if that's gonna. Plus, there might be some antitrust stuff with that.
I don't know. I've seen Microsoft try to acquire an $80 billion company before, so I could see them doing it.
No, I just mean it wouldn't be very quick. What if Sony bought Unity? I think that'd be even. Oh man,
that'd be 10 times worse.
It'd be even weirder. That'd be even weirder because like,
they'd install spyware on your computer,
and then
the game would
you can only publish games to PlayStation Network for like your first 10 years or something. You know?
Yep. Oh hell yeah!
Oh, hey, maybe smaller devs. No, so that doesn't work either. They changed
I
the
love
rules
Scotch.
It says maybe smaller devs just keep using old versions. It doesn't work. They made it retroactive. They removed the TOS part that said like the rules don't change if you stay on the old versions. So it
impacts like, everybody. You can't avoid it.
So like I do think there's like kind of a mixed thing here, because I do think the vast majority of people who would be developing on Unity probably aren't going to hit the threshold in order to be charged. But what is terrible is like the potential for abuse. There's already talk on like 4chan and stuff about like, oh, if you have these things in your game, like I have a script that'll just, you know, and like you say, oh, it's per device. Well, there's a ways again, without a clearer picture of how you're tracking that per device, I can spoof hardware IDs. I can spoof my motherboard and stuff, or Windows installs. All of these unique identifiers are easily spoofed and can be automated to just run a million. Like,
dude, that's why I laughed at them when they're like
devices and stuff, and it can be totally abused.
They said they could avoid that, like in their tweet. They're like, oh, we're going to employ technology that can stop people from fraudulently downloading copies or whatever. And it's like, dude, nobody's been able to figure that out.
Yeah.
Even the biggest companies, like not even Apple and Google have figured out how to stop that shit. Like you're not going to figure it out.
It would put the onus on the developer, like to complain, like, hey man, we just got like this $45 million bill from you guys. There's no way that this can be legit. And so now they're like in this weird limbo of like, while Unity investigates, they're going to like potentially owe all this money. And what if Unity doesn't want to put the effort into actually investigating well enough, and they just say, oh, yep, they're all legit, and then you're screwed.
Yeah. Can somebody verify this too? I saw a subclause that said that it wasn't just 200,000 in revenue per year. It was also 200,000 downloads. So I thought it said or. I don't know if it's and or. If it's or, it's really bad. Because like if it's 200,000 downloads
here's the blog.
That'd be really, really fucked up. And the other thing is people are like, oh, it's not that big of a deal because like, you know, Apple already takes 30% or whatever. It's like, Dude, it is a big deal because if you're a company that's paying developers and everything, and you make $200,000 and 50% comes right off the top pre-tax to pay fucking Apple and 20% to Unity, that's okay. You're not even able to operate.
It's an and. It says those that have made 200K USD or more in the last 12 months and have at least 200,000 lifetime game installs. Excuse me.
Look who's back. Look in chat. Look who came back to the internet to join us.
It is the
Kevlar Condom in the house. Woo, woo, woo. Yeah. Yeah. My brother from another mother. It's good to see you. It's really good to see you.
I'm bummed that you guys can't hear my button sounds yet. I have to figure this out.
No, I hear your beep beep beeps. Your beep, beep, beep. Oh, okay. What's making the beep 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 then? Like
what's my curse button on the built into the Go XLR?
Ah, Go XLR. That's what you're rocking. Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to get the touch portal thing to pipe the sound into the
I forgot. Hey, Adam, I'm sorry I forgot to message you today. Although he's still, hey, Adam, this is a two-way street. I need the same thing from you, man. A message of up and what you plan to do for the day.
Yeah, man.
Although I didn't meet my goals yesterday. I told him I was supposed to come up here and clean up, and I came up here to clean up and said I sat and shit posted on the internet for like an hour. I gotta stop doing that. Dude, it's so fucking hard. Do you ever, does your environment ever get like so bad that you can't acknowledge it? Like where it's like, it actually gives you anxiety to acknowledge it. So you basically just purposefully stare in a direction and ignore it.
Yes. That's my garage stuff right now. Every time I walk through there, I'm like, and I don't want to look at it.
Every time I turn around, every time I try to walk over shit to get to the door and I look, there's like shit hanging down from the ceiling and wiring and stuff. It's like, I try to just like, I come here and I look in this direction and I'm like, okay, this part here is tolerable. But then I turn around and I'm like, eek! But it seems like too insurmountable. I'm like, every time I try to clean the place up, I move a couple things around. It doesn't look any better. My back's blown out. What?
There's a site called Goblin Tools that might be helpful because looking at it as one big piece is super overwhelming. But Goblin Tools it leverages, I want to say probably ChatGPT or something, or OpenAI API.
Okay.
You give it a task. You say, I have to clean my room, and it'll break it down into smaller tasks, and you can tell it how fine of clean this desk, clean the floor, or bigger, broader, organize all your closet,
and it's Goblin Tools.
Yeah, Goblin Tools.
Magic to do, Goblin Tools. Oh, it's literally goblin.tools is the URL.
And so it's like, oh man,
clean up nerd cave.
Clean up
add
nerd cave.
Okay, and now push the magic wand. It's working. So now it's probably using GPT to figure it out.
And then boonk.
Okay, so here's the first layer it gave me. Gather up some cleaning supplies, dust shelves and surfaces, vacuum or sweep the floor. Wipe down the furniture. Yeah, I know. Organize and declutter, clean electronics and gadgets, take out the trash, mop the floor, and disinfect surfaces. That's awesome.
Organize and declutter my space. Click the magic wand again.
Let me break that down further.
Even finer.
Okay, so it's breaking it down.
Assess the current state of the space. Remove any unnecessary items. Sort and categorize remaining items. Find appropriate storage solutions.
Dude, this is cool.
You can rearrange them.
Decide what items to keep, donate, sell, or throw away. This is great.
Yeah.
Where did you find this? I've never even heard of this.
It come up in ADHD.
Okay, this is getting drug out to my desktop. Stuff. Goblin Tools, magic to do.
There is a mobile app as well, but I think it's $1.
By the way, we're not paid. This is the first time I've ever heard about this. This is not a paid endorsement. This looks cool as shit. I'm gonna try it. It looks like it also has an iPhone and Android download too.
Engine shit. Dude, we have been talking about the Unity engine
for the last hour.
Where have you been, James Jonas?
Yeah, dude. Why you gotta fucking be wandering in at the end of that conversation? Jesus Christ. God, you're supposed to come here, when we start the show 30 minutes late.
Rewind.
Actually, our lag is super low today, by the way, guys. I don't know if you've noticed, but our response used to be 5 minutes to chat just because the lag was so bad. So today when we started the stream, we actually put it on ultra low latency, which we've never done before. And I want to say the lag's only about 5 seconds now. We measured it earlier.
That's really nice.
So now if you type stuff in chat, it's like we see it like really,
and
really quick.
Even so much as make sure lights and fixtures are working properly.
Dude, there is so many things on that list that are relevant to what I need to do.
Right. And then
like this one right here, determine what items need to be organized and decluttered. That's a big one. Create a plan for organizing and decluttering the nerd cave. That not so much. That would just create more of a hole for me. Gather necessary and tools for supplies for the task. I never do that whenever I clean. It's like if I went ahead of time and just got like a little box and put some cleaning shit in it and stuff.
Sprays and rags and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like to have the vacuum cleaner plugged in and ready to go. Like that would be huge.
And just do one thing. Just knock out one. Usually
you can move the items up and down and change the order.
The list and stuff. Yeah, it's super good.
Okay, so I'm going to do this. So I'm going to do, so dust shelves and surfaces. I'm going to move that down because I got to clean the surfaces first. So it's a little dumb on that one.
Because like it had assess the current state of the space and then like remove any unnecessary items and clutter. But then like later down, it said find appropriate storage solutions for each category. I'm like, well, that should be up higher, right?
Yeah, like vacuum and sweep the floor. How can I do that when I haven't cleaned up the clutter yet, right? So So I'm reorganizing. So now it's gather cleaning supplies, wipe down furniture. I'm going to put that down lower. But that's cool. You can just drag it. That's pretty sweet. So now it's
It'll give you time estimates.
And I can collapse each section so that it's not overwhelming. And I can so now I've got gather my cleaning supplies. Then start by removing any trash or unnecessary items from the nerd cave. That's brilliant because that's exactly the first step I need to do. Assess the current state of the nerd cave. That I'm going to move up because that's got to be the first goal actually. Determine what items need to be organized and decluttered. That's something I never do. I just do that on the fly. But if I sat around and looked around the room and said, okay, that shit right there needs to go out of the room, that stuff needs to stay, that would be helpful. And then create a plan, gather necessary tools and supplies for the task. That's kind of redundant with the cleaning supplies, but still. Sort items into categories, electronics, books, and collectibles. Here, I'm going to break that one down and see what that breaks down into. That's so cool. So you can just infinitely and recursively break this down. Okay, gather. Okay,
yeah.
So this got broken
down.
It says gather all the items in the nerd cave together, assess each item and determine its category: electronics, books, collectibles, etc. Create separate piles for each category, and then sort through the items into their respective piles based on those categories. Here, I'm going to break down that one. Sort the items into the respective piles based on their categories. I want to see how much granular it can get. Identify the different categories, create separate piles, examine each item to determine its category, place each. Yeah, okay, so now it's stuck in an infinite loop. So it got to the end of the. But that's cool because you can also.
I think that's part of the training of it is like, well, how fine can you really get? You know.
Did you see the drop down too, where you can set an estimated time for each goal, and you can edit the name, and you can add a subtask. Dude, this is awesome, man. How much? Wait, hold on here. How much breaking down do you need? Oh, you can actually just turn that up at the beginning. So where it says spiciness level, you can crank that up to 5. Now here, let me say that. Okay, so clean up nerd cave. That is super cluttered and dirty. There we go. That give it a little more information. I'll do plus. Oh, that was weird. Why didn't it break that down? Here, let me refresh. I think it fucked up. This is a cool tool, man. There's a lot of AI tools coming out though, because GPTs are like, you can access a lot of GPTs for free. What I don't understand is how are people using OpenAI for free, like for other people? Because I've been seeing sites pop up that are literally like the premium version of OpenAI that you pay $20 a month for. You get that for free basically through some website that basically clones ChatGPT and uses the exact same engines. I don't know how they're doing it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably not actually using OpenAI's API. They're probably using an open source model like Llama or some such.
Answers are so good though. That's the thing that kind of threw me is like I was getting really good answers.
Puget Systems working on some stuff in the behind the scenes. Like I can talk about this because we've talked about it. The Puget has talked about this, so I can talk about it. The Puget Systems working on a benchmark for large language inference servers and things like that, and they're leveraging Meta's Llama, and also I think they were also playing with the Falcon 40B. Yeah.
Wow.
Bing uses OpenAI because Microsoft is like a fat contributor to, or like 15% owner of OpenAI.
There's
more now.
There's a lot of LLMs out there though, like or also GPT, right? So I found Google has one. So Google has one. OpenAI has one. Microsoft uses a modified version of GPT-4. That's what Bing AI is using, like their own homebrew version. Yep. So I thought they were the same at first, but then I asked them the same questions in GPT-4 versus Bing GPT-4, and they're completely different. So Bing is using some special iteration or some special branch. And then you've got Facebook. Facebook's Llama, right? Is Llama Facebook?
Yeah.
Or Meta or whatever? Yeah. So then there's Llama, and then there's an open source one on GitHub. shit, what's it called? Free GPT or GPT for all. It's called GPT for all. Have you seen that one? So GPT for all. I mean, it actually is pretty decent. I actually downloaded it and ran it locally on my RTX 3080, and the responses were about the same speed as the free version. Yeah! That's what we do every time somebody does something cool like that, is I break my spine for you.
I'm telling you, I hear it. I push the button on my phone and I hear the cha-ching. So I have to figure out how to get touch.
The problem is it's coming through your system audio. It needs to come out through the head. It's got to come through the microphone.
Well, I went into my sound settings and I have, so if it's the app itself that's actually generating the sound, I have Touch Portal is supposed to be outputting to the system sound.
Oh wait, do you have a setting inside of your AuxxZillary that's called hold on, let me see if I can find it really quick on my Rodecaster. There's a setting where it basically says like tie all channels together. Like there's a thing that basically makes everything come through the microphone.
Yeah, I can push my stream mix that way.
Yeah, it's like something like that, and then basically it'll take all the other sliders and channels and mix them in. Let me look. It's under operations.
Broadcast stream mix. The broadcast stream mix USB audio device is typically accepted in OBS as your only audio source for your stream. What you select here is what your stream audience hears. Okay, so so then if I go into, there it is.
Yeah, on mine it's called USB mix minus.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell in my sound settings, I'm gonna tell Touch Portal to push its sound out through this one. Now I'm gonna tell VDO. Where's VDO?
Also, if you guys stay tuned, I have a tech tip for you later on how to get live feedback from your headphones from any onboard sound card or any sound card with zero latency. I finally figured it out after years and years and years. It's awesome.
Should be the stream mix.
Thank you for the super chat, Valia Brand, but you don't need to super chat anymore, bro, because you gave me a $400 freaking microphone.
But I gave him the good advice for Google Goblin Tools.
I know that's why he gave me this. Oh shit, I lost the little thing. Hold on here. There we go. I got it. So this is going in the.
Did it work?
Wait, what? Yeah. Am I hearing your noise? That's your noise, right? Yeah, it works. You did it. What'd you change?
I told in my Windows audio settings, I set the output to my music device. And made sure that under the outputs in the AuxxZillary app under broadcast stream mix that particular
GTBD0. Woo! Okay, guys, ready? Here, let me turn off all the lights. And you play the sounds. I'll do the lights and the noise. Yeah.
Now I can add more sounds and stuff to the buttons and it'll work.
Yeah, we got to definitely up our sound effects game and like do punch zooms and all kinds of cool shit.
Yeah. Oh man.
Actually,
okay, cool.
Hey, let me ask you a question. If I gave you access to a web page, if I just created a web server that I could just let you connect to remotely, and you could push buttons to activate things inside of my OBS, like a punch in on your camera, a punch in on my camera,
that'd be fun.
Or some effect or something. Would you use that like during the stream?
Yeah, man.
Would you like keep that open on your tab? All right, I think I might start working on that. Exactly. And then what I could do is I could also put I could also make it work with what are they called? URL parameters or attributes. So URL attributes. Yeah. So then you can just use a program like curl or wget or something like that to bind keys to your macros, and then all it'll do is just wget that URL. And when you hit that URL with that value, it'll automatically make it do it in real time. Yeah. That would be cool, because then you could literally bind actions to your version of whatever Stream Deck is, and it would work. It would just automatically just tie in and do it. That would be pretty damn cool to give you like complete remote access over the stream. I just got to make sure to not let you stop the stream. Right. Because that'd be funny. You accidentally hit the wrong button. You shut the stream down from your end. That like cut you off.
Yeah.
Dude, that was so damn nice of GTBD00 to give us $10, man. That was hella nice. Thank you. That makes us really happy. That helps out a lot. Seriously. Little shit adds up. It really does. Although $10 is more than you would have made us in watching ads during our entire life. So that's awesome. Theodorus.
Has anybody gotten ads in the chat thing? I've heard that was a new thing that it was either coming or has been released for YouTube. That apparently
I haven't seen
ads in the chat box. Like I guess it's like supposed to play an ad that like covers the chat for a little bit.
I haven't even heard of that. Really?
Yeah. It's a way to like still play an ad without interrupting live content.
I bet you the reason I don't see it is because I have premium. Because I got YouTube Premium.
Oh well, and you're the host, right? You're the director.
Yeah,
you're not
true. It's not going to do it to me. But no, I haven't even seen it on other people's streams. I watch other people's live streams every once in a while. I am, guys. When I peak, am I crackling? Is my voice crackling at all, guys? Like when I'm peaking? Okay, good. You'd hear it because I just noticed inside of OBS every once in a while I'm like peeking out and it's turning completely red on the meter, and I'm like, I'm not clipping in my headphones or anything like that. So this thing actually has a really high sound pressure level. This new microphone, I think it's like 147 or something like that. So I can basically scream into it and it shouldn't crackle and break up. So which is really cool. Most condenser mics can't do that because the powered mics are way too sensitive. This one you can scream bloody murder at too.
I swear it was YouTube. I swear it was YouTube was doing it. People are saying that was on Twitch. I swear it was YouTube that had announced that.
GTB said they get ads during live. So wait, they cover our video, or is it ads where you can still see and hear our video, but you're also getting an ad? Do you see both at the same time, or does it basically like shut us off and then play an ad? Because I think, does Twitch do that? Because I think I turned that off on Twitch, where it just randomly just like throws an ad at you in the middle of me talking, without me doing anything. I turned that off, even though they give you a bonus for it. Let's see here. Not heard of it, but I'm surprised that they're doing it. Anything to squeeze in more ad revenue. I mean,
well, it was like something to
YouTube's a tricky business to be profitable with, honestly. I still don't even know if Google's had a profitable year with YouTube. I think YouTube is still one of those services where they take a loss to boost their other stuff.
No, YouTube's got to be.
Let me check, because I know they weren't profitable for the longest time. Let's see here. YouTube profit year by year.
YouTube profit margins. YouTube has an estimated gross profit margin of about 38%.
Oh, damn, that's great. Okay, so no, never mind. I know there was a period of time where YouTube was taking a loss year on year when they were under Google, but that must have been just when they first bought them then.
It does say in 2022 there was a slowdown in the revenue generation, growing by 1.3%, but it generated $29.2 billion in 2022.
Yeah, even in 2020, they still were at 10%. So it looks like they were ramping up. So maybe it was back in 2017, 2018 when they weren't making money. So I know there was a period of time where they were not profitable. Like that was like one of the things that Google was trying to make abundantly clear to people. Is like even with the ads, even with everything they were doing, they were not even breaking even. They were losing their ass on it. And Crazy. I think that's a lot of the reason why they're pushing for premium now and why they're doing a lot of the shit with the forced ads and stuff like that. Ad blockers aren't going to work in the future though. Ad blockers, they're donezo, like their time. So here's some of the stuff that I've been noticing happening on other sites. And again, it's like YouTube is just going to be a late adopter to this. But I'm seeing technology now where it's like you go to the webpage and it says you can't watch this video until you disable your ad blocker. And then I'll drop out and try to use a tool like YTDLP or something to download the video, being all cheeky, or use a browser add-on. And when it downloads the video, it downloads it only the bitrate the video is encoded with a slight bit of buffering room. So to download an hour movie or an hour video takes an entire hour. So like even though you're bypassing the ad blocker stuff, it's
recording the playback.
You're basically recording the stream. Yeah, it's only sending the data at the speed that the stream plays. And then what they do sometimes is if they do ad injection, what they'll do is when you download the video, it'll download and then the bit rate will just stop to 0 for like 30 seconds. And then it jumps back up again. So what they're doing is they're literally shutting down the stream to you, because in your browser, they would shunt another stream in there with the commercial. And then when the commercial's done, then they go back and start sending you the real stream again. And that's so you can't just put it in the background. It forces you to look at a black screen while the ad is playing if you try to block it, but it still forces you to have that period of time wasted. And I was like, man, these cheeky little bastards, they're finding like, but the problem is to do that stuff takes extra CPU, extra memory, more bandwidth, more resources. So implementing that costs them more money. And then they have to pass that on to you, which means now they have to make more money. So they have to be in a point where so many people are blocking their ads that it's actually more beneficial to like put another 15-20% of revenue into resources just to stop you from blocking it, because they'll make more money that way.
I just wish it was a little bit better at serving ads that I want to actually watch, man. That's all. That's like I don't mind. And
hey, Theodorus, thanks for the offer, but I don't host anything offsite. Like if anything I do that's critical, I would only host myself. I would not host with anybody else.
I'd have to say too that like it would be, and maybe this is a thing, but and maybe the creators I watch aren't leveraging this, but like there should be a way to say like, oh, play an ad here. Like I'm gonna purposefully have a spot in my video where I'm gonna like pause my content for a minute, you know, or just like in between, you know, my storytelling. Here's a space. I'll have an ad here. I'll have an ad here, and I'll have an ad here. Because like Twitch, you can push a button to play an ad, and if you play a certain number of ads, and this is for live content versus pre-recorded, of course, but like if you play a certain number of ads within in an hour, then people won't get pre-rolls and stuff when they join your chat or when they join your stream and things like that. And like I don't mind a pre-roll, like a YouTube serving me one before most videos start. Like I don't care, again, if it's relevant. But then also like I've just the other day I was kind of passively watching a YouTube video, and an ad played during the creator's like built-in ad read. Like it like played like halfway through his ad read for something, for his sponsor of the video or whatever, and then he continued. And I'm like, man, if they could, you know, if they could just like, and here's an ad from our sponsor, and then or here's an ad break.
Yeah.
And then
I prefer having control. Like,
YouTube.
So the way I have Twitch set up for me is if I have to go take a piss or I have to run downstairs, grab my meds or something like that, then I push run ad for 1, 2, or 3 minutes, depending on how long I think I'll be gone. I mean, and that works great because then it's like people don't see me anyways. They just be staring at a blank screen. So that's a good time to run an ad. And then anytime I need to go take a little break or do something, I can do that, right?
Yeah, right. And then the Ariel Link says like most YouTubers I watch have ad sponsorships, right? The built-in ad reads, right? You can just skip that. You can just fast forward through that. A lot of content creators will actually have like a little bar or even a chapter marker that says sponsorship, and it's like, you know, Squarespace or whatever. And so like the built-in ad reads, you can skip those almost easier than you can the YouTube showing you ads, right? So like,
but
I don't know.
You know what I
wish
they would have? This is what I wish that they would do. Is I wish that they would like partner with companies that do the ads, and then just have you have a bullet list and you can read it however you want. What? Did
you spam clean up nerd cave that is super cluttered and dirty in the chat?
I did.
Oh, on purpose?
No, I didn't mean to spam that. I copied the wrong message. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think that's why people.
Oh, that's why you thought I was hacked. Oh my god, yeah. Okay. No, this will make them think I'm hacked.
Yeah, but then I have to get up the couch. I mean, look, at some point there, I understand the reduction of friction in people's like content consumption and things like that. Like the whole point of like consumerism is to make it easier to depart you from your money and your attention. But like, visit littlepeopleprawn.com. It's going to be like
.com. It's .com. I spelled out .com, edited .com. No, I was trying to say thanks to GTB, and
if they try to spam ads, it's not going to be a spam of it. Like there will come a point where like it's going to be unavoidable, like Instagram ads.
There we go. That's the right message.
I've seen entire full-length 5-minute music videos or 30-minute infomercials as ads when we're music. Yeah, see, and that's not okay. And you should report some of that. Like,
by the way, that was true. That happened to me. I got a 30-minute ad once. I didn't believe it when people were saying it myself. I was like, you guys are just exaggerating. Nope. I got on here once, and no shit, it played a 30-minute infomercial.
That's
for like some late night bullshit level infomercial, and it just went on. It said counter was like 29 minutes.
And that's to me, that's a failure on YouTube. You should never get an ad. Yeah, that's outrageous. You should never get an ad that is more than a minute and a half.
And by the way, I do have unskippable ads disabled. So if you ever get an ad you can't skip, let me know, because that's horseshit. I literally have a thing enabled that says if any ad ever plays, it's got to be a skippable.
Now, yeah, see that I got the entire Lego movie as an ad. I saw some.
Wait, hold up. Did you, Brat? Did you get an ad while you were watching? Like it just popped up out of nowhere, like without refreshing or anything?
When you first came in to the thing,
or when you first came in, because it should, if it's running ads just in the middle of nowhere, like you suddenly see us and an ad just fucking pops up on screen. That's no bueno. That's not good. Is that happening to anybody else, by the way?
Yeah, just like in the middle of the stream.
That should not be happening. Let me go.
I just had an ad just now for food. Magnetic Plus says I just got an ad.
That's fucked up. That should not be happening.
Ariel says I did not, nor when I popped in. But if you are a premium or any other thing that would generally not give you an ad, that doesn't count. Generally not give you an ad. That I got ad block for that shit. I mean, it's a leapfrog thing, man. Your ad blocker is going to get defeated, and then the blocker is going to defeat and all that kind of stuff.
Let me see if I can get into
now
settings
in German language
here.
talking about climate change. Sounds made up.
No, that should not be happening. Let me go into, okay, why is this not going dashboard? YouTube Studio. Let me go into YouTube Studio. Then I'm going to go
to me. I got a porn ad just now. Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, those are okay. That's fine.
It is
let me click edit. Okay, so monetization. It says, let YouTube insert mid-roll ads for you recommended. YouTube will determine which ad formats are best for your live stream and when ads appear. Your viewers may not see ads at the same time. You will still be able to manually insert ads during the stream for breaks and transition period. This option can help you earn the most revenue while protecting viewers' experiences. And it's on the salary of balanced. There's also conservative and aggressive. I've never seen the setting before, so I'm going to click. But that sounds like after the stream is done, like in the VOD. It's actually doing this during the live show?
Okay, so I'm going to click. It makes sense.
Okay, I'm clicking choose how mid-roll ads appear, and I'm selecting skippable video ads, and I'm disabling non-skippable video ads. And then I'm clicking insert mid-roll manually. So that should disable it for anything live because I have to physically go in and add them. So it shouldn't do anything now. So if you guys from this point on see any ads popping in, please let me know in chat if an ad just, other than when you first join. If you first join and it plays an ad, that's just YouTube doing YouTube. But if it plays an ad, like if you're watching us talk and suddenly it just becomes an ad and then it goes back to us talking again, that should never happen.
Yeah.
Woo! Hey. I love Scotch. Yeah. Woo! Give us some sound effects. Woo! Yeah. He said, friend of mine got 600 minute YouTube ad. It's real.
That's ridiculous to me. They should never allow an ad to be more than a minute and a half.
You know what I want to know? I want to know just out of pure curiosity. I want to know how much money you get for somebody watching like a 600 minute ad. Like if somebody actually just walked away from their computer and it just ran while they were sleeping or whatever. I wonder how much revenue a 600 minute ad would generate per view.
That's ridiculous. Well, probably. I don't know. Why would it be that long? Why not? I don't know why anybody would produce an ad like that if it's a legitimate like advertisement and not just some like, oh, I uploaded Shrek as an ad.
Well, here's the problem. So when you have you ever created an ad on YouTube before? Like where they just give you free revenue and you can just run an ad?
Nope.
So back in the day, YouTube used to always give you these deals like, oh, for this month, we'll give you $100 just to try out Google AdSense or whatever to run your ad. Yeah. And the way it worked is you basically typed in the keywords that you wanted it to find videos that associated with in categories. And then you basically said you selected a video on your channel as the commercial. So when I did it, I just selected one of my one random video on my channel or whatever, and it would just play that as the ad and then present the skip now button. But it would only play like 30 seconds of it. But you selected an ad from your channel. So what I wonder is if people are just making like a 60-minute video for their channel that's legitimately the video of their commercial, and then they're going to run an ad campaign and sticking that in there, and somehow the whole thing is playing when it's not supposed to. Like it's playing the whole video. You should be able to skip it though, because any unskippable ad should not be over like 30 seconds. Like if you have an unskippable ad that's over 30 seconds, something is severely broken. Like that's not supposed to happen.
Heck, even skippable ones, it should not be.
Oh shit! Something changed in my dashboard. So a new option showed up when I changed the monetization setting that said ads automator is now off. Okay. That wasn't even there before. So I guess that means ad automator was on before, because otherwise, why would it be showing up now and saying off? So there must be a setting in there that they're enabling by default now that just turns on random ads throughout the live stream. So that's why you guys were seeing it. So I'm curious, was that there last week? Here, let me ask you guys, when we streamed last week, did you see just random ads popping up too? Because I don't recall seeing anybody say anything in the chat. But what I'm wondering is if this is a new feature they just turned on, or if it did run last week. Let me go look at the analytics and see what the ad revenue is and see if it's higher than the usual like $5 or whatever. Here, let me look. So last week it was generative AI gone wild, right? Was that? I think that was what. Oh no, we're back. A Tech Talk Tale. Okay, hold on. Let me look at analytics. So if I open up, we're back. A Tech Talk Tale. Let me look at the revenue generated.
Then upload as an ad and play it the next day as a new uploaded. Probably.
And let me look. Revenue. Okay, so where's ads? Ads. Okay, so skippable video ads, 67.5%, display ads, 13.7%, bumper ads, 10.6%, non-skippable video ads, 8.1%, and unknown, 0.1%. It doesn't say how much. Oh, here we go. How much did advertisers pay over the lifetime of this video? Yeah, it still says $8.91. It's usually about $5, $6, $7. So that's not that much higher. And that says playback based on cost of every 1,000 views CPM. And the total number of views that the video has got is, let's see here, 3,000. So 3,000 views, and it generated just about $8 in ad revenue. So that would be a CPM of like $1.50 or something like that, a little bit close to $2 maybe, which is really low. Hey, we only lost 6 subscribers during that stream. That's great. No, I'm constantly losing subscribers just because I'm not uploading videos and accounts keep getting taken offline, like old accounts people don't use anymore.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's why the number goes down when you're not. If you just stay stagnant, you don't change anything or do anything, the number will just go down over time because YouTube's constantly clearing out old accounts. If you don't use an account, I think it is for 2 years. Now YouTube will disable it, and then if you don't reclaim it within the disable period, they just delete it. So I don't know if it's because they're running out of channel names or they don't want to keep serving content for channels that don't get any views. But it does say, oh, I did get a banner up at the top of my screen here in the dashboard. It says, connect your store to the channel to sell products. No, I don't want to do that. It says, starting in November, we're simplifying ad controls for pre-roll, post-roll. Yeah. I love doing that. Never gets old. And by the way, shout out to Kevlar Condom if you're still watching. That's his smoke machine. So that's spraying me with hot fluid. Although I do got to fill the tank up. See how low it's getting? Look at how low my tank's getting over here.
Oh, that's the tank. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's getting down. That thing was full 2 streams ago.
Low.
Yeah, she's getting low, boys. Low. So it does say here, did I just close the damn dashboard? I did. It does say that in November, they are changing all of the pre-roll, mid-roll, and post-roll ad stuff. There's like a banner on YouTube that says that's coming in November. Yeah. And so November would be, what, 2 months away? What's next month? I don't even know.
October.
Let's see here. Oh, is it really? Oh, my God, dude. I'm going to be 44 years old.
Wow.
Oh, I feel so old already. I'm not going to handle the birthday well this year. This is not going to be a good birthday year for me. I'm already struggling with a lot of depression and anxiety.
Don't put that out there, man. It's going to be great. Come on.
44 years, man. Dude, do you know what? Like 100 years ago, 44 years, like you already had like popcorn lung. You were already on your way out, man. Like
you're dead.
Like that's back then. I would have been like a great grandpa on his deathbed on his little straw, sitting on my straw bed with my popcorn lung from working the mines, weighing like 35 pounds. That's not old. Actually, for my family, it is. Most of the men in I can't even remember the last male on my mom or my dad's side that has made it past 70. Yeesh. So usually we all die in around 65. So I probably got another 20 years left. I'll make it count though. Let's see here. And who knows? Maybe, hey, medical technology is getting better all the time though, right? It's probably not that accessible to me, but who knows? Maybe some, one of my closet, billionaire subscribers out there or whatever, when I'm on my deathbed at 65, they'll buy me a new body and have it shipped over and they'll be like, call me on the phone, be like, hey, we're ready for a transplant. We got your Fabio, version 3.5 cloned body in. Just got to swap your head over. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Here, I'm just going to do full on smoke this time. I'm just going to fill the room with smoke. I can also do individual colors upon request. If you put in your message of your super chat what color you want, I can do red, I can do green, I can do blue. Well, not purple. I can do blue. I can do UV.
Blue. I can be violet sky. I can be. No.
I also have UV, so I can give myself a suntan. Whoa! Actually, hold on. Let me see if you can see it.
That might not be a bad one, man. A little UV every once in a while helps you with that vitamin D, man. Feel good.
Actually, it's not a bad idea. Just sit in here and have these things blaring at me.
A little. I mean, I would regulate your distance so you don't burn your face. But I just got an ad. It was a live Fusion Systems ad via this. Yeah, right.
No, you didn't.
Sounds made up.
Lol, he says. Lol. He said on Amazon part number blah 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 is a cursed adapter.
Yeah, man, it's a PCIe to Molex 4-pin.
That sounds like that would blow
like
something up.
1X. No, it's like 1X, so it's not pulling 175 watts or whatever, but to the Molex 4-pin, like old school IDE hard drive style.
Oh, so it's to supply more power to a 4X PCIe slot? PCIe 1?
Take power out of the slot and then, like, say you needed to run like a fan hub or something like that.
$40 for that little thing?
Yeah, right?
My God. Here's a question for you, though. How the hell would you even install something on that slot any longer? It's going to be out of alignment. Like, why even put the slot on the board? Like, it should just go in there and change the power. It shouldn't allow you to stick a card on top of it because, like, where the hell is it going to bolt in? It's going to be out of alignment.
No, usually graphics card will be like your second slot. There's often a very short, a 1x slot up above for like a network card or sound card, something small.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, look at the slot on the top of this adapter. Like, you could put this into a PCI slot and then stick a PCI 4x card on top of it. A 16x.
Hold on, let me look again.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's like, I don't know why they put that on there because it seems like it would be almost unusable. Because like once you stick that down in the slot, now it's going to raise up any card you put on top of it way too high.
That is a little weird.
And look, it even has a place.
That is a regular PCI slot. That's not a PCIe slot. So
you're right. That is. I didn't notice that till just now.
What would you even be doing with that?
It would have to be a really low profile card with no back on it. But look, if you look at the metal plate.
I mean, maybe back in the day, some sort of old SCSI card or something that doesn't
look at the back plate. So look at the back plate where it goes in. Yeah, but it's got like a little compartment for the spade to go into from the card you stick into it. So it's like, but that card's going to be too tall. You won't be able to screw it in.
You could maybe do a half height.
Oh, a half height. I didn't think about that.
You'd still need a short.
I bet you're right. I bet you it is a half height card that goes in there, and then the two plates line up to create one full height.
Yeah, that's really
okay. That would make sense. Really, you said it has a PCI bridge chip on it. It's PCI to PCIe.
Yeah, so you can run some old ass card in your PCI Express slot.
Yeah, I've never seen that. I didn't even know the buses were compatible. Like, I didn't even know you could do that. I thought PCIe was like a whole completely different animal. I didn't know that it was
might be why
compatible.
It's got to translate. It's got to like.
Oh, like why it has the chips on it and stuff. It's
right.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. There's some other ones too. What's this one? Okay, so this is PCI to PCIe to PCI converter.
There's weird cases and stuff, right? Where it it's not necessarily a consumer grade thing, right? This could be some kind of weird server setup or like a mining array kind of a thing where it's like real open, that kind of a deal.
Dude, there's even one that goes from PCI to, so it goes from PCIe 1X to, no, what the shit is this? This is like backwards. This is the other way. Here, let me post this one in chat. I want you to look at this one. This one is bizarre. Like, here, I think that's the link to it. See if that works. This one's like bizarre because it's like the other way around, right? This one goes into a PCI slot and then gives you a 1X PCIe. Yeah. So now you're getting a higher speed adapter plugged into a lower speed slot. Like, I'm surprised that even works.
1X is still going to be.
Is 1X going to be in line with? Oh, okay. So 1X is the same speed. Well, I guess that makes sense, right? If it's 1X, then it'd be the speed of the previous generation, right?
I guess.
So 16X would be 16 times the speed of PCI. Is that how that works?
I don't know.
These are weird adapters.
No, because PCIe
like, I've never seen these.
The standard is way faster than it was originally.
But when you get to 4 and you get to 5, right? Because I think we're up to PCIe 5 now. Are we on Gen 5?
I think that one has been approved. I don't know that there's any hardware that supports it yet.
Yeah, let me know in chat, guys, if PC, because I have been seeing, like, I read a Microsoft thing the other day that was talking about, make sure your PCI 5 adapter or whatever, or
they have an old.
No, it was USB. It was USB 4. That's what it was. I saw a document that said USB 4.
Sure.
And I was like, so is USB 4 a thing now? Like, is that already shipping? Because it's in Microsoft's Windows 11 documentation. They talk about USB 4.
Yeah, they had a
GPUs
PCI
are on Gen
to
4.
SATA RAID controller. Like what? That's crazy.
PCI to SATA RAID controller.
Yeah, it's a 4-port PCI SATA RAID controller with the old school PCI slot.
Because what SATA device?
If you were going to plug some hard drives into an old server, some old funky server you got, so now you have a.
It's going to be bottlenecked, right? Unless it's a slow ass hard drive.
It couldn't be, but it couldn't be better than SATA 2 or something. Like, there's no way it's SATA what.
Dude,
SATA 6 now? SATA 4 or 6 does 6 gigabytes per second. So yeah,
dude, we should have a whole segment.
So weird.
Check this one out. So we should have a whole segment where we just search Amazon for cursed shit. Because look at this. This one's weird but useful. So this is taking a male to male USB 3, not a C, a USB 3 cable, 3.0 cable, and then extending a PCIe 1X slot with it.
Yeah, and this makes sense for you have like a thick card that's going to block your PCIe 1, so then you can plug your sound card in a lower slot or something like that. Yeah, this makes sense.
This is cool. Wait, it's only $25 too. That's not bad.
I mean, this is very niche, but I mean,
so you can basically run a 1x slot off the remote connection, remote place. Oh, this would be good for Bitcoin mining rigs.
Yeah, this is very similar to how you get the cards up above, because you don't need the full X16 for Bitcoin mining. You can run them off of 1x.
Yeah, because I've seen the people that do the ribbons, like where you put like a 8x ribbon and then you run that up to the card, and then they do the 1x ribbons. Yeah, I've seen those, but they only go so far, right? But this looks like you could put a long ass USB 3 cable on it and put them all. No, but the cool thing about this, you can put them all over the fucking room, right? Because you can split PCIe slots, right? Can't you put multipliers on them like backplanes? Mm-hmm. So you could technically have like a backplane that breaks it out to 4 of these, and then have 4 of these going out, and you could have like 20 GPUs at 1x.
You jack a PCIe USB expansion card into it. That'd probably be like X4 or X8 to give you like 4 plugs. Then you could plug a bunch of USB cables into it and have these little PCIe 1x slots in there. Yeah,
because the miners don't need a lot of bus bandwidth because they're doing all the processing on board. They're just sending the results back through the bus, so they don't need any more than 1x.
That's why those Bitcoin specific motherboards, it was just a bunch of 1x slots, or even just a bunch of USB 3 ports built right onto the board.
So I got a question. What is the maximum number of GPUs that you can have on a modern system? Like, because I know you can connect GPUs through external enclosures using Thunderbolt or USB-C Thunderbolt. I know that you can multiply a PCIe slot. I know that some graphics cards have 2 graphics cards built into one. Like you plug it into a slot and it shows up as 2 separate graphics cards. Like the old SLI cards. You remember back when Nvidia was selling cards that had 2 cards built in one? And it was like a triple height card.
I would say as many as you have PCI lanes for.
And AMD has a lot more PCI lanes than Intel, right? Like for the
like if you wanted to go
chips.
like Threadripper Pro, right?
Yeah, like don't they have like a 96 core processor or some shit now? Like I heard the AMD has a single processor. It's either 64 or 96 or something, but it's got more cores than any other Intel processor.
The looks like this is for the 3955WX. So I think this is a previous gen Threadripper Pro. It says 128 PCIe lanes, and you got to think a couple of those are going to be taken up by your drive, right?
Drives,
I think 4 are dedicated to SATA per SATA port, which motherboards are going to handle that differently as you take up PCIe slots and things like that. They're going to disable different SATA, but I'm sure some of those are going to be reserved, and it's going to depend on the motherboard.
Is going to take up some.
It's going to depend on the motherboard, how many you actually have available to you.
Is there a tool like CPU-Z or something that'll tell you how many lanes you have and how many are in use?
I'm sure.
Because I'm kind of curious, like, because that's something I never looked at on the computer is like, how many lanes does my computer have? Because I got a weird configuration, right? I have 2 GPUs in my system. One is a 3080, which I'm sure occupies a shitload of lanes. And I also have a Titan XP, which is more VRAM, but slower than the 3080. I have both of those in there. I have 2 M2 SSDs and 2 regular SSDs. So I'd be curious to see like what the allocation is. And if you exceed the PCI lanes, I think it still works, but it just shares the PCI lanes, so it slows everything down. Because I thought I read something that said that when you hit the cap of PCI lanes, it's not like the computer just rejects it. Like if you don't have a DMA or an IRQ, it shares it. So I wonder. I wonder if like I'm bottlenecking the shit out of my computer because I'm exceeding the number of lanes that I have available since I'm on an old Intel processor. I'd be curious to know that. Like I want to see if you guys know of a tool, open source or free or something like that can show you your PCI lanes and also show you a layout of like which devices are occupying which lanes and to what extent. I'd love to see that. Another cool tool. I promised you guys some tech tips earlier. So one tool is DPC latency monitor. It's called DPC latency monitor. You can just go Google it. DPC latency monitor, and there's a GitHub page too, so you can go download the open source version and build it yourself. But DPC latency monitor is a great tool. It's actually the tool. Do you guys remember when I showed you how disabling hardware GPU scheduling actually fixed a bunch of latency problems on my computer? DPC latency monitor was what let me find that. DPC latency monitor was the tool that told me that the Nvidia driver was taking 2,000 not milliseconds. What is it?
Oh, it's like the 2 full seconds.
No, it worked out to 20 milliseconds, but it was like 2,000 US or uniseconds or whatever it was. It was super high, super fucking high. Like it's supposed to be no more than 500 to prevent audio looping issues.
Wow.
And it was quadruple that. So I went in and I disabled hardware scheduling and I rebooted and I ran DPC latency monitor and it never exceeded 400 after that. So so it fixed my problems with audio hangs and OBS. It fixed my problems with like playing a game and having the audio kind of trip out and micro stutter. It fixed all the micro stutter shit where like the whole UI would just freeze. Yeah. And then go again, and then it, like every once in a while, it just kind of stutter and skip on itself, or I'd be typing and it would miss a character on the keyboard when it stuttered. I was chasing that shit forever, trying to figure out why that was happening in Windows 11. And when I disabled hardware GPU scheduling, everything worked out perfectly.
Nice.
So, microseconds. So a thousandth of a millisecond. Okay. So 2000. So that would have been 2 milliseconds then, which is still an eternity for driver level shit. Like when you're talking about drivers, they each have to cycle each CPU, each couple of CPU cycles, they all get a turn, right? Through interrupts and DMA. When you have one device sitting there and camping on it for 2 milliseconds each cycle, that slows everything else behind it. And so the reason that you're like, why they say audio will stutter is your audio card isn't playing in real time. It's always buffering. Your audio card has a slight buffer on it that basically it feeds into the buffer and then it plays it continuously. So the buffer is basically just making sure it's always fed audio. And that's so when it stutters on the bus like that and the driver, it's not its turn, it still has something to play. And when it exhausts that buffer, it'll either loop the buffer. No. You ever crash your computer and it goes no, or plays the last sound over and over again? That's because the buffer is just looping because there's no new data. Some sound cards will just not loop at all, where it just goes silent. Some will play the last tone that was at the end of the buffer. So it'll be like, some will loop the buffer, but that's why that happens. So if you have a DPC latency issue that exceeds 400 or 500 milliseconds, that usually is more than the buffer on your sound card. And that's what causes that. So the fix is to fix the DPC latency issue so that stops happening and you never exhaust the buffer. Or you can also change registry keys and driver information stuff to increase the size of that buffer so that doesn't happen. Yeah. But ideally you want to get the DPC latency down under 400 microseconds for every device. Like no device should exceed 400 microseconds unless it's doing something crazy. But yeah, that DPC latency monitor allowed me to find that. The other cool tech tip that I wanted to tell you guys that I've been trying to figure out for fucking ever. It's not that big of an issue now because I have a Rodecaster Pro. But how many of you have microphones and have wanted to live stream and you want to hear yourself in your microphones, but it's delayed when you enable it, like it speech jams you?
Dude, that is the worst.
So I finally figured out how to fix that. So the reason that it happens is everybody goes into sound settings. Here, I'm going to open up so I'm looking right at it. When they go into sound settings, they go into the advanced sound settings. That's like the old UI, right? More sound settings. Well, when you click on that, you usually go to your microphone. This is what most people do. They click on their microphone and then they go over to listen. So under microphone, there's a tab called listen. And then they click the listen to this device and it creates an echo. So like here, let me do it right now. If I click apply, check. You see the echo? Can you guys hear it?
Not me.
Okay. So that's because oh, sorry, I'm speech jamming myself. So it was echoing to me back in my headset with a leg and it was fucking up my speech. Well, the way that you fix this is you actually go to a tab called levels. There's a tab called levels. And then under your tab called levels, there's a thing that says microphone and it's a microphone volume slider. Next to that Microsoft volume slider, if you have the latest driver in your sound card supports it, there should be a little muted microphone icon right there. If you click off the muted microphone and adjust that slider back and forth, that's your audio loop back to your headphones, and it'll have zero latency and zero lag. So make sure that you don't go to the listen tab and click the listen to this device. That will introduce lag. If you go to the levels tab and turn up the microphone, then it works. Then it works as advertised. You just mute the microphone and then move the slider back and forth. Oh shit, did I just get super loud?
No.
Testing. Does it still sound the same?
To me it does.
Okay, because the microphone slider is just automatically moving now on its own for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh God.
In the UI, I don't know why. I'm not clicking anything, I'm not sliding anything, but as I'm talking, it's like going to like 832, 64. Something on the system is continuously adjusting the audio level. It must be it's probably voice mod. I bet you it's voice mod that's doing it. But yeah, there you go. So there's the tech tip of the day. When you go into the legacy microphone settings, like where it pops up the old looking Windows XP menu, where it shows all your playback and recording and sound and communications, you go to recording, click on the microphone, go to the levels tab, find microphone under your levels tab, put the slider where it's comfortable and unmute the little microphone icon and you will hear yourself in your headphones with no lag. And so, and if you're missing that icon and it doesn't work and you're like, oh shit, I don't see a little icon that's muted, try finding a newer driver and updating your driver, because the old drivers didn't have it, but most of the new drivers do for most audio cards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Valiant Brands like thanks. So what this is really helpful for is if you have if you don't have a mixer board or a preamp or a microphone that has a headphone out that gives you that ability, this allows you to do it through your sound card. So that way, if you have like onboard sound on your computer, you can plug in, your microphone into your microphone port. You can plug your headphones into the headphone port. Now you can go in and do this, and you'll get real time without the leg to your headphones. Now, the only thing this doesn't do, though, is if you add effects to your microphone, like if you go into OBS and you add filters and add things to the audio stack, you're not going to hear those back through the headset, because all it's doing is telling the sound card to loop that audio back to your headset and at what volume. It's not actually sending your microphone's full DSP process sound to your headphones, which is annoying. Like, I wish that it did that. If it did that, it'd be even more useful than my Rodecaster Pro. But just keep that in mind. It's not magical, but it will solve the problem with not hearing yourself, which is freaking amazing balls, in my opinion. And then the other thing that people run into is the levels problem. Like, where if you have your microphone too hot, and you have it turned up inside of the mixer, you'll never be able to get the audio levels right in OBS or the audio, because there's like 5 mixers everywhere, right?
I do wish it was easier for me to hear what everybody else hears. And I guess really the only way to do that, because like I know I'm monitoring myself, like I can hear, it's no latency from, I have my headphones plugged into the AuxxZillary thing. And so I hear myself just fine. I'm not speech jamming. It's just as if I were to hear myself talking. But you're not hearing what they hear. Yeah, what I hear is going to be different from what you guys hear. And because like there are some times where I hear the reverb like off of my walls and stuff. Like I know it's slightly there, but it's probably worse for you guys. Or
sorry about that.
if I'm munching on something, I don't want the guys in my Discord hearing me crunching up on some fucking Cheez-Its. I hear it, of course, because one, it's my head, but also I pick up some of it in the monitor, but I don't know if that's escaping the monitor to my Discord chat or whatever. Probably, because like I know that if I go really quiet, if I don't hit the noise gate, like I don't hear myself. So probably if I hear the munching, they're probably going to. I don't know. It's little stuff like that. And fucking Nvidia broadcast for some reason still doesn't recognize that my AuxxZillary is plugged in, so I can't, modulate some of my clicky clacks and things like that.
It's really weird that it does. I wonder if they put something in there like on purpose to ignore that device, because that seems really weird. It should just work.
It does not. Broadcast does not notice any audio devices of any kind. Not even the built-in audio sound card. Nothing.
Oh wow, that's broke.
I have no driver splats. I need to reinstall Windows again because I goofed and I installed Windows 10 N, I think is what it was, and which had stripped out the media player and some of the supporting.
You didn't by chance install Voicemeeter at any point, did you?
I don't think so.
Voicemeter Banana or whatever it's called, because when I installed that, it fucked my whole audio stack so bad I had to reinstall everything.
Yeah, not on this newest install. No,
it's a cool program if you know how to use it, but like if you don't, you uninstall it, it leaves a lot of shit messed up.
Oh my god, they could make so much money if they would just simplify their interface a little bit. If they would just rename some stuff to follow in line with like AuxxZillary and Rodecaster and all this other stuff.
Intuitive,
because it's basically the same thing. Voicemeter just creates a bunch of virtual sound cards for you, but they're named weird shit, and so you can't really, and it makes it very confusing on how the audio is piped from because it looks like a legitimate professional like soundboard or like your old Yamaha thing. It looks a lot like that, and that's fucking confusing. If you don't know what you're doing, it's weird and it's confusing, but it's basically the same thing that the AuxxZillary or any of these other things are doing. They're just creating virtual devices that you can pipe your audio through to different places and control them separately. So like your game volume can be higher than your mic volume versus your Discord, and maybe you don't want your stream hearing your Discord jibber jabber and that kind of stuff. But man, it's fucking confusing. And
it is.
I remember
I've watched like 3 YouTube tutorials and I still don't 100% get it. Like I only know how to do the things to be dangerous.
Yeah, you can rename the virtual in and outs. That's true. And that will go a long way if you're trying to get voice. But it's so much trial and error. It is. I tried to do it.
Voicemeeter does something that is really, really cool though. Like I know most people use it for like microphone mixing and mixing their audio together into like one special channel they can handle, they can hand off. And the other thing too is you can enable listen back in Voicemeeter where it will let you hear through your headphones exactly what's going out on that channel.
Yeah.
But it's still delayed. It's not good if you don't want to be speech jammed. It's just a good little, lipness test. Turn it on. But what I used it for, which I don't think a lot of people used it for, and I'd love to set it up again, but I'm scared to death to install it. Like I'm going to back up everything before I do it because I don't want to fuck my computer up again. But one thing it could do that was really, really cool that I've never seen any other piece of software do is you can actually set up 5.1 surround sound with a bunch of random audio devices. So what this allowed me to do is I could take my TVs, because I have 3 TVs here that all have audio devices. They all show up a Samsung, audio device with audio over HDMI. So what I can do is I can go into Voicemeter and I can say, play the left channel on this device through this screen, play the center channel on this one, play the other channel on that one. Then I have 2 Bluetooth speakers sitting on the desks behind me, and I can load those as right rear. And then you go into sound test because you name the device and it shows up in your device manager. You go into the device manager, you say run sound test, and it's like doo 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 boom boom doo doo doo, and it plays on the speakers. And then you can listen to surround sound with 2 random Bluetooth speakers and a bunch of like built-in speakers and screen. It doesn't sound great, but because I didn't have my speakers and my stereo hooked up, and I still don't, I need to get this hooked up really, really bad. It allowed me to basically have like good, decent sound without having to wear headphones. And I did love that. I thought it was really it was a little bit laggy. So like you didn't want to use it for like voice communication or anything, but it would pick up on the mic anyways. So headphones are ideal. But I was like, dude, this is cool. You can just take all these mixed matched audio devices and bind them to channels, because in Voicemeter, you can basically take and create a new virtual sound card. I think you have to use Banana though, because I think Banana's the registered version of Banana. I think is the only one that allows you to use more than 3 channels. But you can basically create a device, add as many channels you want, bind each sound card to each channel, and then do the mixing. Grab the slider and say only play the left out of the speaker, only play the right out of here, only play the center out of this. And once you balance them all, when you set it as your default audio device to that channel in Windows, everything you play goes, oh, you got your 5 speakers set up. And technically, if I had a subwoofer plugged in, I could also have another sound card just connected to a subwoofer, like a little cheap USB sound card or something like that. And I could set that up as my 0.1 subwoofer, and I'd have 5.1 surround sound with 2 wireless Bluetooth speakers, 3 TV HDMI speakers, and just a random sound card connected to a subwoofer. So, obviously it's going to use some processing power to do this. So, I wouldn't recommend doing it on your computer when you're playing video games and shit, because it's probably going to slow things down, because it's got to coordinate all this different hardware going to all these buses and time it. And you can also do delays too. So if you have the Bluetooth speakers, they're slightly out of phase and delayed with the wired speakers. So you just go in there and just add a delay to them until they're all matched up. And so I was like, dude, this is pretty killer. This is like one of those apps that's ultra powerful, but shit, I had to watch like 3 YouTube tutorials before I understood how to set it up. And if I had to do it again today, I'd have to go rewatch the tutorials. It was not intuitive at all to do this. Like not even a little bit. Valley Brand said, have you messed with your Flipper Zero anymore? Not lately, no.
Man.
It's just chilling up here with a dead battery. But you know what? You reminded me to plug it back in, so I'm gonna charge it up, because as long as it has a charge on it, I will play with it later. No, I love this thing. This thing, I mean, it'll get you into trouble though. That's the thing you got to worry about. Is like every time I pick this up and I start fucking with it, I'm like, are my neighbors gonna call the cops on me? Because sometimes I'm doing shit on here. It's like, am I affecting their stuff?
Maybe.
Like I've been on here before, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna turn off all the TVs on my house, and I push the button, and it cycles through and sends all the codes.
Yeah,
and I'm like, all my TVs turn off, even the one in the living room. So I'm like, did I just turn my neighbor's TV off? Because I just cycled through every single turn off code for every TV. And I even got the one in the living room through like 2 walls 50 feet away. So does that mean my neighbor on the other side of the wall, 10 feet across, like, did I just turn all their shit off?
Yes.
Did I turn off their living room TV or their projector in their bedroom or something? And they're like, what the fuck's going on? Like, it's a little too easy. And it does work on every TV. I've yet to find a single TV. It even works on my old ass air conditioner. So if I go into here and I say turn off, like here, let me see if I got the application here. It's been a while since I've used this. So let me go into applications. I have one that's called infrared. So under infrared, I have audio receivers, Blu-ray, brand sorted, cable boxes, cameras, car multimedia, CCTV for turning on and off CCTV cameras.
Oh man.
CD players, consoles. That works, by the way. I turned on my Xbox and my PlayStation and my Nintendo all by just pushing one button. Digital signs for like gas stations and stuff. DVB-T, I don't know what that is. Fans, head units, heaters, humidifiers, IRDB, LED lighting. Like I can turn this on and off. Mini disc, miscellaneous, monitors, picture frames, like those digital picture frames that show pictures. I can turn those on and off.
Yep.
Projectors, Pronto IR, sound bars, speakers, streaming devices, touchscreen displays, toys, TVs, universal fans, universal TV remotes, vacuum cleaners. I didn't know they made a vacuum cleaner that you could use a radio signal to turn on and off, but I've got it.
Like a Uber thing or not?
Yeah,
it's a freaking robot.
So here it is. So I just went into ACs, so I can go through ACs, and I have every IR for every AC. So like every single brand. So what is that? That's a well, actually, I don't even need to know the brand. I can just go through the whole thing. I can say just like use them all.
On it, right?
Yeah, you push the thing and it just cycles through every single. It does IR codes and it does radio codes. So if it's IR, you just have to have the IR pointed at the device. If it's radio, it's just if it's in range. So let me go see if I can find the little app here. God, this thing's so dangerous. Let's see, bad USB. That's a cool function. I button, GPIO, infrared. Oh, by the way, I got to find it. Somewhere around here, I did build a thing that you can plug into the top of this. It just plugs into the pins right here. And it uses an ESP32 as something called a Marauder, and it allows you to hack and fuck with Wi-Fi networks. And one of the things it can do is it can grab onto a network and clone it like 100 times and become a little pineapple. And if anybody tries to connect to any of the other networks that are named the same, even though yours is higher powered and shows up higher on the list, if they select your network and put in their username and password, it'll basically create the key to connect to the real network, and it can like pass them through it, and you can basically intercept their internet connection. And then you can connect to the access point without the password because they already authenticated. You basically just hijacked them. It's pretty crazy what this thing can do. Now, modern, what is it, WPA2 TPK or whatever, there's one that it can't do. Okay. But if you have like an older access point in your house or whatever, yeah, I can easily just jump in and crack that shit with it.
Huh.
So let me go under applications. So I have, let's see here, Flipper, GPIO, graphics, hardware, infrared, music player, NFCs. Oh yeah, it can emulate any NFC. So like my kid has a Nintendo Switch. I can literally load any amiibo on this and just rub it over the little spot on the Nintendo Switch, and it loads up the amiibo, and you get all the stats and stuff from it.
Nice.
It can do RFID, so it can clone and play back any RFID. So if you have a badge to get into work or whatever, you can clone the badge and then use this to open up the RFID. Shopping carts. I don't know what the hell it does with shopping carts. I've never played with that one. I also open up my garage door.
Some places have them locked up. You know, like you got to drop a quarter in there and it'll.
You know what else I can do with this that's kind of scary? So another thing I can do with this is kind of scary is I can lock people out of their cars. So this is something I found accidentally. It wasn't my intent. So what I was doing is I was trying to unlock my car by cloning the signal. So what this can do is I can tell it to listen as long as I'm within about 30 feet of the person unlocking their car. This will intercept the unlock code, and as long as it's a car that was made before, I think 2007 or whatever, I can play back the code and unlock or lock the car myself.
Yeesh.
But what I found out with modern cars, because we figured this out with my Forester, is if I have this thing running and bombarding the frequency range to try to break into the cars, if my wife goes out there and tries to unlock her Subaru, it ignores it. It ignores the fob. Like even if she puts it right up next to the car, everything, it will not unlock the doors until I stop the app from doing the scanning thing. And I tried it on my car, and it locked me out of my car too. And even my neighbor that was like 30 feet away, when it was running outside, they came out to get in the car and they asked me what I was doing. And I was like, oh, I'm trying to unlock my car using this or whatever. Oh, that's kind of cool. And they tried to unlock their car and their car didn't open. And I was like, oh shit. I turned it off really quick. And then they were able to open up the car, but they were like, why isn't it working? And they were like 35, 40 feet away from me. I was like, oh my God, dude. So what's scary about that is imagine if somebody was like an assailant and they were trying to like attack somebody in a parking lot. They could prevent them from getting into their car. They could just bombard the whole frequency, lock everybody out of their vehicles. Jeez, so I was like, that's kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell do you run an app on this? I used to know how to use this damn thing. I have a Korean barbecue door chime. What the hell is that? Oh, the Tesla port opener.
Oh yeah.
Still works today. I tried it on my my doctor's car. So when I went to my pain doctor, his Tesla was parked out front. And so I drove up to it and I took a little video so I could show him when I went inside, and I put this out the window and I pushed the little Tesla door open, and his little power door on his Tesla opened right up, and I got a video of it, and I took it inside and showed him that I could do it. And he was like, no way. So, but what it does is it opens it up, and then it stays open for about 60 seconds. And then after 60 seconds, if nothing happens, it closes again. So it's not like it just opens it and leaves it open forever, but I can open it as many times as I want. And it works on even the brand new Tesla Plaid. They have not fixed it. I can still open up that charge port anytime I want from like a long ways away too. I was probably 50 feet away from his car and it worked. So let's see here. Okay, so door, UMC, gas station signs, Brute Force Linux. I haven't tried that. Let's see here. UMC. Where do I go to just open the apps? I thought you just push over and it does it. No, that's favorites. Favorites. Lock, set pin, dummy mode. Oh, sub gigahertz. 125 kilohertz RFID. Oh, infrared. Here we go. So go in infrared. There we go. Universal remotes. There, I found it. Okay. So now I can go to TVs, audio, projector, fans, or AC. So I'm going to select AC. Now it's loading AC. Now, I don't know. You guys probably can't see it from way away from there, this little itty bitty screen. But it says on it power, mod, which is just, you know, it's, woo! Damn! Bat knife. Oh, they want bat knife. Hold on, I got to give them bat knife. Tally, right? No, bat knife. Bat knife! No, bat knife! Bat knife! Woo! Yeah! Get that bat knife for $20. Make you holler. Woo! Oh, I love Scotch coming with the flipper Bluetooth crank. Woo! Yeah! Yeah, get some. Woo! Yeah! More. Woo! I love that. I can just beat on this like little controller over here.
I do have to go. It's a little after 2.
You son of a bitch. Well, do you want to see me turn off the AC at least?
Yeah.
So see the AC in the background?
I see the AC.
You can see the little bit of green right there, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to select power. Hit go. I'm just going to aim it over there. It's going to cycle through everything. So it's right now, it's cycling through all the different codes for all air conditioners on planet Earth. And we'll see if it gets it. Okay, it's still flickering, still running through them. So right now what it's doing is it's cycling through every RF code and every infrared code for every air conditioner on the planet, telling it to turn off. And let's see if it gets it. Still going. So let me see where it's at. It's 68% done. So 68%. Still going, still going. Still going. Let's see what we're at. We're at 97. Oh, it didn't work. And you know why? It's probably because I didn't have it pointed at it when I first started it. Here, let me try it again real quick. So now it's pointed at it. Okay, it's running. There we go. Come on, baby. I mean, it worked last time I did it. So, okay, sending. Huh. I must have fucked up the IR emitter inside of the air conditioner last time I did it.
Broke it.
I did. Yeah, because this worked. I did this as a live demo on Twitch, and people got a kick out of it. So I don't know why it's not working right now, because I'm pointing the RF thing at it. It should just be working. All right. Well, you go ahead and get out of here. I'll show you next time. It does work. I'll get it working before the end of the stream.
Oh no, I believe you. Oh.
Yeah, no, because I did it on Twitch. I was turning shit on and off. I was turning I can also control I don't remember if I can control the TP links, but the little Belkin Wemo things, I can fuck with those too. So it's pretty cool stuff. All right, well, everybody say oh shit, thank you. I love Scotch. Woo! Yeah, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. All right, brother, you get out of here. I'll keep streaming for another half hour or so, and then I'll get out of here. All right, peace out, brother.
That's a long time, James. All right, bye, buddy. Bye.
Later. All right, let me see if I can transition to solo mode here. Give me a second. There we go. We are now so low. Apple bottom jeans. Barnacules with the okay. Hold on. Let's move this down. Slide that up. Slide it. Get it all in there. There we go. Now I'm pretty centered up. All right, that'll work. I can also turn these off too, so you guys can see the LED screen a little bit better. All right. Wait, am I echoing? Okay, hold on. Let me find the echo source. Stand by. Video camera, AuxxZillary input, and fixed. There you go. I just had to mute the source. I had the source for the microphone coming in from the actual microphone itself and from the loop back from video. All right, I can stop the virtual camera. I can now go kill. Wait, can I kill it? Hold on. What am I on? Video. Am I using? Oh, I'm using video camera, so I can't kill the video chat with AuxxZillary. I'll have to leave that running. Can I kill this one? No, I'm not going to kill anything. I'll leave it all running. I don't want to risk it shutting down. Yeah, this did work. I don't know why this isn't working anymore. This worked before for turning off the AC. So I don't know what its deal is. Oh, I unplugged it. It doesn't have much battery life. I literally just plugged it in. I don't know. It could be because the battery's a little dead. Let's see here. Let me expand this out. Let's see, where is it? This one. So if we go like this, I'm just going to expand that out so you guys can see outside of the frame. So I'm going to try one more time. So I'm going to go to AC remote. Let me try one of the other commands. Let me try turning the temp. I'm going to try to turn the temperature down. So, oh shit. No, it did do something. It didn't power it off. It changed the mode. Hold on. It did do something. It actually did do something. I thought it didn't do anything. It turned the temperature up to 76 degrees. So it was supposed to turn it off. So here, let me try one more time. Let me go up to power. Oh, I can also do something called SW Swingy. What is this? SWING? I don't know what that is. I can also set a timer. But here, right now it's at 68 degrees. Let me try turning it down to 67 and see if that works. Hold on. Okay, it's running. Okay, 30. Okay, I'm at 30% of the codes. 50% of the codes. 70%. And 100. Yeah, I don't think for whatever reason the IR emitter is working, because that should be. I've done this with this air conditioner and it worked fine. Let me go back to power. I'll do one more sweep of the power. Maybe I didn't have it far enough over here. All right, we're at 20% of the codes. Oh, there it goes. It worked. Did you guys see? No more green. AC just shut off. Did you guys hear that? I didn't have it over. I didn't have it over far enough. I just didn't have that because the IR emitter on it, where it picks up the IR, is more directional out towards the front of it, and the case is actually sticking out a little bit, so it couldn't see this. But as soon as I put it out over the side, it worked just fine. So let me go hit back. Now let me turn it back on. So watch, pay attention to this right here. See this little thing? It'll turn green when it turns back on. There we go. I'm running. It looks like it did it around 30 or 40% of the code. So let's see if it works. Okay, we're at 17, 18, 20%, 24, 26, 30, 32, 34, 37, 42, 46, 54. Oh, it got stuck at 54. 57, 69, 70, 74, 84, 85, 86, 90, 94. I don't think it's going to do it. It didn't do it. It didn't turn it back on. Let me try one more time. I think the IR receiver is just being really sensitive right now. It's probably because the battery's so low. There it goes. Oh, it turned on and then turned back off again. Damn it. It turned on, but then it turned right back off. Let me try again. Here, hit back. Stop, damn it. Okay, there we go. Try one more time. Come on, baby. Don't turn off. Turn on. Come on. There it goes. Okay, there it is. Yep, it's on. Except for it turned the temperature back up to 76 degrees. Let me see if I can get it to turn the let's see if I can get it to turn the temperature down. Okay, let me go here. I want to turn the temperature down. Okay, right now it's at 76. Oh, there it went to 75. So now I do it again. Temperature down. So we're at 75. There we are. Now we're at 74. Running again. $73. All I'm doing is I'm resetting it and running the program again. So each time I'm just going over to temperature down by 1 and hitting go, and it cycles through all the commands for every single air conditioner, radio, or IR and tells it to turn the temperature down. So now I'm at 73. Oh man, it's really picky about the position of it. Huh. It was just working. Yeah, I don't know why it's being so intermittent. It's usually way more reliable than that. It must just be low battery. It's just not, the emitter probably isn't that bright. But the cool thing about that is if you're in a restaurant or you're at a movie theater or anything like that where there's a thermostat that's locked, that's operated off of a remote control through RF or IR, you can basically turn down the temperature. so pretty handy for that. And you just keep, and each time you want to go down another degree, you just send the code again. So pretty cool shit, actually. And if you're at a bar or a restaurant, you can also, oh, you're back. I didn't know you went anywhere. JCC. So yeah, anyways, you can change the channel on the TVs. So like if you have a TV, like I should be able to demonstrate that too. So let me go up to TVs. So I'm going to mute this TV. So I have a TV over here. You guys can't really see it, but I'll tell you if it works or not. So I'm just going to select mute TV because I want to turn the audio off. I'm going to point it at this TV's IR and I'm just going to say go. Okay. It's sending the commands. Let me see if it mutes it. There it goes. It just muted it. So it only had to get to about 10% of the codes to mute a Samsung TV. Now, the downside about that is it's also doing RF TVs. So like downstairs, my TV probably just muted. If my wife was watching it or my son in the living room, it probably muted their TV, probably muted the neighbor's TV. Woo! Yeah! Woo! Thank you so much, Mr. Joe Taji, for the $20 my friend. He said, newer devices, RF and RFID use rolling codes. Also, if you connect the flipper to your computer, you can add a scene in OBS so we can see what you're doing. On a side note, did you see a while back Talking Sasquatch was your Discord? Did you see a while back Talking Sasquatch was your Discord? I don't know what a Talking Sasquatch is that was a Discord. I don't really understand, but cool. As far as newer TVs using like rolling technology, yeah, no, I'm fully aware of that. Modern TVs do too, but a lot of people still have old TVs. So yeah, I don't know who Talking Sasquatch is. Should I know who Talking Sasquatch is? But that's cool. I mean, obviously, if you know who they are, then they're probably somebody. I wonder why they were there though. Wonder if they were looking for me. I wonder how they found out about it. James Janus says, thoughts on the Unity change? Watch the VOD. We talked about it for like a good hour. So it's but it's ass. I can give you the TLDR. It's ass. What Unity is doing is dumb. They're going to ruin their customer trust. They're going to drive a lot of people away to their competition. It was not a good idea on any level. And you can tell the executives also knew it was a bad idea because they dumped a bunch of stock before announcing it. Why would they dump stock if they thought this decision would raise the value of the company? They knew it wouldn't. So they insider traded the shit out of it. So James, you said I missed your last message, but you posted the same message twice. Let me scroll up further. Let's see, how many times did you post it? Okay, so twice you posted the same message. So it says, thoughts on this with Unity changes. Developers have to pay per download, so down 50x. The developer pays 50x, and this includes pirated downloads. No, they did verify it doesn't include pirated downloads. He's a decently large Flipper content creator. Oh, that's pretty badass. I wonder how he knows about me. Somebody must have pinged him and said I was like fucking around with a Flipper or something back in the day. So, but yeah, I did successfully get a $5 ESP32 to basically do 90% of what a Marauder can do, which is pretty cool. Oh, you know what? I bet you he knows who I am because I did go on the Discord server. Like, I don't think I talked to him directly, but I was on the Discord server for the Flipper, or where people were talking about the Flipper. Because they were the ones that they told me which thing to download. Like I went on I can't remember the name of it, but I went on GitHub and I downloaded the aftermarket firmware for this. So this isn't running the firmware it came with, obviously, because it doesn't have all the cool shit for like opening Tesla doors and recording, car remotes and stuff like that. All the fun shit you have to download an open source project to do. But I can't remember the name of it, but I downloaded one of many GitHub projects that had a ton of built-in stuff, including all the IRs. I downloaded another project that had all the Nintendo amiibos. So yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of stuff that you can do on there. But I do recommend, if you're going to have a Flipper Zero, that you go and download one of the aftermarket firmwares, because the device obviously ships very nerfed, so that they could sell it. Because obviously they can't sell it if it has a bunch of emulated shit on it that it shouldn't be emulating, and the ability to record other people's transactions, and it can do a lot of bad shit when you install the firmware. Like, there's a thing on here called bad USB. So actually, I'm gonna unplug it before I run that, because I'll fuck the whole stream up. So under bad USB, I have probably about 1,000 scripts on here that I can flip through. That if I plug this in, if I plug a USB cable into this and into a computer, and I run one of these bad USB scripts or set it up so that it's ready to go, all I have to do is walk up to any computer, and if I can access the USB port on it, I don't have to have admin credentials. I don't even have to log in, nothing. A lot of these scripts can wreak absolute fucking havoc with a computer. There's also keyloggers and shit on here, so I can set it up as bad USB, and it'll actually replicate any other device that's any IO device and record it and send it back to the memory on this thing. So I can do crazy stuff like crash the computer. There's a thing called Pwn Drive that basically just fucks up all the hard drive partitions and corrupts all the data. I got a thing called Screen Shock, and then there's some innocuous things that just turn the screen upside down, make the mouse go backwards. Let's see here. There's also one for Android. So if I plug this into an Android phone using a USB to USB cable, I can also connect this to an Android phone and fuck it up and do all kinds of stuff with it. I don't know if there's any scripts on here for fucking with iPhones, but there might be. And then of course I have Mac OS specific ones, Windows specific ones, Linux specific ones. I've got the fork bomb. If you guys didn't see, there was a recent video by Dave Plummer on Dave's Garage. He just recently did a video on the fork bomb. The fork bomb is a set of characters that you can type. Why is the mute thing running up and down on here? Here, hold on. Sorry, I muted my TV using the Flipper Zero earlier. Now it's got a mute icon jumping around the screen like it's it doesn't disappear. Where is it? Mute. Ah, there we go. That fixed it. It had the mute icon jumping around like a screensaver. I've never seen it do that before. So basically it's like booting a Linux USB stick and copying any partition from the internal drives to PC. No, nothing even that complex. All it's doing is plugging in and registering is a keyboard and a mouse. And so when you plug it in the computer, it just thinks you plugged in a keyboard and mouse, and then it can type anything on that keyboard and anything on that mouse, so that it can basically open up command consoles really, really quickly, open up browsers, navigate to things, grab things and everything. You can plug it in. It'll immediately open up, go to the folder with cookies and session cookies and download them to the device. So all you got to do is plug it in for 3 or 4 seconds, unplug it, and now you've got all the browser sessions saved on it. There's a million scripts. It's really hard to get them on here too, because if you try to decompress it on a Windows machine, the archive Windows Defender has a hissy fit, detects 1,000 bugs, quarantines everything. It gets pretty ornery. So I had to disable Windows Defender to decompress the archive to put the stuff on here in the first place, because it wouldn't even let me download an Edge. It wouldn't let me decompress it using anything other than 7-zip. And as I was decompressing it, Windows Defender was basically taking the files and putting them into quarantine. So the folder I decompressed to had 0 things in it. JCC said, I work in IT for the schools here in Florida and had to write a student up for using bad USB on a Flipper Zero. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, anytime something comes out like this that you can get a hold of that can do some shenanigans, you're always going to have kids doing it. But I have a fork bomb for Linux, Windows, and Mac OS, basically. So if I plug it in, a fork bomb, what it's going to do is it's going to open up a bash window. So it's going to open up a bash console window on those 3 operating systems, or a CMD. It'll work in CMD also. And you're basically creating a command from the command line that is a piece of scripted code that, when executed, it opens up 2 more instances of itself. And that's why they call it a fork bomb, because it keeps repeatedly forking until it eats up all your system's resources, and then you can't move the mouse. The screen will stop updating and the computer will crash. So a good example of a fork bomb is if you drop out to the command line and you create a batch file. Although anything you put in a batch file, you can also do from the command line. But it would be the equivalent of dropping out to the command line and basically saying, create an infinite loop, that each time it goes through the loop, it opens up 2 more command prompts that run the same batch file. So think of it like recursion, but instead of just recursing, it creates 2 instances. So when you fire off instance 1, It creates 2, then those 2 create 4, those 4 create 8, those 8 create 16, those 16 create 32, so and so and so on. It'll exponential growth. So like within a second or 2, your system has 10,000 processes running, and your computer is locked up, your mouse doesn't work, and the computer will stop accepting commands. And because the vast majority of the processes on the system are demanding 100% of the system resources by replicating, there's not enough resources left for the system to actually operate. There are some ways you can protect against it by limiting the number of the same processes that you can create. You can also do some things on your system that says that, in the presence of a fork bomb, if it tries to run, you can actually create a registry and key in Windows that will just count the processes. And if the processes for a specific command window exceed 300 or 400 or 500 or whatever, you can just refuse to run it so that that last branch of execution fails. So you thought the fork bomb was an explosive made with using either dinner or dessert forks. Well, I mean, hey, that's an honest mistake that a lot of people could make. Is the Flipper Zero like a universal remote back in the day where you mess with your neighbors by hiding in a bush and secretly changing the channels with it? Yeah, exactly. The Flipper Zero is really just a really complicated universal remote. But it doesn't just do IR. It does IR. It does sub-gigahertz frequency shit. So RFID, smart keys, smart cards, security systems, security gates, CCTV, televisions, air conditioners, video game consoles, all that stuff that uses sub-gigahertz radio or IR to control. It can do that. But it doesn't just send commands to them. You can also have it listen for commands. Like, for instance, if I want to know what the weather is in my neighborhood, my neighbor has a weather, one of those weather stations on top of their house that, broadcasts the weather to them inside of the house. And I can actually have this scan for that, find it, lock onto it. And there's a thing in here that will identify the packet comes from a weather station, and it'll decrypt it so that I can see the data laid out on the screen. And it'll tell me what the weather is from his weather station. So then my little Flipper Zero basically turns into the thing he has in his house that tells him what the weather is from his own weather station. So you can intercept data like that. I can intercept, if you have an older car that's like before 2011, that doesn't have rolling codes, or you have a garage door opener that's older than like 10 years, I can actually intercept the code and just have it listening. I can just set it to listen and just put it in a bush or set it or have it in my pocket and stand within 50 feet. And when you pull up and try to open your garage door, I can actually intercept that code, record it, and play it back. So if you don't have rolling codes, like if you don't have a more modern technology where it's rolling the codes, you can actually intercept it and get into the vehicle or get into the garage. The other thing that it can do is, if you want to do more of the complex stuff for like a newer car, is you can do this rolling code thing, where basically what you do is you flood the spectrum so that the car doesn't hear when they send the command to the car, and then you record that command, and then you have a command in there that's the next command that the car is waiting for, because the remote tried to talk to the car but it couldn't. So there's like this weird thing where it's like, but then again, if they just keep hitting the button, they're going to eventually get into the car. There's a couple of cars that this can completely lock you out of, that you have to go back to the dealership, because you can basically break the relationship between the controller and the car so that they don't sync up again. I forget which cars it was, but there's a list online I found that's like, don't do it to these cars, because if you intercept a code and the code doesn't successfully go there, but it thinks it successfully went there, then it'll get out of sync and they'll send the wrong codes and they won't talk again until it gets completely reset by the dealership. So, but it wasn't very many cars. It was just a couple that did that. But yeah, you can do some pretty crazy shit on here. And I mean, a lot of it is innocuous too, right? Like most of the bad USB scripts on here are just shit that like pops up annoying messages on the screen. There's a drunk PC one on here that just makes your mouse cursor vibrate around. Every time you move your mouse cursor, it just adds random XY to it. So it makes it seem like your mouse is dirty or your mouse is going bad. There's another thing with the keyboard where you type and it just randomly puts in cuss words. So you'll be like, oh, how are you doing today? And what it does is it just detects when there's IO on the computer. And then anytime somebody's typing on the keyboard, it will just randomly do space, type fuck really quick, and then space, and then give you control back. And that way, everything you're typing just has random cuss words implemented into it. That's kind of a fun one to do to coworkers. There's another one in here that it's like every time you try to do a double click, it basically will like insert a right click. So it's like when you click on shit, you'll go to double click something. And when you do the second click, then this will send another right click, which will then negate what you just did and then open the context menu and leave the context menu open. So you can't click and open things properly. And it fucking, that'll make people like lose their shit. I mean, There's also some hardware troubleshooting stuff on here too. Like there's some scripts that you can run on here that'll like open up various things and arrange the windows and everything so that you can do diagnostics and things easy. Like if you have a bunch of complicated commands that you don't want to remember for like creating specific partition tables or doing analysis and running defrags and setting registry keys and shit, you can create scripts to do all that on here. And then you got a new computer, you just plug it in, push the button, and it goes and runs the 100 or so things that you need to do. And it's really cool. Don't forget it can broadcast AirPods connection signals to an iPhone, which can DOS the phone. No way. I don't have that. Is that a newer one? I don't have that script. I'm gonna have to go look for that one. So it has a thing that can basically like fuck up the connection between AirPods and iPhones. Because I thought that was higher. I thought Bluetooth was outside of its capabilities. Because do you have to do an add-on for that? Because I'm pretty sure this can't fuck with Bluetooth because it's a sub gigahertz and Bluetooth I think is over a gigahertz. So do you need another Oh, I Love Scott said yes. Were you saying yes? Yeah, you need an add-on. Like you actually need like a Bluetooth module. Yeah, send me the info. I definitely would be interested in that. Because I'd mess with Miss Barnacules because she always has Bluetooth headphones on like 24/7. So Bluetooth is only 2.4 megahertz. 2.4 gigahertz. Sorry, that's still outside of the range of this, so I would need a module. But the cool thing is you can build the modules. They're cheap. So it's got, if you look, it's a glorified ESP32 in here, right? It's just a powerful ESP32. You have all the you have UART transmit pins and everything, so this can completely communicate and control external serial devices. And it can even download data through there's high-speed bus pins that you can download data from. So you can just create a module and program it on here. If you want Bluetooth, you just go buy a Bluetooth chip, and or a board that has Bluetooth enabled, like an ESP32 has a Bluetooth chip. So you could basically hook up the ESP32 through GPIO and then use the Bluetooth chip to issue the commands to communicate with Bluetooth devices and do things with Bluetooth devices. And then this basically just becomes the dummy terminal to control it and gather data and display the logs and allow you to control it, right? So think of this as like the keyboard and mouse to drive a small electronics device that does whatever you want. And that way you can build a circuit for anything. As a matter of fact, there's a guy who built a circuit for this for controlling stoplights. So there, I think it's Hackaday had the thing. It's like $50 in parts. The most expensive thing is the IR array. You need a really powerful directional IR array that can hit the thing and trigger it to turn to green. It's the thing emergency vehicles do. So like if you ever wondered how like the light turns green suddenly and like goes straight to stop or whatever when an ambulance comes through, that's because they're controlling the light by flickering a very specific sequence of IR pulses from a long distance away at the light as they're approaching it, and then it switches and they can go through. Well, you can create the emitter to do that plugs into the top of this, and it basically just plugs in, and it's got an array of these infrared LEDs with a little lens or whatever pointing backwards, and then you can just basically point it at the thing, hit the button, and it'll turn the light green in your direction. The stoplight thing seems dangerous in the hands of just anyone. Yeah, but people have been doing it long before this. Like people have been building Radio Shack contraptions to do that forever, for as long as it's been known. So it's not good. It's felony. Like if you get caught doing it, you go to jail for a very, very long time. That's not a you get a warning kind of thing. That's a you go to federal pound you in the ass prison for that stuff. So how exactly is the flipper legal? Because it ships with a firmware that can't do any of those things. When you buy it, it has a firmware on it that can only do legal things. It's only when you go to GitHub and you install an open source firmware project, which remember, because it's open source and you have to compile the code to use it, they can freely distribute it. It's considered protected. It's the same as writing a book, and protection of freedom of speech. Until it's actually compiled and used for something illegal, it's not illegal. So, just like they can publish, an MPEG-2 decoder and it's not breaking copyright until somebody actually uses the code to decode MP2 without permission, then it's illegal. So it's like totally a gray area. So, yeah, an open source isn't illegal. Like you could have an open source project to to build a nuclear bomb and it technically wouldn't be illegal. You can have 3D printing plans to make guns, and those aren't illegal until you actually print it and you actually have it in your possession or whatever. Only then does the law kick in and regulate it. The information can't be regulated. So basically, in a nutshell, this thing is only illegal when you tell it to do something illegal. But in its shipping state, it can't do that. Now, if they put the code on here and compiled it to do the bad things before they shipped it to you, then that would be illegal and they would be shut down because they're like, you can't sell a device that does that. I'm altering the device. So it's no different than anything else. It's like if you go get a laptop and you buy a laptop and it doesn't come with a MAME emulator with a bunch of pirated, MAME arcade games or whatever. Well, that's not illegal. They can sell you that laptop, and then you can go to GitHub and download the emulator and go find the ROMs. But as soon as you download the ROMs that you don't own and you open them under that emulator, you are committing a crime of piracy. But if they tried to sell you the laptop with the emulator built and compiled on it with those binaries on the hard drive, then they would be committing piracy and an illegal act. So it can be a little confusing. The law is very, very confusing. But in a nutshell, you can create a device. The device can literally be meant, like, for instance, a bong. You can buy a bong, right? Like, even if weed is completely illegal, you can buy a bong. It's not until you actually put weed in it. It can even be shaped like a weed leaf and called the Weed Smoking Bong 5000 and designed for, you could sell a syringe called like the fucking meth injector or the heroin injector. And you could literally sell that legally to anybody. You could even have an instruction pamphlet in it that says that this is called the heroin needle, blah, blah, blah. But all you have to do is put a thing in there that says, do not do anything illegal with this. This is not meant for illegal activity, blah, blah. And they can sell it. It's not until you actually put a controlled substance in it and you try to use it that it's illegal. Up until that point, it's literally just the name of a product and a product. You can't sell bongs, though. That's how Chong got caught and sent to prison. Maybe not in California, but shit, they sell them all over here in Washington. They sell bongs, pipes. We have stores you can just walk into and just buy weed, and the cops are literally there in the parking lot, like making sure people are safe as they go in and out of the store. Like, I guess it depends on the state you're in. If you're in a state that has a state law that prohibits it, but if there's no residue on it, good luck. If you get taken to court and you have a bong that is brand new that has no residue on it and you don't have any drugs on you, they can't prosecute you for a drug-related crime. So, James Janus said, if you understand, when in college we had an open source club, we considered calling it the Free Beer Club to try to get more members. Exactly. You don't have to give out the free beer just because you called it the Free Beer Club. Chong went to prison because he shipped the bongs out of state. Okay, so he and my guess is they weren't trying to get him on the bongs. They were probably trying to get him on weed. And knowing Chong, they probably did find a lot of weed. So I'm sure there's more to that story than he was just selling bongs. Or perhaps he was like selling the bongs and he was telling people that these bongs are only for weed and you have to use weed, which in that case, then you're kind of going out of the gray area. Listen, you can call the bong a Weed Smoker 5000. You have to put a pamphlet in it that this is only for marijuana, or sorry, only for tobacco. You know, you have to allude to it that it's not meant for something illegal. No, they did a sting on the bong. What fucking state was he in? That seems like that wouldn't stick. And it actually stuck and he went to jail for it and everything. Like it didn't get thrown out of court, because that seems really weird. You shouldn't be able to go to jail. Let me see here. I'm curious. Is there a law against owning a bong? Let's see here. There are some certain state laws that can prohibit you from owning a bong. Let's see here. Let me open this up. The sale and supply of bongs is criminalized against Australia. No, everything's illegal in Australia. I'm talking about United States. Okay, here we go. Okay, products are sold in an online hobby shop for obvious illegal activities, such as products at online head shops include dab rings, vaporizers, most crystal clear ones, but figuratively and metaphorically, bongs, to be honest, with obvious illegal purposes, such as smoking marijuana, are becoming now legal in certain states and even countries. So the question is whether it's illegal to buy a bong online. Let's see, what is a bong used for? I can skip that. Is it illegal to buy a bong online? When it comes to purchasing bongs online, each state has its own laws, more or less. If you're 18 years old, federal law states that it is perfectly legal to buy a bong online. Just do it from a quality online smoke shop. However, some states' laws forbid buying bongs even if you're 18 years old, which means you have to wait another 3 years to hit 21 before you can do that. So they're basically regulating it under the same laws as tobacco. Because here's the thing, is like, if you have a bong and it has no residue on it and you have no marijuana, how could they charge you on a marijuana crime? Because you can literally smoke anything in a bong. You could use it like a hookah. You could smoke tobacco in it. Like, even though it's intended for a thing, doesn't mean it has to be used for that thing. So unless they can prove that you specifically used it for that thing, I don't know how they could get the charges to stick. So my guess is this is some old ass law and there was a lot of illegal shit going on to make it happen. But like, even without legalization, it's like having paraphernalia with no residue on it. If it's unused in an unused state, that could add to the investigation if they found something. But if there's no substance, how could you prosecute somebody based on the possession of something that can be used for something legal? You can't, our law doesn't allow you to imply, right? Like if it could only be used for weed, then that would be different. If weed's illegal and the thing that you're possessing can only be used for weed and only has that one purpose, that would be something. But in court, you could just as easily say that I bought it for using with tobacco. And as long as there's no residue on it and you don't have any possession of marijuana, then there's no, they have to prove that you're guilty. It's not, you don't prove that you're innocent. They have to prove that you're guilty. They have to show that you were 100% using that for that specific thing, or you were selling it for that specific purpose. So my guess is if you sold a bong and you didn't call it a bong, or you said that it was, or you included a card that said this is only for tobacco, only for legal purposes usually, or this is a novelty product, they would have a really, really hard time trying to get that to stick. We found something worse than the AirPod spam. Hacking device Flipper Zero can spam nearby iPhones with Bluetooth pop-ups. Oh, no shit. Oh, this could be fun. Let's see. Oh, wow. This is actually like brand new. Okay. Thanks to popular and relatively cheap hacking tools, hackers can spam your iPhone with annoying pop-ups, prompting you to connect to nearby AirTags, Apple TVs, AirPods, or other Apple devices. There is an AirDrop thing on here. So let me see if I can find it here really quick. So I did do this. Like there's a thing on here where you can do an AirDrop, and every iPhone will show up with an AirDrop, and you can name it whatever you want. So you can call the AirDrop like, hey dipshit, I can see you, or whatever, and your phone will pop up an AirDrop request for, hey dipshit. And if you accept it, it doesn't do anything, but it does pop up a thing with text, which I think is like, that's crazy, right? I mean, you could be on a plane and run this, and like everybody with an iPhone on the entire airplane would get a pop-up with an AirDrop for like, hey dipshit, what's going on, or whatever. So, if you do an AirDrop from an iPhone, it tells you which iPhone the AirDrop is coming from, and there is a way to trace it back to that iPhone. So there's no way you can do that covertly. But with this, you can, because this isn't a real iPhone, and it's not broadcasting a real iPhone ID. It's not sending along the phone information or the plan or the IMEI or any of that. So this can do it with just random shit that can't be traced. So let's hear. Loke said you can own a water pipe, though. It's a cultural smoking accessory. It can be used for tobacco and other things. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Is like in the Chong thing, like I'd have to go back and look at the Chong thing, but my guess is it was some kind of a technicality. It was probably in California, or if it was at the federal level, it was, I don't know how far it made it in the courts, or like how much time he had to do in jail, or what it was specifically charged for. I'd have to go back and look at that. But if he was just selling bongs and he wasn't actually selling weed, and he was specifically saying his bongs were only for tobacco use, I don't see how they could have prosecuted him. I know there was a similar case not too long ago, though, to play devil's advocate. There was a case with the ATF where a guy was selling zip, what are they called? Zip cards or zip something. Basically, it's a little metal card with a punched out pattern of a piece of metal. And you basically break that piece of metal out of the card and you stick it into a Glock pistol, and it makes the Glock pistol fully automatic. And then there's another one that you can put, it's called like a switch. And there's another one that you can put into, that's even easier, that you can put into an AR-15 that makes it into a fully automatic machine gun like an M16. And it's just a little piece of metal. You basically open it up, you jam this little piece of metal in there, and boom, it automatically turns the gun into a machine gun. And so people were selling these things online, but they weren't selling them as that. They were selling them as like cool novelty metal cards, and or just have the drawing where you're supposed to cut it out with a Dremel or whatever. But they're like, we were just selling a metal card as a novelty. You're not supposed to actually cut it out and use it. And the ATF actually ruled that was bullshit and started prosecuting everybody and going after everybody that was selling them. There was even a guy who was selling it as a coat hanger. Like he literally sold it as a coat hanger. And what you did is you cut off the piece where it screwed into the wall. Like it even had a mark on it where you're supposed to cut it. So he'd sell it. The site was even called like coathangers.com. And it was like really cheeky. You'd go to coat hangers and there'd be like an AR-15 hanging from the coat hanger. But when you get the coat hanger, the instructions on the website don't say what to do with it, but there's a YouTube video that's like unlisted that you can find on Google that tells you once you receive it, cut off this part or whatever and slot it into your gun like this, and it becomes a machine gun. And he was selling these coat hangers for like $150 or whatever. And I think in court, the way that they got him is they're like, you're obviously the voice that's in the video instructing people on how to use your product. So you did actually say to use it in a different way than what you advertised. And it was clear by, your pictures on the website with the gun hanging from it or whatever, that it wasn't for hanging a coat, it was for hanging an AR-15. Therefore, there was a connection. And anyways, in the case, I think they actually made the charges stick, and the dude's in jail now, and his website got shut down. So I think it's one of those things where it's like you got to be really careful walking that line. That card could not even be made into a lightning link. That is part of the problems with the case. CRS firearms. It might not be CRS, because if you're saying it didn't work, then that's not the case. The case that I watched, it actually did work. I mean, I went and watched the video of a person who purchased the ATF purchased one, or no, a person who had an FFL purchased one, actually broke it out with the perforations, polished the edge with a file, and actually inserted it into the AR-15 and made it fully automatic. So the lightning link absolutely did work. So you did have to have a certain receiver though. Like you could, like most AR receivers, you had to have a very specific, it was a legal receiver to own, but you did have to have a very specific type of receiver for it to work. And they even said that something like that on the website, like that, you know, this only works with so-and-so receiver or whatever. How do you think my AR is automatic? Well, you have an FFL, right? Like you can actually own an automatic rifle because you have the proper license. Most people don't. So it's not hard to make. No, it's actually harder. This is the thing people don't get. It is harder to make a gun semi-automatic than it is to make it fully automatic. If you look at how an open bolt design, which is the simple type of firearm, like the simplest type of firearm to make is something called an open bolt design. It is actually harder. You have to actually add more complex parts to make it fire a single shot each time you pull the trigger. Because if you literally just allow the bolt to move freely, it will automatically rapid fire, because the bolt's going to go forward. It's going to slam into the cartridge and set it off. The firing pin's going to bash into the cartridge. It's going to blast the bolt back, the ejector is going to grab the cartridge and throw it out. Another one's going to pop the magazine. It's going to slam right back in. And that thing's just going to bounce back and forth. It's literally the only thing that makes it semi-automatic is having a mechanism in there under spring pressure that reaches up and grabs the bolt each time it reciprocates. And then you have to release it again to allow it to move forward. So that's why you have to be careful, because some really old semi-automatic open bolt weapons can become fully automatic. Like I had a Ruger 1022 when I was a kid. I had a Ruger, or actually it wasn't mine, it was my friend's, but I shot it. He had a Ruger 1022 that the little pin, I forget what they call it, the catch pin that comes up and grabs the bolt. It was worn out because we fired literally like 50,000, rounds to this rifle. We shot it every weekend. And then one time we took it out and we loaded it up and he pulled the trigger once and it emptied the entire magazine like a machine gun. It was like, and it wouldn't do it every time. It would only do it every once in a while. But yeah, there were certain situations where you'd aim it and pull the trigger and it would empty an entire 20 rounds or until it hit a dud. Then it would stop, but it would just empty the gun. And it was because it had a worn down pin. And he did fix it because he didn't want it to be so unpredictable. But that's when we learned that it's like literally you could just take a file and wear that down yourself. And on any open bolt design, you can wear down the sear pin or pull the spring out or just remove the catchment. And every time you pull that trigger, it's going to empty the entire magazine. Now, the thing is, you won't be able to stop it. To make a fully automatic gun where you can stop it, where it's like when you release the trigger, it stops shooting, then that becomes a little bit more complicated. But if you want a gun just to cycle super duper fast and just empty its entire ammo, all you have to do is just take out the mechanism that catches that bolt and it'll do it automatically. And the cycling rate is going to be as fast as humanly possible. So, yep, in the United States, people can make their own firearms. That's perfectly legal. I mean, there's state laws that are now starting to impede that. Like here in Washington State, you can no longer make 3D printed gun parts. So you're not allowed to have a polymer lower or 3D printed lower. I think that they're banning 80% now here in Washington State. They banned the high capacity magazine. So they are slowly like banning all the things at a state level, but at a federal level, the Second Amendment does allow you to make any gun you want as long as you don't transfer it. So as long as you create it, and I mean, even the 3D printed gun thing is specifically for 3D printed guns. Like if you go out and mill your own body and create your own gun from scratch, you can still do that legally here in Washington State. It just has to be semi-automatic. It has to meet all the length requirements. Like the ATF and the local state has certain laws that regulate, like, the barrel must be of a certain length if it's a rifle or a pistol. It has to fall within certain categories and shit. And like, if you fuck up any of that or you suppress the sound in any way or whatever, then you can get in big trouble. But as long as you create the gun by the letter of the law, you are allowed to create your own firearm as long as you don't transfer it. You are responsible for destroying that firearm if you can't transfer it. So like when you die, you literally have to leave instructions to destroy that firearm. You cannot pass on a firearm that you created yourself that does not have a serial number. Now, if you wanted to do it the legit way so that you didn't have to destroy it and you could transfer it, then you have to get a special license, a federal firearms license, which allows you to build your own guns and sell your own guns. And then once you do that, then you can actually serial number your guns and make them transferable. But that's an expensive and lengthy process. The cyclic rate on a is super fast on a 22 for no good reason. No, it is. Fully automatic 22s shoot ridiculously fast. As a matter of fact, so does 223. If you bump fire a 223, it fires pretty damn fast too. Because that's the thing. If you've ever go look up bump firing. Like, bump firing is actually legal. You are not breaking. Well, you could be breaking the rules of the firing range, which could get you kicked out. But bump firing is not inherently illegal, even though it's a technique that allows you to fire any rifle at fully automatic speeds. So it just takes a bit of practice. 14 or 16 inch barrel and 26.9 inches overall, if I recall correctly. That sounds about right. And then if you're under that, then you have to register it as an SBR, which is a short barrel rifle, which requires you to have a different type of class. You have to pay a tax stamp. Same thing with suppressors. Some states suppressors are illegal. Here in Washington state, they're legal, but you still have to pay a $200 tax stamp, and you have to wait a period of time to get a suppressor. Everybody thinks suppressors make guns quiet. They don't. They just make guns quieter. They're still loud as hell. I even fired a 22 with a suppressor, and you could still easily hear that thing from 100 yards away. So it's not like in the movies where it's like, it just makes it quiet enough that small caliber subsonic rounds you can shoot without hearing protection. Supersonic rounds, you still want to wear hearing protection. Or super large caliber, even like a shotgun with a suppressor. And yes, they do make shotgun suppressors. It'll knock the sound down by 50%, but it's still loud as shit. Like, you're still going to want to wear hearing protection. It's still going to ring your ears. Lacoste, and then you need to get the tax stamp. Yeah. And I mean, it's just money, right? It's like, it's a little bit more paperwork and a little bit more of time for a background check and stuff. But no, once you have your, like, if you have your concealed carry permit and you apply and you get an FFL, then you don't have to wait the period or whatever or I don't even think you even have to pay the tax stamp, if I remember right. I think if you got the right licenses. But if you're just a regular old civilian and you want to get a suppressor for your gun here in Washington state, you just have to pay a $200 tax stamp and wait a while. It used to be you had to actually open a trust. So it was like a rich people's game. Like, only rich people could have a suppressor because you had to actually create a trust, which cost a bunch of money and a bunch of paperwork and involved the lawyer. And then you'd purchase the suppressor for the trust. And then you would just give yourself usage of that suppressor, basically borrow it from the trust to use it, but it belonged to the trust. And so this was a way that people used to work around a lot of the gun laws. Like, I went to, there used to be an indoor range. Well, there still is. There's an indoor range called Wade's in Redmond, Washington. And there's a whole private range there where you hear people shooting fully automatic everything, little MP5s and Mac 10s and all kinds of Mac 11s or whatever, all kinds of like super duper illegal guns that, like, you get caught shooting that at a range or wherever, the cops haul you off and you go to prison. However, these guys can own them and shoot them. And it's because they created these trusts. They'd buy these guns, they'd get them cleared, transferred in the trust, they pay the tax stamp, they do some extra stuff, some extra paperwork. And then after a period of time, all these guns would just go into the trust, and then they could basically loan them to themselves and use them. And then they could also have the trust transferred to us. Like, if they died, they could transfer it all to somebody else, but it would remain in the trust under the control of the new trustee. It was weird. It's really, really weird. But it's like the way that they set up the laws always ensured that rich people always had access to every illegal firearm possible. But anybody that didn't have a lot of money or a lot of knowledge of the legal system or an attorney couldn't do these things. So it wasn't common for the average Joe to have access to that stuff. So things have changed a little bit, though, now. Like, suppressors you can have. Short barrel rifles are still hard to get, at least here in Washington, to have them registered and legal. What are some other things that are difficult to do other than the suppressor? Oh, fully automatic. You obviously can't do fully automatic. However, there's a couple workarounds to that because, again, remember, the law is the law is specific. So, and because the law is so damn specific, there's a lot of ways to circumvent the law. Like, for instance, here in Washington state, you cannot own a fully automatic weapon if you don't have an FFL and, you know, did all the paperwork and shit, which is hard. You have to be approved for it, and you're not guaranteed to be approved for it. No matter how you can pay all the money, go through all the paperwork, and you might just get shot down, or they might ignore you depending on where you live, because you have to have the law enforcement actually endorse you and sign off on it. They might just ignore you. So depending on where you live, you might not even be able to do it. But let's say that you want a fully automatic gun, but you want it legal. Well, there's triggers that you can buy that will effectively make a gun for all intensive purposes fully automatic, but the gun is still semi-automatic by the definition of the law, which means that you can have your cake and eat it too. But then the ATF, of course, finds these loopholes as people figure them out, and then they try to pass legislation to ban those things. And what usually happens is if you already have one, when it's banned, it can be grandfathered in to a certain extent. But now they're doing this shit where it's not grandfathered in, like with bump stocks. I think bump stocks are just full on illegal now. Like even if you bought one while they were legal, you have to destroy it. But now you can buy a trigger that's way worse than a bump stop. Like the bump stops or the bump stocks. Those things you had to pull the gun physically forward, which affected your aim drastically to get it to be fully automatic. Now the new trigger that they have is an auto reset trigger. And the way it works is when you pull the trigger and put pressure on it, the trigger pushes itself back and resets it using the blowback of the gun. So when you pull the trigger, it's not really fully automatic, because the definition of the law says when you pull the trigger once, for each one pull of the trigger, one projectile leaves the gun. That's how the law is written. So the way that they get around it is they create something called an auto reset trigger. What it does is the trigger goes back when you pull on it, but then the gun pushes the trigger back to reset it. So you have to pull it again. So, but with your finger, you can keep constant pressure on something as it's doing this. So it's still fully automatic, because if you apply pressure to the trigger, the gun is going to push your finger back, reset, fire, reset, fire, reset, fire, reset, fire. So as long as you're applying pressure, it's shooting fully automatic, but it works around the law, because you still are having to technically, by the word of the law, pull the trigger each time you want a shot to leave. Whereas with a truly fully automatic trigger, you pull the trigger back and it just keeps firing until you release the trigger. This is, you pull the trigger and the trigger pushes itself back so you can pull it again. And the rate of fire is similar between both of them. So it's like you can't even tell the difference listening to it, which one it is. Oh, I do not have a dog. But I know that they are banning a lot of that stuff. So, or binary triggers. Have you heard of a binary trigger? So a binary trigger is a trigger that when you pull the trigger, it fires around. And when you release the trigger, it fires around. And so you can go bam, 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 bam. They've been using them on paintball guns for like 20 years, right? But firearms, they made a trigger where it's like you pull it and then you have to release it to fire another round. Now, the dangerous thing about that is if you pull it and fire a round and don't release it, now you've got a live round that if you let go of the trigger, it's going to fire. So it's basically like a dead man's switch. If like somebody shot you, you would release that and it would fire a round, which is super dangerous. But technically, that's not against the law. Technically, it follows the letter of the law, which means that you have to impart an action on that trigger to fire a round, which technically releasing the trigger is as significant in the law as pulling the trigger. So now you got binary triggers and you got auto reset triggers, which are both, as far as I know, still legal. The ATF is trying to make them illegal. And I do believe that there's a couple of states where they have successfully at the state level banned these things. But every time they ban one, somebody just comes up with another, idea to do it that, fits with the letter, because the law has to be so specific. They just find another way to do the same thing that's a little bit different, and they work right around it. But like I was saying earlier on Tech Talk, because this is all technology, believe it or not, air guns are like the thing nobody pays attention to. They got air guns now that can shoot a 74 caliber 3-ounce slug and drop an elephant. Which is more than like 90% of any gun you could buy at a gun store could do. And you can buy these on fucking Amazon and get them shipped to your house. And it fires a projectile that requires no casing, gunpowder, or primer. So you can literally melt down the lead on your stove, grab a freaking form, pour it into it, pop it out, take the flashing off the side, and you got a new projectile. So it's pretty wild. Like but nobody pays attention to the air guns, even though we have tanks that can hold 4,500 PSI. So a lot of these really high powered air rifles now 4,500 PSI. is the operating pressure that's pushing that projectile down the barrel. And the longer the barrel is, the higher the speed the round is going to be exiting the barrel. So yeah, you basically have like untraceable ballistics, no rifling in the barrel. The rifling is in the round itself. So you don't have to have a rifled barrel that's going to wear out. You have the same level of accuracy as you do with a firearm. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy what they can do with an air gun. Fully automatic, again, because air guns are not firearms. You can have a fully automatic air gun with a suppressor. Like you can put a legitimate suppressor that, just like with a real, works the same as a real gun suppressor. It dissipates the gas, the compressed air dissipates into the area so that the final air coming out of the end of the gun produces a much less sound. So was it Grantham that shot the 50 cal at 300 yards? I believe it was. Or Kentucky Ballistics fired the most powerful air gun in the world, 74 caliber. I think it's called like the T-Rex or something like that. Or Thor or something like that. It's got some name of like a Greek god, but you have to load each shot. It's a single bolt action loading thing. You have to load each round. But he shot a cinder block and it vaporized the cinder block. He shot a watermelon, it vaporized the watermelon. Like it was so much energy, and it was like kicking back on him like a 12 gauge shotgun. Like he said he'd never thought an air gun could be that violent. Like it was wild. Like it was weird to watch because you're like, that doesn't sound like an air gun. It doesn't look like an air gun. It doesn't move like an air gun. Like you're like, that is just crazy how much power that is. And you, as long as you're 18 years old, you can just go, you order that and get it delivered to your house by UPS. You can literally pump it up in your garage using a foot pump if you want. I mean, it's going to take you forever, or you can buy a $200 little scuba pump thing, pop it on there, and pump up your gun, and you're good for another 18 or 20 shots, and then pump it up again, got another 18 or 20 shots. Pretty crazy. Flashlight won't do everything. You have to have kinetic weapon, as you probably know. You probably have that. Wait, what? What was Loki saying? If I meet in the mountain gorilla, I'll make sure to break a few ribs anyways. He attacks like a sumo wrestler with arms wide out. Smart move. Wait, what is he talking about here? I think I missed that conversation. The ATF is drooling right now. Nah, I mean, it's all going to get shut down. It's all, I mean, it just, in time, it'll all be shut down. It's just people, the public is always going to try to find a workaround, but they're getting faster and faster and faster with legislation to ban the stuff. No, dude, I see you. Physics, I see you, brother. I see you over and over and over. You don't have to keep reminding me in chat and keep telling. Let me finish talking about what I want to talk about, and then I'll get to it. I just you can send stuff to me in Signal. You can send stuff in a DM and let it sit there, and I will go through it when I can. But I don't want to derail the live stream every time there's like some like little news or something coming in. My mind struggles to just stay on track to just talk what I'm currently talking about. So every time I get a diversion from somebody to go talk about this or go do this over and over again, it throws me off. So and I can always talk about it next time too. It doesn't have to be something that we talk about this stream. So. No, it won't kill Plex. There's no way that'll kill Plex. I've never, the service that you said that they're banning is a service that I have never used. So I can tell you, me as a Plex user, I would still continue to use Plex. I do not store anything online. All of my Plex stuff, the whole reason I use Plex is the transcode and process from my own house, from my own storage. I have never used that storage for mine. Now, I'm sure other people have, but to say Plex is going to die, no, I don't think so. Not at all. So let's see here. It was a conversation about a potential defense situation, local issue. And I call the person a mountain gorilla since he goes down in gorilla mode and uses look on big illusion. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, nobody's bigger than a firearm. No, it doesn't matter how big you are, how bulky you are, how protected you are. Nobody wants to get shot. So what did they say? The firearm is the great equalizer, right? It's like everything you have is going to be up to firearm. And then you can, niggle over details about ranged combat and how accurate your gun is and how powerful it is. But at the end of the day, it's like, no, it's like, it doesn't really get much higher than you being able to reach out and actually stop somebody from a distance. If they can't get to you and they have to be in close quarters to get to you, they're not going to get to you unless you absolutely suck. unless you've never trained a day in your life and you've never gone to a range. You might have a snowball's chance in hell. So exactly, that's where the saying "don't bring a knife to a gunfight." It doesn't work. Like I loved when was it Moist Critical? Charlie went up against the guy that was like, you know, that guy that's always wearing the earpiece or whatever that claimed he could disarm anybody from a gun, and you know, and he could stop anybody from killing him with a gun. And then Charlie, who's like this tiny little 5-foot Moist Critical or whatever, like literally killed him in every single scenario, not knowing anything about anything. Like, I thought that was hilarious, man. That guy was regretting doing that video so bad. Like he really thought he was going to go there and he was good. But the thing is, in all of his videos he's training with like his friends and people that want to make him look good in his defense videos. So they do the shit he wants them to do. And Moist Critical was like, well, I'm making a video to test you to see if you can really do this shit. So when he tries to grab the gun, Moist Critical just takes a step back and he can't reach him. And he's like, that's the logical thing. If somebody has a gun, they're not going to come up to you and get like super close and put it right against your chest and be like, dude, give me your money or whatever. No, they're going to stand back 5 or 6 feet and just point the gun at you and tell you what to do. And that immediately neutralized any defense that guy could ever do. Was gone at that point. Like there was no scenario where he could get to him, even if he had a knife in his hand or anything. There was nothing he could do to Charlie once he had a gun pointed at him. Like it was just, at that point, you've got no leverage. So wait, he weighs at least 130 kilograms, so he will eat the dirt if I step to the side anyways. He opens up for a hit, the side of the ribs anyways, no need for a bullet. Well, that's great that you have one person that wants to hurt you that you don't need a bullet to stop, but I would not take that risk. You're welcome to take that risk. I would not take that risk. If somebody was trying to cause me harm and I had the ability to stop them, I would stop them with whatever guarantees me, not gives me in my head what I think is the best, right? What guarantees me safety is what I would go towards. Whatever gives me the best absolute possible outcome for me to be safe. Yeah, Moist Critical's maybe 100, probably more like 120, man. Come on. So yeah, and give them what they want. That's the other thing too, is nothing is worth your life. Like the number one thing that I tell people is, if somebody comes up to me and they point a gun at me and they say, give me your wallet, I'm going to give them my wallet. And then when they turn around and leave, that's when I'm going to shoot them. And then I'll go get my wallet back. So yeah, I'm not interested in any altercation. If I've got a gun pointed at me and I don't have my gun drawn and I don't have cover, I'm going to do whatever the hell they tell me to do until they're ready to flee with whatever they think they've got. And then once I'm in a situation where I can shoot them in the back, I will. So exactly. The networking guy. Yeah, exactly. That's what you do. Do not shoot anyone in the back. No, disagree. Absolutely disagree. If somebody takes my wallet, they have my ID. They know where I live. They know where my family is. They can come back. A lot of criminals do. That's why they like to take the wallet, not just the money. So no, I would not take that risk. If somebody held me at gunpoint against my life, I would have no qualms at all shooting them in the back. So you'll be convicted and go to prison? Nope, not in Washington State, I won't. But you're welcome to think that, Dav, but I've already talked to my local police department. I already know what my rights are here in Washington State. I know when I can defend myself. And if I believe that my life is in danger, if somebody has pointed a gun at me and told me that they were going to kill me, and my life is in danger because they are in a situation to actually continue killing me and killing my family, no, that would be, yeah, I'd get arrested and I'd have to go to court, but it would be a winnable case. As a matter of fact, that just happened not too long ago. There was a woman on the side of the road that a guy pulled over, and he got out of his vehicle and he had a tire iron in his hand and he started walking towards her, and she pulled out her gun and shot him 2-3 times. He wasn't even close to her. But if he had got close to her with the tire iron, she would have been killed. Like there was no way she could have got out of that situation. So they were like, nope, you're fine. You're good. They even had it on a traffic camera. So, but yeah, it'd be under the protection of property, because you're allowed to protect your property. So same thing in a car. If somebody grabs the door and rips you out of your car at gunpoint, you have every right to shoot at them. Every right. You do not have to just step out of the car and let them steal your car. If they pull you out of the car at gunpoint and they jump in the car, they now have your car, which can be used to kill other people. They could use your car in a crime. There's all kinds of things they can do with that car. So it's like you defending your property in that instance, you would win that case in court. Again, depends on what state you're in. How do I feel about AI police officers? That sounds scary as shit, honestly. Yeah, Illinois. Yeah, Dave, you're right. Illinois is one of those countries that does not allow you to protect your property. As a matter of fact, I believe you have to flee. I believe that's one of the states where if somebody breaks into your house in the middle of the night, you have to make a reasonable effort to flee the premises instead of defend it. So I could not live in a state like that. After what happened to me as a child, no fucking way. Like, I would not live in a state that had a law that said I could not defend my house. Have I shown you how I mount a pistol in my car not even 1 second from grabbing the gun to shot fires through the window? No, I haven't seen that. You'll have to send me a picture of that. I want to see that. I've seen some pretty cool mounts for cars where you can, like, under the steering rack. I've seen that where it's like a very natural move to grab it and actually fire shots through the door. So if somebody comes up to you on the door and is facing you from the door, you can actually get them. Illinois is a stand your ground state. Oh no, if it's a stand your ground state, then you're wrong. You absolutely would be within your rights. So no, stand your ground state is even looser laws than Washington. So if I can legally do that here under Castle Doctrine to protect my car and to protect my house and to protect my property, you would be able to do the same. So I talk to your local police is what I do. That's what I did because this all stemmed from stalkers and people threatening my life. I had to actually go to the police department and I had to physically talk to them and tell them what guns I have, ask them when I can do something, how I can do something. Like, I had to make sure that I cleared it all with them so that I knew without having to think about it in the second, like how far I could take things. And especially after the whole Boogie incident where he went outside and he fired a shot off in the air. In that case, because because I believe he's in a standard ground state. I think Arkansas is standard ground state. So technically, if he had to put the bullet into Frank, he wouldn't have even gone to jail. Because Frank was showing aggression, trying to break into his house and was like saying that he was going to kill and rape Boogie, and he had it all on video. So Boogie could have, within his right, shot him to prevent him from following him back into the house or him coming after him, because he wasn't in a position where he could literally call the cops and wait for the cops and guarantee his safety. He got in trouble because he fired a bullet into the air that could have hit somebody else innocent. But if you had to put it into Frank, he would have been fine. So, and even if he shot the ground, he probably would have beat all the charges way sooner and wouldn't have to spend so much money. It was literally because he just shot the round into the air. So, fighting to the end for your own family to the very end is not an unreasonable thing. Oh, absolutely not. But I understand people are going to disagree. Like, don't get me wrong. I fully understand that there's people out there that think that there's absolutely no justifiable reason to kill another human being. They completely believe that you should just give anybody whatever they want and allow them to do whatever they want, even if there's a 10% chance that you walk away unharmed. I do, and they have a right to feel that way. Like, they're allowed to gamble with their life. But me, I'm going to do everything I possibly can to ensure my safety. And if in a situation to ensure my safety, I have to make sure somebody who could continue to harm me or harm me further, to stop them, I will. If it's within my legal rights, I will. Because again, that person didn't have to do that. That person did not have to endanger my life. They did not have to endanger my family. They did not have to make me feel unsafe. That person had every decision they made was their own to forfeit their life. And they know that if they live in a place where they know threatening to kill somebody, if they don't give them their wallet or break into their house in the middle of the night, try to kill and rape them or hurt their family or whatever, if that person chooses to do that, they know that they're forfeiting their lives. Like, they know that is a real possibility. They're going to come up against somebody who will kill them. So, and so for me personally, I am very honest. I am going to do everything that is legally okay for me to do to stop anybody that is bent on harming me or my family. Like, I will not stop short. like absolutely not. And I value human life. I've actually changed my mind on the death penalty and capital punishment and stuff. But that doesn't change my views on, in the moment, if I have to defend myself and my family, and it is a matter of I am within my right to dispatch somebody who has made the decision to put me into that situation, they are forfeiting their life. I'm not taking their life. They are forfeiting their life. That was their decision that they made of their own accord. So unfortunately, and that's why I protect myself. So, but again, a lot of people aren't going to understand that, though. Like, depending on what country they are, how they were raised, have they ever had their life, put in danger? Have they ever had somebody else point a gun at them and threaten to kill them? Like, there's a lot of people that have never had those experiences. So I don't expect them to understand. I really don't. So, oh no, there's absolutely no, LaCasa, just to be clear, I 100% support the death penalty if they actually did it. Like, if there's literally a video of them doing the thing that they did and it is 100% irrefutable, then I 100% support the death penalty. The problem is we've gotten it wrong so many fucking times and so many innocent people have died that's why I'm against it. We don't have the means at our disposal to figure out these cases 100%. And unfortunately, we get it wrong way too often. Like when you go back in history and look at all the people that were exonerated by evidence in the future when the technology existed to free them, those people that were killed, you can't give them their life back. So until we can get it right, until we can get it 100% right, then I don't support it. However, if it is 100%, if the evidence is irrefutable, meaning you have literally a video with 3 people in it watching the crime go down and the video is irrefutable and the person looks into it and they confess to the fucking crime and everything, then yeah, 100%. Take them out and burn them, you know? That I'm 100% with, but that's unfortunately not how our system works. There's a lot of innocent people that have been put on death row and killed on circumstantial evidence that ended up being completely wrong. There's been people that have been killed that the evidence was none of the evidence was real. None of it was presented, and all of the charges were created by a jury of racist ass peers. There was no evidence and they still convicted. So in those cases, until we can fix the system where you have to have 100% burden of proof to kill, then no, I don't support it. But yeah, child molesters, 100%. Yeah, kill them all. Like if you can prove they did it and they confess to it and you have the evidence, 100%. Yeah, I wouldn't lose any sleep over that, not even a little. But at the same time, it's like I used to be for the death penalty until I started doing the research and realizing how many times we've got it wrong. And that's concerning. Like that's a thing you can't really get wrong, right? It's just like in the middle of the night. If somebody breaks into my house with force and I have to kill them, it's like I am 100% justified in doing that because I am literally being put in harm by that person. Even if they don't intend me harm in their head when they do it, still, I have to assume the worst in that situation. So I am justified in what I'm doing, and they put me in that situation. When you're standing before a court and there is no evidence that you committed the crime, and there's actually evidence to the contrary, and you end up getting put in death row by a bunch of racist peers that just want to see you die because they assume you did a bad thing, even though there's no proof of it, that's bad. That system needs to be fixed. Like we can't be doing that. JK said, guns are not allowed in my country, but I have taken precautions as our politicians have imported very unstable people into our country, so I am prepared a little. Well, we already have we don't even need to import unstable people. We have unstable people already here. So, but yeah, until our legal system gets it right, I'm not going to agree with capital punishment. I mean, I do believe in like life without parole. Like you do, if this person is convicted of the crime, they have the right to try to clear themselves. Like, and I'd rather them go to jail for 40 years and eventually get out and be deemed free and be able to prove what we did wrong and improve our system from it than to kill them and be like, oops, too late, you know? So, but for me, it's like in real time, if somebody breaks into my house or somebody tries to rip me out of my car or somebody tries to actually do physical harm to me, then yeah, at that point they've made their decision. And in their head, they may have thought, oh, there's no way this guy can fight back. But still, they have to know in their head that at that point, they forfeited their life. Like if they die, that is their fault, not mine. Dab said, agree, Jerry. If you are in your house, there is no place to run. You have every right to use force. Oh, not even if there's a place to run. I'll use force regardless. And I made sure that is okay. And we're only a castle doctrine state. I don't have to make an attempt to flee. I don't have to make an attempt to try to rally up my family and open the back window and climb out or go out through the back door or anything. If somebody is kicking in my front door, somebody breaks a window, somebody opens a window and comes into my house, and I see anybody in my house that is not supposed to be here, that has crossed a barrier, that is not via invite, I will silently draw down and shoot. I will not make a noise. I will not indicate where I'm at. Nothing. I will simply shoot them, make sure that they are completely not moving. There is no movement and they are of zero threat to me, and then pick up the phone and call the police and then wait outside. 100%. As soon as somebody breaks into your house, they are putting you in danger. By them physically just even being in the presence of your house beyond that boundary, they are putting you in massive danger. Woo! I love scotch. Woo! I love scotch. I love scotch. I love scotch. I love scotch. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the $5, man. He said, just nitpick, Washington actually doesn't castle doctrine in RCW, but Washington also doesn't have duty to retreat. Yeah, I'm just going by what the cops told me. If we're not true castle doctrine, that's fine. But the police said that I do have a right to defend my home and I do have a right to defend my automobile. Because in Washington, your car is considered your home. If somebody tries to break into your car by force or tries to get it while you're in the car, you have a right to protect your property and yourself. Or if you're in danger, if you're in mortal danger, you can shoot somebody out on the street too. It's like if somebody walks up to you with a crowbar and says that they're going to beat the shit out of you and kill you, and they're coming at you with a crowbar, you have every right to pull out your gun and shoot them dead. Because if there's a reasonable if there is a reasonable fear there that you know that your life is in danger, like you know that if that person gets to you, that you cannot reasonably get away without taking harm, not even threat of death, even physical harm in that situation, you have a right to shoot that person if they don't back down. So. Or you can be in Texas where they just come onto your property, you ask them to leave and they don't, and then you just shoot them and you still go home. It's like, that's a little much. I think the states that allow that's probably a little bit too loose. But here in Washington, I think we've kind of found a middle ground that works to protect most people. On the 19th, you have to dress up in a suit for a video call to the court. Oh, dude, I got to see that. Please record that. Please, I want to see that video so bad. You don't even know. No, I really hope that they do something about him because he is a very, very dangerous man. You know, it's people like him that make me actually do fear for my life. Like that, he is a very, very dangerous individual. So, and honestly, I hope he gets help at some point. Like he really needs to get some help because. You know, it's that crazy, super extremist right, you know, super Trumper till I die, you know, everybody's my enemy. You know, it's too much. You know, it's like, you know, I'm so glad that events have taken steps to ban him and make sure that he can't get in harm's way of other people. But still, it's like, it's not enough. Woo! Hystario, my man. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Oh, dude, I would please do. Absolutely, please do, networking guy. 100%. But yeah, enough talk about the bad stuff. I don't even like talking about it, but I just want people to know where I stand. Oh, you didn't know how to vlog? I do a Patreon vlog that's Patreon only, and I stream 3 times a week on Twitch on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday usually when things are going okay. And then I stream here every Saturday. So, yeah, a lot of people don't know what I'm doing anymore. A lot of people have emailed me and said, oh, they thought I was dead forever and they ran across something finally and they started watching it. And YouTube doesn't advertise my live streams. Twitch usually doesn't send out notifications to all my followers that I'm streaming on Twitch. Twitter is completely like shadow banned me on most of my posts. Like when I post, I can tell immediately within 15 minutes from my analytics if it reached a bunch of my followers or none of my followers. Like, for instance, if I put a single swear word, if I put shit in my tweet and I go to my alt account and I look in the feed, even though my alt account only follows like 10 people and myself, and I go to my following tab, which is supposed to show me every post from everybody I follow, that tweet will not show up. So now I have a litmus test where I log into my other alt Twitter account and I check to see if the tweet is showing up in the following feed. And if it isn't, then I know that tweet didn't get out to other people and I can delete it and reword it and post it again. So... But yeah, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Like what I really need to do before it's too late is set up an email list, which is out of the control of anybody, and set up an email list so that I can actually send out an email and tell people like when I'm streaming, when stuff's going on, what's going on, things like that. Because that'd be a better way to stay in touch. That way the platforms themselves couldn't just tweak the algorithm to silence me or to shut me down or to make me go away. And I think I'm putting way too much trust in these platforms, and it's really going to doom me and doom a lot of other people. So it'd be smart for me to start taking what little following I still have left and start channeling that over to something that I have more of a direct line of communication with. I think that would be smart. You broke your oven while cooking pizza. That's not good. Not mining ETH. Hasn't been profitable for a while now, so I haven't been mining it. Well, you bought a bunch of ETH when I first started talking about it at sub $4. Rock on, dude. Dude, a lot of my friends got so rich off of crypto. Like back when I was telling them like, you know, what to do and everything, I just didn't follow my own advice. You know, I got cold. I mean, don't get me wrong. I sold all my crypto to profit for the most part, but it was always just shy of when it would take off. Like I sold all my Bitcoin at $326 a coin. If I had waited another 7 months, it would have been, instead of $4,000, it would have been like $450,000. If I had waited 2 years, it would have been over 1.3 million. So, but woulda, coulda, I could have lost it all too. So so you can't really look at it that way. Same thing with the stock market. When I got laid off from Microsoft, I sold $130,000 worth of stock, my entire stock. That's what I'm living on right now and have been for years, just because Twitch and stuff hasn't really been providing enough. So I've been digging into that heavily, and it's pretty much almost gone. I can maybe stretch it another year. And that money that's in that account, once that's gone, I don't know what the fuck we're going to do. But when I sold that at $130,000, the stock price was either 32 or 36. I want to say 32 because I think it went down a little bit. So 32, and now Microsoft's like what, 300 and something a share. So again, another couple of $1 million. If I had just hung on to that and then sold the stock today, yeah. But again, you can't look at it that way. If you look at it that way, you'll go freaking crazy. The fact of the matter is, I sold everything at a profit. I didn't take a bath on anything, so I should be just happy about that. I know when Jay and I joked about buying AMD at $5, if we had it, we'd both be like multimillionaires. However, Jay's already a multimillionaire, so he found a different way to do that. So, he's balling pretty good. He's got an Audi R8 and, half a dozen sports cars and trucks and studios. He's doing all right for himself. He's hustled well. And I'm glad he's done so well for himself. Make me super proud. Especially when I know he deals with so much back pain and, and bullshit that he has to deal with, and he still can fight his way through it. Like, I'm jealous that I don't have that same threshold. Did Jay get all that from his channel? Yeah. Yeah, no, Jay is like the greatest success story ever, man. I hope one day he makes a video talking about the whole thing. Because when I first met Jay, he was living with his parents in a house. Where, they lived in the garage, he lived in the main house. He was working for a company, making, only 5 figures a year. And, and computer stuff was just a hobby. And he just had a little computer room in his house. It wasn't even a big room. I mean, both of us couldn't even really comfortably fit in there. And, and that was his entire computer world back there, just making funny videos on the internet. Right. And it's like, now you look at him and it's like, at one point he had 2 studios. They're full of probably has $1 million in hardware. And his new studio, multiple sets that are built professionally and professionally lit. He has a videographer, an editor, a freaking, a brand guy. I mean, he's, actually employing people and giving them good pay and benefits. And dude's got a fantastic house and an amazing car collection. No, he's kicking ass, man. Absolutely kicking ass. Is it okay with my son? Yeah, my son's doing great. My son's doing great. I will make sure that he's all right. That's one of the things. That's the biggest thing that I care about in my life, is making sure that he has a good life. I don't give a shit about me. I give a shit about him. Should we be done with Twitter and X, given that Musk is doing with it? Well, I can't just abandon it. It's actually the platform that I still have the most contact with my audience at the moment. So, but yeah, at some point I'll probably jump ship. Like at some point I'm going to do the same thing as Jay, where all I do is just replicate posts to Twitter, and I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter. Like, that's the goal. The goal is to get to a point where Twitter is just a place where things get posted just so a couple of people can see it that normally wouldn't. And then focus more on a system of delivering content that I control. Like I said, like an email list or a website or something to that degree. JK, we're okay for the moment. We're not okay long term. I haven't figured that out yet, but I will. You only talk on YouTube and in mail, dude. Loki, I'm jealous, dude. If my job wasn't so it didn't require me to be online in places and communicate with my audience and be very active in certain places so that people like knew where I was and what I was doing and things like that, I'd abandon all social media. Like, I would just go on Discord and just talk to people there, but nobody comes to Discord. Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5. Yeah. That's what you get for a super chat around here. Spaceballs 3000 said, yeah, I hear you about MS stock. It was flat when I was at MS, sold it like $4. When feeling better, you should do a Tesla Roadster video. Oh no, I'm gonna get over and see your Tesla Roadster shop here one of these days. So I want to drive one. Do you guys have a shop car by chance? Because if you guys have a shop car that I can actually take out and review, that would be fun to do sometime. I mean, I'm fat as fuck. I doubt I'll even fit in it, but I'll try, man. I don't care if my belly's fucking pressed against the wheel or whatever. I'll get into that Lotus Elise wannabe. Fucking drift it. What did they have? I want to say it's like what, 2,600 pounds, 250 horsepower or something like that. 250, 200 torque. I want to say like the original brush drivetrain or whatever that they used to run in that thing. Was it three-phase electric? They knew they had what, 300, I think knew they had what, 200 mile range, 240 mile range or something. So, I mean, they were fast cars back in the day. I mean, by today's standards, they're not fast. Like I'm sure that my Subaru STI could probably give one a run for its money with its, 330 horsepower and 380 torque all-wheel drive. But those are Lotus Elises, man. They're no slouch. Like for handling, even with the extra weight that's on that car, I'm sure it still handles amazing. I've never heard people complain about the handling of the Tesla Roadster. It was always the reliability, getting stuck in second gear, the fucking brushes and the motor burning out, battery failures, shitty build quality. I've never heard anybody reliability. I've never heard anybody actually complain about the handling, though. Everything that I saw, even the Top Gear thing where they railed against it and said it was a piece of shit, the handling was fantastic. Like when it worked, the handling was amazing. And since the chassis was built by Lotus, it's going to be, and it's an electric car that it was like tiny and only weighs 2,600 pounds. I mean, the Lotus Elise probably weighs like 600 pounds less than that for the same car. But still, 2,600 pounds is not heavy for a car that has like 250 horsepower, 200 plus torque. And it's all fairly low down. Like, the motor weight is low down. The battery weight is not as low down as like a Tesla, because it is a giant battery, a giant, vertically tall battery pack. But still, it's a good handling car. I mean, it handles like a mid-engine. So, I mean, it for all intents and purposes, it is a mid-engine because most of the weight is the battery pack, and the battery pack is right where the engine would be in a Lotus Elise. So you got more weight on the rear axle because of the E-axle, the motor being on the rear axle. So you do have more weight bias between the axle, but as far as the bulk of the weight of the vehicle, is right where it needs to be to give it a really good weight distribution. So they're fantastic. What does that say? When you manage to get into the car, it's no use to try and get out, right? Have some fun before you leave the car. Oh yeah, no, getting out of an Elise is a fucking nightmare. Dude, even when I was 100 pounds lighter, getting in and out of a Lotus Elise was laughable. Like I could make a whole YouTube video out of doing that and just play Benny Hill music to it. And I'd speed it up like 300% so the person wouldn't fall asleep. So the lightest Elise was 1,750 pounds. God, that surprises me, actually. Wait, the stock Elise was only 1,900 pounds? No shit. That's amazing. I mean, when you think of fucking, 1980s Honda Civic is like 2,100. And those things were just beer cans. So, I mean, you could literally lift the engine and one guy could pick up the engine and transmission and walk it over and put it on a table. Like, it was not a heavy car at all. That's wild. I didn't realize it was that light. It must be a composite body to be that light. All I know is two big guys in a Lotus Elise, like your shoulders will literally rub together the entire time. Like you can't even scoot over. Like you can't even separate your shoulder. You're literally pinned between the door and between the other person with the stock seats. And the steering wheel is like this big around. It feels like you're driving a Thrustmaster simulator on the computer. Like it is the smallest wheel I've ever held in my life was in a stock Lotus Elise. Because the one I was going to buy, the one that I went to Park Place Motors to buy back in the day, was it was the Lotus Exige, which was the hot Lotus Elise that had the cool engine cover and the snorkel. And I got into that thing and I was like, fuck, man. Like as soon as me and my wife got into it, we looked at each other and we were like, I don't know how we're going to get out of this. Like I immediately looked at her and I was like, there's no way I can buy this. Like there's no way. I didn't even test drive it. I mean, I feel bad that I didn't. I kind of want to, but I knew if I test drive it, knowing I wasn't going to buy it, that the dealership was going to give me shit. But the guy even warned me. Like when I came in, I went to the bank first, got a cashier's check because that's how you prevent them from haggling. A cool trick if you want to know when you go to the dealership is go on the website, see what the car is worth, go look at another dealership, find the one that's selling it for the cheapest, print that out, go to the bank and get a check for the dealership that you want to buy the car for that exact dollar amount. take it to the dealership, put it down on the table and say, here's the cashier's check right here, all printed, ready to go. Because you can always take it back to the bank and just redeposit it. It just costs you like whatever the fee is for the check. I want to say it's like $5. You take it to the dealership, you put it down and say, I'm not spending a penny more than this. Here's the cashier's check for the entire transaction. They'll try to be like, oh, well, why don't we put this over on this, or why don't we put this on a credit card, or here we can do this and then put it. No, say nope. This is the check that I'm printing for the car. I've already got another place I can go get it or whatever. I'm just going to try you guys out first. If you don't want to, it's fine. Just tell me no. I'll walk away right now. And 9 out of 10 times they're like, nope, we'll just yoink, take that check. And it's like a quick, easy sale. They know they've got the money. They know they can't really dick around because you already put down the money on the table. You already have literally cash in hand. So that trick usually works most of the time. It doesn't work if you lowball them super hard, but as long as you put it into like if it's a realistic offer that you're making, it'll prevent them from like trying to fucking add on a bunch of things and trying to make you pay more and find other ways to do it. So what I do is I just take the cashier's check in there. So I went in there, I had a cashier's check ready. I called ahead of time and they said they had the Exige that I wanted in stock and they told me the specs and I was like, I saw it on the website and I was like, cool, I want that one. So I got the cashier's check for the price that it should have been, not their listed price, but the price that it should have been. I brought it in and never even made it to the point where I could hand him the check. Because when I walked in, he looked at me and he goes, yeah, he's like, you're probably not going to like this. And I was like, what are you talking about? I did tons of research on this car, man. He's like, here, just get in it and take it for a test drive. He's like, you really need to get in it and take it for a test drive. And I was like, okay. And then I got into it and I was like, fuck, man. It took me like a minute and a half to like roll my body out on the floor without scratching it up and banging it up. And as soon as I did that, I was like, yeah, you're right. And he's like, yeah, this is not the car for you. And I'm like, when you go to a dealership and like the dude there is telling you this is not the car for you and he makes a huge commission selling it to you, you know it's not the car for you. Like he is really worried that if you buy that car, you're going to bring it back 10 minutes later and be bitching about it and be a terrible customer. So he's trying to stop all that. He's like, no, this guy is going to fucking not even be able to get this thing home. So I've never actually driven one. So I'm actually kind of excited to drive a Roadster. That'll be cool. Lotus does not make comfortable cars. They make race cars. No, it's true. I've never been in a comfortable Lotus. I mean, the Esprit is pretty comfortable. Like the Esprit is not too bad. I've actually been in an Esprit and it wasn't the worst. I've never been in a new one though. I've never been in like what's it called? The Lotus. Fuck. What is the new one that they have? The bigger one, not the Elise, but the larger one that has the 6-cylinder in it. It's like the Lotus Evora. That's what it is. The Evora, the one that's like the hybrid or whatever. I've never been in a Lotus Evora. That one looks like it might be comfortable. So those don't look too bad. Benny Hill was great. It was my childhood. Oh, I love Benny Hill. Benny Hill's amazing. But yeah, electric cars are pretty much going to take over though. I mean, the big problem with electric cars was the battery technology. That was the thing that was really holding them back. And now battery technology is excelling at like a crazy rate. I mean, shit, you already got a company that makes a car with a 600-mile range. It's like, you're not going to have range anxiety and charging problems with a car that can go 600 miles on a single charge. And it's got 1,100 horsepower. Like this is the, I'm talking about not the Tesla. I'm talking about the fancier company. Come on, brain. Shit, what's the name of the company that makes that ugly ass looking car that goes 600 miles and has 1,100 horsepower? It's shit. I mean, it's on sale. You can go buy them. Like people have them. The Lucid, that's what it is. The Lucid. So not the Rivian. Although the Rivian is cool. Don't get me wrong. I drive a Rivian or an F-150 or the new Hummer. But I'm actually really surprised with Lucid Motors. Like Lucid Motors made a 600 horsepower electric motor that weighs like 100 pounds. And so that's how they're able to get that 1,100 horsepower out of a car with 600 miles range, is because their drivetrain weighs like a fraction of what Tesla's does at the same power density. So and their technology is proprietary, so Tesla can't use it. So Tesla is still using old style motors. They're still using 400 volt systems, where Lucid moved to, I think, 800 volt. So the Lucid charges faster, has a longer range. It's also much more expensive. I want to say the Lucid Motors 1,100 horsepower car is like 150 or 160,000. But yeah, 600 miles range, super luxurious. Like everybody I've talked to that have reviewed the Lucid said that the car, everybody agrees the car is kind of ugly from the outside. Like I don't like the styling at all. But the inside of the car, everybody says if you've ever sat in like the top tier, plaid Tesla Model S, and you sit in a Lucid Motors, what is it, the Dream Edition or whatever, Lucid, they said it's like you can't even compare the two. Like everything down to the screens, the haptics, the software. They said the Lucid Motors car is like a goddamn Cadillac. The suspension is like super, super tricky. Like you can adjust the suspension, like height and rebound and everything for like comfort or like, oversteer, understeer. It's a remarkable car. Like it's absolutely amazing. I'd love to have one, but one, they're stupid fucking expensive. And for the one that does like 600 miles or whatever, it has the luxurious interior. But that's like one of those cars, like the last car you ever buy, right? But I can't imagine what the battery would be like to replace. Like in 10 years when that battery's like dead, like you're basically gonna have to spend, fucking $50 or $60 or $70,000 for like some other company to rebuild your battery pack. And you're not gonna have any good warranty or anything like that. So that's the problem with electric cars is like, a gas car, it's like everything that breaks in the car, you just replace and keep going, right? It's like you can have a car that's 60, 70, 80 years old. And it's like the motor blows up, you put another motor in it or you rebuild it. Transmission blows up because everything's mechanical, right? It's like when you're talking about these cars with like encoded electronics that have to do handshakes with each other and shit and fucking do DRM back to the factory. When you talk about this level of electronics, then it starts being like leasing, right? You don't ever really own the car because when the battery pack's dead, there's no guarantee you can get it rebuilt. There's no guarantee somebody can even give you another battery, or you can get a battery from another car and install it and it'll work because they don't speak the same language because the encoding. So that's kind of scary. That's the big thing with electric cars is you save a lot of money up front because you're not buying fuel, you're not buying oil changes, you're going through but what they never talk about is you go through tires about 10 times faster. But you save money on brakes, oil changes and everything. So it ends up being a wash usually in the end. I mean, fuck, I know people that bought Teslas, like the Tesla Plaid, that just driving it, still driving it kind of spiritedly, but whatever, they were replacing tires like every 3 months, like they were bald. Like that car weighs so fucking much that every time you slam that thing to the floor and accelerate or whatever, you're chewing off like fucking, a month of tire wear. And people don't think about that. And tires are expensive. When you're talking about tires that are rated for 1,000 horsepower, ZR rated tires that fit on that car, and especially the ones that are like low rolling resistance or whatever, shit gets expensive. I mean, when you have to buy, 3, 4, 5 sets of fucking tires a year, that becomes a problem. That becomes expensive, especially when you're spending $1,000+ a set. Most people get 60 to 80,000 miles out of a good tire, right? In a regular car, not like a race car, right? So, but you go buy one of these Teslas and get on it here and there just because it's so heavy or do a lot of turning. And, your fucking tires are bald in months. They just eat them. No, I don't know. Maybe tire compounds have gotten better now. Like it's possible that, they got EV tires now that are a lot harder and, do better with the weight. But I know that the first couple of years that Tesla was selling the Model S, people were getting bald tires in not even a single year of ownership, and the tires were already gone. Like gone, like down to the fucking belts. Dangerous. Tesla Roadster owners were going through their tires every 10,000 miles. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's just the torque, right? Those low rolling resistance, whatever, skinny little tires that are like on the lease or whatever. Those things are designed. The soft rubber compound is not designed to have 2,600 pounds squatted down on it with 200 foot-pounds of torque. And plus the electric torque, that's the problem, is most cars, when you take off, they don't develop a shitload of torque until they're in their power band. So it eases into it. Electric cars are like, you are basically going from a standstill to as much power as you can get to the pavement without slipping, which means all the way up to like 60 miles an hour in a Tesla. Every time you floor it, even though you're not spinning the tires, you're getting them to the point where they are slipping. So they're slipping as much as humanly possible, like right on the edge of grip to get you that full speed. And that heats up the tires really fast. So you start, and then when it heats up, the rubber starts wearing off way easier, right? It's like the road is abrasive. The hotter you get the tires, the more it's melting off and getting stuck to the pavement. But yeah, if you buy an EV, especially a Tesla, because Teslas weigh like 5,000 pounds. People don't think that, but it's like, think about this: a Tesla. If you drive a Tesla Model S, the 3-motor version, that has anywhere between 600 and 1,000 horsepower or whatever. If you're driving one of those with the full-size battery pack, you are going to be between 4,800 at the lightest, cheapest version, up to 5,400 for the heaviest. To give you a comparison, 5,400 pounds is like what a fucking diesel truck weighs. Like if you have like a fucking 250 diesel, Ford or whatever, that's going to be like 5,000-6,000 pounds. So, or an old Cadillac, like a really old, 22, 3 foot long Cadillac Seville or whatever, that's going to be like 5,000 pounds. So that's going to be twice the weight of my car. Like you put my Subaru next to the Model S, they look like a similar size car, but the Tesla weighs twice as much. So when you're talking about all that weight having to corner and having to accelerate and having to decelerate, the amount of heat and wear that gets built up into the tires is like astronomical. So, it'd be like me taking my car and putting, 2,500 pounds, putting a bunch of grand pianos on the roof or whatever, and then driving it around corners and accelerating as hard as I could. The tires just aren't gonna last. We should utilize solar and hydrogen for EVs. I think hydrogen is probably the big bet. I think cars are going to remain electric, but the charging infrastructure itself is probably going to be hydrogen. Because honestly, it's too dangerous to store liquid hydrogen on board cars. It just is. I don't care how good you are at building these carbon fiber crash-proof tanks and shit like that. It's not going to be a good thing to have onboard liquid hydrogen on board a bunch of cars. You're going to have a lot of really dangerous bad accidents. However, the charging infrastructure itself, if you have a lot of solar and you have a lot of wind and you have a lot of hydroelectric and everything that's basically being used to extract hydrogen from water, from salt water, then we could, then we're just shipping this hydrogen to the charging stations. The charging station itself is basically just converting the hydrogen through a chemical process to electricity, so you can get crazy amounts of electricity from the charging point without having to import it through the power system. So now you take the strain off of the power system grid, and now you just like you do with regular gas stations, you truck in the liquid hydrogen. If you get a system like that built up, that you'd be way better off, because then you could have gas stations at the same density as we have today, even more, and you're not going to be putting tremendous load on the grid. Because that's the big problem we're in for. I know people don't think it's a problem, but no, it's going to be a massively huge fucking problem. I mean, California is already offsetting it by requiring solar on all new construction because their grid's going to get overwhelmed. Like when everybody's driving an EV, when like everybody on your block is driving an EV and everybody has their car plugged in at home into a 440 volt dual circuit so that they can charge their 600 mile range car every 13 hours or 12 hours or whatever. When everybody's running this like super hardcore high draw access point shit, like the power is not going to be able to handle it. There's no fucking way. Like the grid is not going to stand up to that. It's going to require massive upgrades throughout the entire electrical grid, and power production is going to have to increase like fucking astronomically. So I think the better solution to that is, when it comes to charging cars, we create infrastructure to charge the cars efficiently, where you can actually truck in the power. Actually, better yet, create the power on site. Literally create a fucking plumb in electrolyzed water or salt water, right? Fucking plumb in salt water, and then the gas stations themselves can use renewables that are on site to generate the hydrogen that they use, the liquid hydrogen, to store the energy, because that's a really efficient way to store energy. And then you don't need these giant unwieldy batteries. You just need an electrolyzer that can convert the liquid hydrogen directly into electricity, which is pretty cool. Because that's how the cars work. Like if you've seen a hydrogen car, it doesn't burn the hydrogen. Like if you see all these hydrogen fuel cell cars, they don't actually burn the hydrogen. They're usually using a chemical catalyst to generate the electricity directly from the hydrogen. Like they're literally taking the hydrogen, putting it through a catalyzer that just spits out basically fucking water vapor and electricity. And so that process doesn't require the hydrogen to be burned. So it just offsets water vapor. So if you create a charging station that, instead of storing the hydrogen on board the car, you store the hydrogen at the facility, and then you use that hydrogen to convert it into electricity only as it's needed to charge the vehicles that are connected to it. Then the cars have the batteries, and then you perfect the battery technology, because now that you're producing the electricity at the charging station, you can just increase the flow of hydrogen to create more electricity. So you're not limited by the grid and how many people are charging. You can just increase or decrease your usage depending on who's charging. The biggest problem right now, to show that our grid is already suffering, is, have you seen the what's the name? Is it Nikola? Have you seen that company? Everybody thinks they're out of business. They're not. They're selling fucking EV semis just like Tesla. As a matter of fact, they've already shipped like a bajillion more EV semis than Tesla ever has. But they fly under the radar because of all the fucking controversy that happened. Well, Nikola Motors builds the semi truck. The problem is it can't charge anywhere except for at the business. And the reason it can't is because to charge this truck to give it the 300 miles of range hauling cargo, it basically takes the entire capacity of like a whole Tesla supercharging array to charge this thing in a reasonable amount of time. So you can't very well have a semi pulling up to like a Tesla charging station and using 100% of the capacity of that charging station for 8 hours to charge one truck. That's not going to work. So you really have to take that into consideration in the infrastructure and be like, we have to build out infrastructure where these semis have their own charging stations that can charge more than one semi at a time. And they're able to trickle in the volume and store the volume of electricity they need, that they're not hammering the grid trying to charge like a half dozen semis. And I think liquid hydrogen is the answer for that. I really do. I think if you store huge liquid hydrogen tanks as buffers, like think of it as a, what do they call it? An accumulator, so that you're taking all of your electricity, even if you're pulling some from the grid, even if you're converting it on site using salt water coming in and then using solar and wind or whatever to convert it into the hydrogen and compress it, the liquid hydrogen is in a stable state, and that's usable energy whenever you need it. You know, think of it like a battery. It's like a liquid battery of sorts. And then every time you need electricity, you just bleed off some of that hydrogen, put it through the catalyzer, extract the electricity, take the water vapor, feed it back into the system so that you could reuse it as electrolyte. So you know, you could create some kind of a closed system there. You know, you just have to add more electrolyte over time. But I think that would be a good system, because then it's like, you know, if you only have one car pulling in every once in a while and charging, you don't have to sit there and, you know, have the grid constantly wasting energy keeping this equipment up and running and everything like that. It's only when something's charging is it using electricity, and then it's creating the electricity on site from the energy that it's stored up. I think that would be pretty cool. And then you still tie it into the grid. So you still tie it into the grid. So if it gets below a certain level, like, you know, use AI to detect how many people are charging here every day. What's the average usage? Like, what days do we anticipate higher usage? Do all the algorithms to figure that out, and then have the system only pull additional power from the grid as needed to create surplus hydrogen that hold on site in the underground tank or whatever to power more vehicles that day. And then you can kind of control with how much liquid hydrogen you have to keep at any given time to satisfy the anticipated demand on that infrastructure. And then anytime that you exceed that and your algorithm's off a bit, you can just siphon more from the power grid to supplement it as needed. But think of it like huge capacitors. Think of the liquid hydrogen as just giant capacitors that store up that extra energy like a buffer, so that we're not putting a massive, huge hit on the grid. So instead of, you know, a car pulls up to charge and it pulls 100% of its power from the grid, which is how it works today, you'd have a car pull up to charge, and it would basically be pulling a shitload of electricity from a capacitor that trickle charged slowly over the last 24 hours off the power grid. That way, it's pulling continuously off the power grid, a low amount of power, and then storing it for distribution, instead of just beating the shit out of the power grid every time, you know, the usage goes up. I think that would be better. Like, and you don't want to use batteries for that, because batteries, they're expensive. You have to replace them way too much. Maintenance is high. I honestly think that using liquid hydrogen on site would especially in underground tanks, right, where people aren't going to crash into them. They're not going to anticipate violent events that cause them to rupture and explode or whatever. Store that shit underground, these huge tanks, and then use the electricity from the grid in addition with whatever solar and wind that you have on site to generate just enough liquid hydrogen and then a tiny little bit of a surplus or whatever for what you anticipate the usage is. And then it's literally like having another house on the grid. Like, it's not increasing the grid usage in these huge spikes every time cars charge. Because one of the problems with Tesla right now is like the supercharger networks they have. They have some of these superchargers that they set up now where they can have like 20 cars. So you have 20 cars charging at any given time, and it supports supercharging for all of them. So they can all charge at like 440 or whatever across the entire grid, maximum power that they're pulling. But to do that, they have to be at a place on the grid where they can pull that amount of power off the pole. You know, they're pulling like, you know, probably, you know, 20 houses worth of 100% power to charge that damn thing. And it's like, there's not a lot of places in the grid where you can put a recharging point where it's convenient and it has access to that level of charging. That's why most of these charger spots only have 2 or 4 locations to charge, because any more than that would overwhelm their drop from the grid. So the convenient locations usually are a bunch of smaller ones that have a couple spots, and then you have a couple of big ones off the freeway that are near the transfer lines where like huge amounts of power is coming in, and they can pull a lot right there from the power station without overwhelming the rest of the infrastructure, where it gets, you know, dropped down to smaller and smaller infrastructure. It's like the way you see power coming into your town. It's like you usually have multiple mains come into your town, or one at minimum, You have these transition lines that come in that are carrying like 40,000 volts, right? It's super low amps. And then those come in through the transmission lines. Then you have the transfer stations that then turn that into like 440. And then that goes out through the lines, gets dropped down to like 220. And then that two-phase power or whatever comes into the houses at 220 and gets broken down into two 110s. So that you can do 220 and 110, right? And so the grid gets, less and less and less capacity as it goes along and branches out to the neighborhoods. Well, when you're dealing with a charger, if you have to put a charger in a location where it's at the end of that, you're not going to be able to pull enough power to support all the houses on that grid and that unless you planned ahead for it, which you didn't because the infrastructure is already built in most of these areas. So now your only option is you can only build power recharging stations upstream of that where you have direct access to a lot more power that can come through, or you have to go through and add additional infrastructure and run additional transmission lines to handle that. And so that requires a massive update to infrastructure that would just be ongoing forever. It seems to me personally, and there may be some shortcomings to this, obviously, but I really think that using liquid hydrogen that's basically compressed on site and stored under pressure in underground tanks would be a good battery, right? Or you can use flow batteries too. Like if you got a lot of space, like if it's a charging area where space isn't that big of a problem because you have a lot of space, then fucking install a shitload of flow batteries and charge the flow batteries because those things can last like 20 to 40 years. They're fairly efficient. They don't put out a lot of power though. That's the problem is that's why you need the volume. You need a lot of them to create a lot of current. The other thing that you could do too that I haven't seen many people talk about is like if you have so many electric cars that everybody's recharging at some point throughout the day, like gas stations where there's always somebody at the pump, right? If you have a situation like that where enough people have it and you're not having a lot of downtime where you need to store an extended amount of electricity for a very long period of time, fucking use flywheels. Put in a 50-ton fucking flywheel underground that's storing up all that electricity from fucking renewable sources, windmills, solar, some from the grid. And then just pull however much power you need off that flywheel by literally putting it under load. As a matter of fact, in Russia, they use that everywhere. In Russia, like if you look at here we use gas generators and stuff to back up hospitals. It's like a lot of Russian facilities, like especially the older ones, they install these flywheels and they'll store up enough power in these flywheels to run the entire hospital for a week. Like there is so much rotating mass in these massive flywheels that they use. And then what they do is they charge up the flywheel off the grid and it becomes Woo! Thank you. I love scotch. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, get some. I love it. Thank you, sir. But with those giant flywheels, it's like you can pull as much current as you need off those. It's just going to slow it down more and more and more until it doesn't produce any more power. And then you just speed it up again. But you use it as a buffer because if you think about it, it's like with the flywheel, it's like you can pull as much power as you possibly could want off that thing. It's just going to slow it down faster. But there's so much mass there that you don't have to slow it down even like a noticeable amount. I mean, the thing will literally run for months and months and months without any additional power because there's so much mass spinning. They work great. And now they make these really cool ones. Like the technology has gotten so much better that now instead of creating these huge, like 60-ton flywheels that take up a shitload of space, they can now create one that like fits in your closet that has a carbon fiber rotor in it that can spin at like 300,000 RPM. So now you don't need as much mass, right? Like with the big ones, because of the material, you couldn't spin it that fast or it'd fall apart. Now we've got these composites that are so strong and can handle so many Gs that we can make it way smaller, but turn it way faster and get the same amount of power. So now the power density has gone up. And the cool thing is use them like a UPS. So just like your uninterruptible power supply, where you have power coming into the house, it's charging the batteries, and then your equipment is running off of the batteries. That way, if the power gets interrupted or it spikes or it goes down, it doesn't affect anything because it only affects the current going into the battery pack, not the current coming out of the battery pack. So that's kind of how a good UPS works. Well, you get that for free with a flywheel. With a flywheel, if you're only pulling power off of the gear train from the flywheel, right? And all you're doing is dynamically changing the ratio to keep a constant power output depending on the speed of the wheel turning, right? As long as you have that fixed, it doesn't matter if power is coming into the wheel or if power is leaving the wheel or if it's spinning faster or spinning slower. It doesn't matter. You're always getting that constant power out of it, regardless of what's going into it. It just acts like a giant battery. And apparently they're pretty efficient too. Like it's not bad. It might even be more efficient than storing hydrogen. Now, the hydrogen is going to be better for long-term storage, depending on how good the containment vessel is. The hydrogen will be better for long-term storage. But if you're using the power all the time, you're constantly using it and constantly pulling it, and there's no need to store it for prolonged periods of time, then fucking use flywheels instead of hydrogen. They're cheaper. I love, and plus, it doesn't get any easier than that. Think about it. It's like with a hydrogen system, you have to have a complex compressor. You have to cool it down to cryogenic temperatures, then compress it, then put it in a tank, and then store it at super high pressures. That's a pain in the ass, right? It can be done. It's not bad, but it's a pain in the ass. With a flywheel, all you have to do is this faster. You want to put more power into the flywheel? Everybody out back can fucking start grabbing it and trying to spin it faster. It's like the only thing you need to feed power into the flywheel system is a motor. That's it. You take whatever you get from the solar, whatever, anything that it can be mechanical energy, it can be electric energy, it can be water with a water wheel. It doesn't matter. Any form of energy can be easily transformed into the kinetic energy to turn that wheel faster. And that's all you do to put more energy into the system. You don't have to do any complex shit. You don't have to have a catalyzer with like hydrogen to turn it into electricity. None of that shit. It's really cool. So it's just a weight issue for the flywheel. Yeah. So with the flywheel, the thing that you're always fighting with a flywheel is the materials. So for a flywheel to hold a lot of energy for a long period of time, you need mass. So, but the way you get that mass is either by having something that's really, really, really big, right, turning slow, or something really, really, really small turning fast. So to make a carbon fiber flywheel, if you tried to make that out of steel, it would just blow apart, or cast iron, it would just blow apart, because once it spins so fast, it's gonna deform the material. The G-force is gonna be in the hundreds of thousands of Gs. It's going to just shatter. You can only spin it so fast before it fails. Well, now they're getting really good at creating these flywheels that are like really lightweight, but can handle spinning at hundreds of thousands of RPMs. So instead of having the traditional like old wheels where you had a flywheel that weighed like 60 tons that's turning it 5 times a second or whatever, and it's putting out enough power to run half a city, instead of that, now you can just have like 10 or 12 of these smaller carbon fiber jobbers that are like inside of a vacuum on magnetic bearings that are spinning at hundreds of thousands of RPMs. Like, I mean, it to the point where you have to run it in a vacuum. Like even just the air touch it would slow it down too fast because it's creating that much drag. You create these vacuums and you put these magnetic bearings and you spin these carbon fiber rotors, and they can handle it because they can handle the massive G-forces without shattering. And now you can pull the same amount of power from that thing spinning hundreds of thousands of RPMs than you could at the thing spinning 5 RPMs that took up 100 times more space. So it's always a trade-off. But it's more, but with everything, it's still an economy of scale, but it's like inverse scale. Just like with computers, the smaller it gets, the more expensive it gets. So when you're talking about a big flywheel, it can just be a big dumb flywheel. It could literally be concrete. You could literally make a flywheel out of concrete and rebar that just spins like 5 times a minute, even if it weighs enough. And that would give you a tremendous amount of power, but for a short period of time. You don't have to worry about the wind resistance because it's not spinning fast enough for the air to really slow it down all that much. But if you want to get that same amount of power in a smaller footprint, well, now you have to have a vacuum chamber. You have to use magnetic bearings because any friction that you create is going to be exponential based on speed. So you need magnetic bearings, you need a vacuum chamber, and you need a rotor that remember, the further you get out from the center, the more centrifugal force you're going to experience, more G's, right? And so if the rotor, is spinning at hundreds of thousands of RPM, the outer edge of the rotor might be under 1,000 G's or 2,000, 3,000, 100,000 G's. And you're like, what is its stress breaking point? If you tried to spin something that fast, even made out of like solid steel or solid titanium, it would still just deform and break, or it would shatter. Like you need crazier and crazier materials. But in theory, if you could create a flywheel that was that big, that was made out of a material that was so dense that something this big weighed like 600 pounds, you could make a flywheel that spins this at like 500,000 RPM in a vacuum, and it would probably produce enough power to run your house for like a week. Now that material doesn't exist today, but if it did, but it would have to be able to hold up. Imagine the heavier the material is, the more the G-force is going to affect it. So if it weighs 600 pounds and it's this big, the outer edge of that when it's spinning is going to be many, many, many times more G-force pulling on that because of its mass. So, you know, it's just like me. If I'm in an airplane and they pull back the stick in the airplane and suddenly I'm experiencing 9 Gs. I weigh 370 pounds. So that means 9 Gs, I weigh 9 times 370. So where the skinny little pilot is only experiencing 600 or 700 pounds of G-force, I'm experiencing thousands of pounds of G-force. Like I could die because I couldn't breathe, because every little bit of extra fat that I have down here on my diaphragm pushing into me is going to weigh 9 times more. So I'm going to experience 9 times more stress. Well, actually more. It's going to be you know, it's because of my weight, it's being multiplied. So if you weigh 10 pounds and you experience 10 Gs, you experience 100 pounds of force. If you weigh 1,000 pounds and you experience 10 Gs, you're 10,000 pounds of force you're experiencing. So it's, that's why you don't see a lot of pilots that weigh like 250, 300 pounds, not just because they don't fit in the cockpit, but because the G-force would really fuck them up. Like, you know, their heads would be popping like zits under like 10, 12 Gs. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, that and gas mileage and weight and payload and all that stuff. There's a lot more factors into it. But yeah, like you generally want pilots that are kind of small and thin, fit well, very fit, strong muscles, right? Because they combat G's better based on the ratio of their muscle mass to their body fat. And women handle G-forces better for some reason. I don't really know why, but women seem to handle G-forces better. They can handle a lot more G's before they pass out. They can handle a lot more G's before they experience deoxygenation. They can actually oxygenate, doing the same breathing exercises that men for some reason. They can actually draw more air into their lungs under G's. They can oxygenate their brain better. So we should see a lot more female fighter pilots in the future. However, I don't think we're going to have that many fighter pilots in the future. I honestly think with the way technology is going, everything's going to be unmanned drones in the next 10 to 15 years. There's really no reason to put human life at risk anymore. I love Scotch. Oh, sorry, I missed the message, brother. He said people overestimate daily EV power usage. Average driver only drives about 37 miles, which is 10 kilowatts a day. Remember, your house AC unit is 4 to 6 kilowatts per hour. I mean, it depends. It depends. The way I look at it is when we had a Chevy Volt, we drove the entire distance every day, 30 to 40 miles in the Chevy Volt, and we'd have to plug it into a 15 amp circuit for 12 hours to recharge it to get 40 miles. So when you look at it that way, it's like saturating it. It's like running a space heater for 12 hours a day, right? It is going to drive up your electrical usage significantly. Yeah, my AC does use, it does use, similar amperage, right? 13 to 15 amps, but it's only pulling that when the compressor is on. And even 24 hours a day with the compressor turning on, it's only about 1/3 of that time, which is even less than the 12 hours. So my air conditioner uses significantly less than my Chevy Volt did. So when you start factoring, but again, I agree with you. Like if everybody's plugged in, but here's the thing: the cars are getting heavier, and and people are wanting the batteries to charge longer, and they're wanting that more range. So if you have people that are bringing their cars home and they're plugging them in, and they're having to not just grab 15 amps, they're not charging off 15 amps, they're charging off of 440, even though they're charging for a lesser period of time. If you have too many of them charging at the same time, they're pulling an exponential amount of power in the same time. So instead of, I'd agree with you if everybody was just charging their cars at home by plugging in a 110 plug into a 15 amp circuit. But most people I know that have Teslas get at least the 220, and a lot of them get the 240 or the 440 charger at home so that they can charge their entire range of their car within like eight hours. But to charge, when it took 12 hours on a 15 amp circuit to charge a 40 kilowatt battery, how much does it take to charge a 100, 120 or 200 kilowatt battery like in the Lucid? If it's that's going to put a lot of strain on the grid when you're charging using, 220 amp circuits ganged together. Like that's probably, I mean, hell, I know people that have gotten a complete another 100 kilowatt drop brought to their house just because of their chargers, because they had 2 Teslas. So that's what I'm worried about is how much power it can draw, not how long it's charging for. Like, I don't think it would be an issue for the grid if everybody was just plugging in their car into a 15 amp circuit. And if they need more than 40 miles, they just need to leave it plugged in longer. I don't think that would be a big deal, because obviously everybody can put an air conditioner in their house and it is going to tremendously affect the grid, but it can support that. It can support everybody drawing an extra 15 amps, but it's not going to support every single person on the grid running 2 dryers, 2 washing machines, and 2 electric ranges all at the same time in every single house. That's where I start getting a little worried. So, but yeah, I mean, they are fairly efficient. I mean, other than start and stop, but you do regain from regenerative braking. So that's even a non-issue today. But when you're talking like a car, like a Tesla weighs 5,000 pounds, right? It's like, yeah, once it gets up to cruising speed, because its drag coefficient is so low, it uses very little power to maintain its speed. But when you're constantly varying speed back and forth, even with the regenerative braking, that efficiency starts going down the toilet pretty fast. If you start accelerating really, really fast and just slamming the thing to the ground, you burn through power crazy fast. Fuck, we took my friend's car out when we were doing, back when we were reviewing his Ludicrous Edition Tesla, which is like nothing compared to the Plaid. Like the Plaid's like another 300 horsepower. We'd stab that thing to the floor or whatever, and it's after like 2 or 3 launches, it's like we already ate like a third of the battery. Like a 300 and something mile range battery, we already took a third of that. We already ate like a fucking 100 miles out of it just by doing like a couple of launches. The total time accelerating was probably less than 3 minutes. So or if you see these people go to the drag track with the Plaid, they'll do like, maybe 10 quarter-mile passes, and they're down to like 40% on the battery pack on a 320-mile battery or whatever it is. So they tend to, when you're on them and you're kicking them all the time, it's like, yeah, if you're only driving 30 miles a day or 40 miles a day, yeah, if you're driving the most efficiently way you can, I agree that you don't need that much power, but that's really not what's happening. A lot of people take their Teslas and they're like, oh, Plaid, they're fucking on it all the time. My neighbor, he drives his like he stole it. So it's like, you're going 30 miles a day, but you're burning 120 to 150 miles of range. So that's another thing that people have to really take into consideration. So, oh yeah, no, Teslas at the track drop power fast. As a matter of fact, I watched a video where somebody tried to lap the Nürburgring in a Tesla Model S Plaid, and it already heat soaked within less than half the track. It was already down to half its performance. And after one full 18-mile lap of the Nürburgring, and keep in mind, half of that lap was on limp mode where it couldn't even really go faster than like 130 miles an hour. I think they were down to like 60% of the pack in 18 miles. So they burned like 160 or 170 miles of range in 18 miles. So, you're not gonna do that with most gas cars unless you're doing, turbo and have giant injectors and you're really putting out crazy power. Then you can drain a tank on a gas car pretty fast. But usually, even if you're driving a gas car pretty spiritedly, the difference between spirited driving and regular driving is maybe like 50%. Whereas in a Tesla, it can be like 300%. So same thing with going up hills too. It's like Tesla's like climbing hills. It's like, oh, your battery pack to have like 300 miles range, you drive up a hill and you're like, oh, now I'm down to 150 miles of range after driving up the mountain pass. You're like, holy shit. You're like, how did I lose that much in a gas car going up hills? It's like, yeah, you do lose mileage for sure, but nowhere near the same percentage. Like for some reason, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the weight. I think it's probably the weight, because when you're going uphill, you're having to haul 5,000 pounds. But then they'll argue, coming down the other side, you use regenerative braking. But keep in mind, regenerative braking, you can only recover so much for, and it's not perfectly efficient. You're still bleeding off a lot of heat. So if it was perfectly efficient, then anything that you lost going up the hill, you would reclaim coming back down. But I would say all things equal, as long as you're going up a hill and you're coming back down that same hill, like, routinely, and you're not constant, it's going to be a wash, right? Over time, you're going to probably be similar to a gas car, even though you're losing a lot more going up. Coming down the hills, you're actually regaining something, and you have more mileage at the bottom of the hill, which you're not going to have with a gas car. So I think it all ends up probably working out, and it's a wash in the end. So, but I mean, but they are efficient. Like electric cars are incredibly efficient. But the problem with electric cars too is the weight. The weight is the big problem, and the fact that they're always carrying around a full tank of fuel. Like a car, it's like you fill up a 30-gallon tank on a car or a truck or whatever, and you drive around. It's like, okay, you just put 150 pounds of fuel in this car, and then once it's half gone, now you're down to 70. You're bleeding off mass as you're driving, so you're carrying less and less weight as you go on. You end up getting faster and faster. As a matter of fact, when you go to a track in a race car, you usually only put in enough fuel for your pass and to get back, because you want to be as light as possible. And in EV, it's the other way around. You go to the track, you charge it up all the way, because if you don't, you're still carrying that same mass. Well, not the same. It actually is heavier. When you a charged battery versus a dead battery, there actually is a difference in mass. A lot of people don't know that. But yeah, when you pack enough electrons together, it does actually have a tangible effect on weight. Just not a ton, but it is noticeable. which I thought was weird. I honestly didn't know that until like a couple of years ago. Somebody told me that, and I was like, "No, you're full of shit." And then they proved it to me, and I was like, "Oh, no way! You can actually weigh a battery on a high precision scale and actually watch the battery get heavier as you charge it." And you're like, wait a second, how the fuck does that work? Like, you're putting in electrons, and there's a change in the mass to the battery. Like, you're not even really putting in electrons; you're just moving electrons. So where the fuck is this mass coming from? How does a charged battery weigh more than a dead battery? Like, I don't know. That was weird. It's not a huge change, but it is measurable, which I think is just weird. All right. Well, before I shut down, I know that the networking guy is like dying for me to tell you guys about this. So let's see, not the hacking device for the Plex. Let me turn that off. Hold on, let me kill that. We can talk about that another time. I'll go play with that first, so the next time I can give you guys a demo on my own phone. Let's see, what is it? Okay, so apparently there's a change to Plex. That Plex is blocking some service called Hetzner. I'm not familiar with it, but apparently a lot of people use Hetzner for storing their movies and stuff like that with Plex. I've always stored all my stuff locally. Like, the strength of Plex for me was to host it on my local network and use my NAS. And like, I've never actually hosted a Plex server offsite, but apparently some people do. And Hetzner, whatever this site is, has been banned by Plex. So it says, we're contacting you to let you know about an upcoming action that's likely to affect your Plex media server setup. We're receiving this notice because the IP address associated with the Plex media server on your account appears to come from a service provider that hosts a significant number of Plex media servers that violate our terms of service. That's what I thought. I figured they banned them for allowing pirated content. Due to the large-scale violations occurring from that host provider, we will be taking action soon to block access and activity from the Plex media servers hosted by that provider. We will start these blocks on Thursday, October 12th, 2023. If you leave your current installation as is, you will have issues connecting to it from your Plex apps as well as managing it. To avoid these issues, we suggest that you consider alternative hosting options, including hosting it from your own home IP. That's what I've always done. I didn't even know you could host it somewhere else. When moving your Plex media server installation, we encourage that you review our articles on moving a server install to another system. These instructions will assist you in migrating the install as is, so that you don't have to set it up from scratch. If you do run into migration issues, please post specific details on our Plex media server forums, and we appreciate your understanding and apologize for the inconvenience. Okay, yeah, so it just Plex is basically just banning a server that is universally used for pirating, and so they're cutting it off probably for just like legal liability purposes or some shit like that. But apparently a lot of people use this service, according to my mod PhysX. He said a lot of people host there, so. But I've never hosted my Plex offsite. I always thought the strength of Plex was to be able to watch your media at home on the go. I didn't know people were paying for hosting to set up Plex servers and to store movies and shit on, cloud infrastructure to stream from there to set up like their own little personal Netflix. I didn't know people did that. So they are just free to dictate where you host it, I guess. Well, I mean, the only way they could do that is if you're going through their servers for something. So the only thing I can imagine is like, you're running Plex on Hetzner's servers, like, because how else could they block it, right? I mean, why not just use Hetzner or whatever it's called? I don't know how to pronounce it, Hetzner. Why not just set up Hetzner, run Plex at your house, and then just use what's that thing called? That fucking cloning app or whatever, where you can basically mount a drive from a network share. You could basically just take Hetzner, mount it on the system, run Plex on your server, and then still have all the storage be on Hetzner, and they couldn't stop that. It's a server host. The user chooses to host it on Hetzner. Only reason for the ban is that Hetzner is cheap and reliable. Oh, is that why you think they're banning it? Is not because of the piracy issues, but because they have cheap storage? Well, I would still use them. I would just run a local instance. Instead of hosting Plex on their server, I just host Plex on my home server like I always do, and then just point it to the cloud storage. And they couldn't stop that. It sounds like I'm curious how they're doing this though. Like, are they altering the code so it detects that it's running on Hetzner? Because I'm guessing that you're running Plex on Hetzner. Because if you're not running Plex on Hetzner, then it has no idea where the storage is, because you can obfuscate that all day long. The only way that they would know that it was running on those servers is if they had some kind of a check in the code to see if it was hosting on those servers. Blocking Hetzner's IP addresses? Why not just use a VPN? I mean, if you're hosting on Hetzner, I'm guessing that if you have access to run Plex on there, then you have access to run other things on there too, right? So couldn't you just set up a VPN on the Hetzner server or whatever using Cloudflare, and then it's using a different IP? That's what I'd do. And then just point Plex at the interface that's using Cloudflare so it has a Cloudflare IP. I just do that. I'm sure there's an easy workaround for this. Hey, Leviathan Prim, my man. Woo! Yeah. All right, so I want to ask a question. How many people here in chat use Plex with Hetzner, and how many people use Plex without Hetzner? I'm just curious because according to PhysX, he's saying that like 80% of the people that do Plex use Hetzner, and this is going to kill Plex. I'm just curious because I've never used Hetzner at all. I didn't even know it existed. So I'm curious how many people in here from my followers actually use it with and without, just to kind of get like just a superset. Because I know it affects him. I just want to see how it affects like other people that are watching. Okay, we got Plex without, never heard of Hetzner, Plex without, self-host Plex. I use Plex from my home. Plex user that has used Hetzner, but not for Plex. So again, he used Plex, but not with Hetzner. 100% local. Okay, so at least everybody that's okay. Let's see. Is anybody other than networking guy using Hetzner? The pirates don't have bandwidth at home. They likely do the hosting Plex on Hetzner. Oh, okay, so this is because Europe just doesn't have enough bandwidth. That's why everybody's hosting on Hetzner. Plex without, never heard of it. Use Kodi. Dude, does Kodi still work? I didn't know Kodi still worked. Use a NAS with VLC, no Plex. Fuck you, Plex. As long as you use the internet, Plex stops working. Well, I mean, the whole idea of Plex is to work without internet. At least mine does. I mean, when my internet goes out, I watch shit on my Plex server. Plex without. Okay, so nobody in here uses Hetzner. Do we have anybody in here from the UK? Because apparently everybody in the UK uses Hetzner with Plex. I'm just curious if we got anybody in here from the UK that uses it. Because I haven't seen anybody say they use it yet, and I didn't even know what it was. So I'm just trying to get like a realistic idea just from like the people in here. If I'm weird for not knowing what it was, and everybody in the world uses this for Plex, but it sounds like you guys are mostly on the same page as me. It sounds like, because if it was the majority, they wouldn't do this. If it was the majority and it'd kill their business, they wouldn't have made this decision. So my guess is the vast majority of Plex users, just like us, are just using it at home and just running it on our own shit in our NAS, and not a lot of people are using Hetzner. So Dave Webster said, I'm in the UK. I don't use it. Never heard it was even a thing. Let's hear. No idea what Hetzner is. Use Jellyfin. I mean, so PhysX, I would say that realistically, just given the superset of people in here, and we even have a person from Europe in here that didn't even know what it was, my guess is a lot of people probably do use it. They're like power users that want to have like huge pirated movie collections and stuff out in the cloud. But to say that it's like the majority of people, or that this is going to kill Plex, I don't think that's going to be the case. Just based on this. I mean, it won't affect me at all. You've never used Plex in years, just media share turned on in Windows? That actually does work fairly well. Like, even my TV immediately detects my Windows media sharing on my computer, and I can stream everything on it, which is kind of cool. Plex will kill Plex. Trust me, I don't want to defend Plex, because Plex has done some stupid shit. I mean, Plex is the reason why my fucking LastPass got hacked. Because they had a fucking egregious bug that like some dipshit at LastPass was running a compromised version on his computer, and it fucked us all. So yeah, Plex can eat my ass as far as I'm concerned. I'm just saying I don't think that this is going to kill them. Like, I don't think this is like a decision that they made like lightly, that they think that, oh my God, this is going to kill our company. I really do believe that the vast majority of people do not know what Hetzner is. They use Plex. Even based on the chat, right? I'd say that we have a pretty good mixed demographic of people in here. So the fact that not a single person said that they knew what Hetzner is, I'm guessing that's probably more of a minority thing than a majority thing. Obviously, enough people were using it that it pissed off Plex, right? I mean, so I'm not saying that it's. I'm just saying I don't think it's going to kill their business. I think they weighed it and they were like, this really isn't going to affect everybody. 2.7% of websites are on Hetzner, and a fuck ton of even U.S. companies use them. Well, that's interesting, but I don't really think of hosting Plex on a web server. Like, for me, Plex is one of those things that you host at home so you can watch your movies on the go and stuff like that, and like connect to your Plex server. I've never really thought about running Plex in the cloud, because usually cloud storage gets pretty expensive. Like, I mean, shit, I mean, it costs like 40, 50, 60 bucks a month for like a terabyte of storage in the cloud. I don't know how expensive Hetzner is, though. Hetzner might even be cheaper than that. But even if it is, I'd still use it. I'd still use Hetzner. I just host the Plex instance somewhere else, or run a VPN on Hetzner. Do they not allow you? Does Hetzner not allow you to run a VPN? Because it sounds to me like if you just connect to Cloudflare, I mean, that's going to change your IP address. Your IP address is going to be different under IP config with an adapter if you connect through a VPN, and then you connect Plex to the VPN. Plex is just going to see Cloudflare. They're not going to see Hetzner. So you'd still have your storage, you'd still have your instance, and you could still get a static IP address through Cloudflare. So it sounds to me like people can work around this rather easy. Like it doesn't even seem like this is really going to stop anybody from doing anything. How do people not know of Hetzner? That's like not hearing about OVH. What's OVH? Not everybody's a huge networking guy like you are, man. You're a networking whore. Like, you're gonna know these things, but not everybody is a super networking whore. Yeah, even TARDIS wants to know what the fuck OVH is. Hetzner has web hosting, VPS, and dedicated hosting. Well, you'd need dedicated hosting for Plex, because Plex isn't just going to run on a web server. Like, you have to actually run binaries to use Plex. So Plex would require you to actually, like, log in and install it and set it up and everything like that. So you'd need to have like dedicated hosting. I mean, like a VPS server. OVH is a host provider. Oh, okay. Well, not everybody has hosts. Like the vast majority of people I know, even my like super snazzy friends, they usually don't rent servers to connect to and like set up and run shit on. Like that's still considered among most people like an hardcore power user thing. Like I used to back in the day, like when I wanted to host web servers and stuff, I'd rent some VPS storage, log in, and run Windows or run Linux and log into it and set shit up. But nowadays it's like I got a gig at home, right? I got high speed internet at home. I really don't need it. You can run a VPN, but that's a step you I think you meant shouldn't have to take. That's like Microsoft coming out and saying you can't run Windows on AMD now. Actually, Windows did come out and say that you can't run on certain things. As a matter of fact, you can't even run Windows 11 on like an 8th gen without hacking it. So Microsoft has done that actually. So that's a bad analogy. Microsoft already said I can't run Windows 11 on my server that's in the garage. So yeah, they kind of already did that. And they said it was for security reasons, because I think that the CPU is too old to do the microcode update for what was it called? Meltdown or whatever, Spectre and Meltdown. So they're like, no soup for you. Now, companies have a tendency to do that, unfortunately. There's a lot of software that blocks you from doing certain things. You can add a TPM2 module. Yeah, no, I probably could. Although I think my class of CPU is actually legitimately banned. I think it was on the list when I went and looked at the list of CPUs that they actually reject. I think it's anything below 8th gen Intel or whatever they tell you no. Or maybe it's just 1/8. Maybe it is just 8th gen, but they tell you no. It's not I'm not talking about the TPM. Like I meet the TPM requirement. It's literally because of the CPU. It won't install unless I do a little hack. But they're justified in doing it because I did the little hack to install it, and it absolutely was the most unpredictable, unstable piece of shit. So obviously there's something with that CPU that doesn't agree with the change they made in Windows 11, and they weren't going to fix it. So they just blocked it out. Nope, they don't support Itanium anymore. Itanium support was dropped in Windows 8. Actually, Windows, yeah, I think it was. I think it was dropped in Windows 8. I think Windows 7 was the only operating system that legitimately supported Itanium. Fuck, I feel bad for anybody that bought an Itanium. That was the biggest waste of money ever in the history. You dropped Windows like a rotten potato. Your life got so much better. Yeah, I can't drop Windows. I have too much blood, sweat, and tears into Windows to fucking abandon it now. It's like the little bit of intellectual property I still possess that hasn't leaked out my right ear while I was taking a shit. Is Microsoft. So I realized that I could go to Linux, I could just learn Bash better, and I could probably take me a couple of days, and PowerShell even works on Linux, so I could even port PowerShell over there. But I don't want to. Linux is it's kind of like the whole iPhone versus Android thing. It's like to get anything done in Linux requires you to know more proprietary shit and to type more commands, and what the fuck is going on there? Whoa, that's weird. My screen on my Rodecaster Pro is like fucking dancing around and animating and corrupting and stuff. I've never seen it do that. Is it like overheating or something? Like the screen is literally like glitching on my Rodecaster Pro. Oh, I hope it's not overheating or something. I hope it doesn't break. I can't replace this thing. If you look at Plex forums, they are on fire from the ban. Yeah, I don't use Plex Forum. So, I mean, this doesn't affect me, and it doesn't look like it affects anybody in chat, but it does affect you because obviously the fact that this is bugging you so much, I know that you probably host yours on Hetzner, and a lot of other people I'm sure do. Like, obviously, if it's cheap cloud storage and people are blowing up the forums, they're pissed off about it. But my guess is it's not as big of a thing. It's not going to kill Plex. Like, obviously, because even users like me, it's like I use Plex locally. Plex is a tool that, you know, the average user is going to use locally. The average user isn't going to go and like get a server and host it and log into it with remote access or rlogin and run the commands, the fucking apt sudo get download Plex server install, go edit ionize with Vim and shit like that to run it. I mean, that's more of a power user thing. I'd venture a guess that most Plex users are not at that level. Like, most Plex users are just installing it so they can watch their movies off their NAS or dump their DVD collection. But it does suck. I mean, it does suck, and it was definitely worth talking about. But I don't think it's going to shut Plex down. Honestly, I think Unity has a better chance of dying from their bullshit than this from Plex. But I think it is a dumb move from them. I mean, it doesn't affect them in any negative way. Like, there's no liability on Plex for you choosing to host your pirated bullshit somewhere rather than somewhere else. Like, you know, just because Hertzner's turning a blind eye to people fucking putting up Plex servers and stuff. But I bet you this probably came from people sharing Plex servers publicly. My guess is if people were just, you know, watching their own pirated collection of movies and stuff, that'd be one thing. But there was probably people that were like selling access to Plex servers that had libraries of fucking pirated movies and shit on them. And that was probably the reason that this started becoming a problem. If everybody was just watching their own collection that they like downloaded off torrents and shit like that, fucking no, Plex wouldn't care. I think the only reason Plex cares right now, I mean, other than you say it's because, you know, so many people host there, but that would piss off their customers and get them less customers. So I don't see that being a good strategic move for them. And if somebody goes to a more expensive host, that doesn't make Plex any more money. So I don't think that's the solution. I think they probably did it just to avoid some kind of liability from people selling access to Plex databases and shit like that. And it probably just companies are probably threatening to sue them or drag them through court or something like that. So, but the good news is, you know, like I said, I think there is a workaround. I mean, Cloudflare is free. And if you're already a Plex power user that knows how to use Hertzner, go fucking fire up old Cloudflare and tunnel through that shit. And you can still use Hertzner. It's still going to be paying the same money, and you'll still have access to your server. The only thing you won't have is you'll have limited bandwidth on the free plan. So you're not going to be able to share it out with like 100 people because you're not going to have more than like 300 to 600 megabit they give you through Cloudflare for free. Or you can pay the $5 and then get, you know, unlimited bandwidth or whatever. But I'm pretty sure most people are just going to work around this. Anybody that knows about Hetzner and knows how to set up a Plex instance completely remotely on a Linux server that they rented from this company, my guess is they also have the, you know, intellect to go set up a VPN or whatever and just drive right around this restriction. So it's dumb. It's dumb more than anything. But Plex just wants to make it look like they're making an effort to stop it and making it seem like they don't condone it, even though they know every fucking user on earth that uses Plex is like pirating movies and shit. Like that part is true. Like most people that are using Plex, like the vast majority of their collection, whether they own or not, they probably torrented it instead of downloading it from their DVD, because rather than using a bunch of processor to transcode and download it and put it in your library and shit, it's easier to just go torrent that shit and throw it in the folder with like all the fucking box art and everything already downloaded. Like, so my guess is most people that are using Plex, whether they own the movies or not, they're still fucking downloading them from a torrent or something and sticking them on there. So Hertzner bought in 79 mil in profit pre-COVID, and that's how big or how cheap they are. I mean, it's interesting. First time I've ever heard of them. I've never even heard of them, man. Everybody here really hadn't. Not a lot of people here had heard of them either. Hertzner, but I'll go look them up. Let's see here, Hertzner. I mean, if their bandwidth is super cheap and I can just spend like $10 a month and get a couple terabytes or something like that, then fuck yeah, man. I'll go sign up for their shit right now. I need more cloud storage. I don't care about the hosting. All right, let's see. Allow cookies. How much is your shit here? So I want a dedicated, let's see here, server finder, $50 a month, server auction from euros, 20, well, pretty close. So $30 a month, $46 a month, up to $211 a month. Okay, how much is it just for storage? Okay, I want a storage share or a storage box. So self-managed online storage available anywhere at any time, or easily store and share files. So I can get a storage share, starting at $5.11, or I can get a storage box starting at $3.81. Okay, so that's the cheaper one. So let's go for the cheapest. Okay, how much storage do I get? That's pretty cheap. that is undeniably cheap storage. Okay, I can see why people are hosting Plex instances off of this for sure. Okay, that is cheap. That is legit fucking cheap. So just to give you a comparison, for $12 a month, well, 12 euros. Let me see what the conversion is really quick because it's always changing. Okay, let's see. 12 euros to USD. Yeah, it's almost identical. So $12.79. Yeah, it's almost to the penny. So looking at that means that you can get 5 terabytes of storage with 10 concurrent connections, 100 sub accounts, FTP access, FTPS, SFTP, SCP, Samba CIFS, so you can mount it as a Windows file system in your computer and use it like it's your NAS. Borg backup, Restic, rclone. Oh, it even supports rclone, rsync for SSH, HTTPS, so you can host websites off of the storage. WebDAV, or not host websites. This is just storage, but you can access your storage via web page. WebDAV supports something called, and it's got free email support that comes with it. Cancellation period every 30 days, minimum contract period none. I mean, and you get 5 terabytes for $12 a month. Just under 13 actually. So just under $13 a month with the VAT included would be, unless you change location. Let me change the location. Oh, I guess I don't have to change the location. So, and for $24 a month, you can get 10 terabytes. And it's unlimited traffic across the board. So you can use your 5 terabytes. You can upload and download that every day if you want. God, that is super fucking cheap. Jesus. That is so cheap. Okay, how much is the other one? Here, let me see. They have 2 storage. They have storage box and they have storage share. Let me look at storage share. It's a little bit more expensive. I don't know why it's more expensive though. Collaborate with others and share and secure all your documents, images, and more all in one place. Okay, why does it cost more? So 1 terabyte of storage is $5. 5 terabyte storage is $16. 10 terabytes is $32. Oh, you get domains. Okay, so you get 3 subdomains, 7 subdomains. You get unlimited users, where the other one had a limited users. You get 50 to 100 connections instead of 10 connections. Okay, so you're basically getting more connections. You're getting domains. You're getting user management. Let's see, backup, collaborative, customizable, scalable, quick configuration, high availability, data protection. Okay, so so it's just giving you a little bit more for a couple more bucks a month. But still, I mean, that's cheap as dirt, man. I want to say a single terabyte from or 2 terabytes from iCloud or something is like $20 a month for 2 terabytes. So you can get 2.5 times what iCloud storage costs for the same price. And iCloud can only be accessed through like basically one method, using like you have to install Apple software and mount the drive as like an Apple sunk drive. This supports everything. You can literally just like put in / IP address and mount this as a drive on your Windows computer or Linux computer as a part of the file system, which is cool, which means that this would literally be seen on your computer as if it was like a local hard drive. So that's pretty goddamn cheap. I've never seen any storage this cheap before. So, wow. I mean, well, here, let me see. It even gets cheaper with bigger plans. So what is their here? So storage. Let me go back to storage box. I want to see how much it is for 20. Okay, so 20 terabytes. If you want 20 terabytes of storage, which I mean that's a lot of storage. I mean, my computer only has like 4 terabytes in it. One of my NASs is only 30 terabytes, so this is only 10 terabytes smaller than my small NAS. So under $50 a month. Under $50 a month, you can get 20 terabytes. You get more snapshots. Oh, you can even do snapshotting too with this. So you can actually like diff your files if you're doing like development and stuff. You get 40 automated snapshots a month. I mean, wow, that is, I wonder how fast it is though. Like, I mean, from the United States, I can't imagine being hosted in Germany or Finland that I get that good a bandwidth to it. I wonder if they have a way to test that before I buy it. Because shit, I might just get the 2 terabyte or the 5 terabyte plan. Because seriously, $12 a month for 5 terabytes? Like that's accessible in every way. Like if you want to share a file, you can literally just send somebody an HTTP link, or you can mount it as a file system, so you can just drag and drop files in Windows to and from it and shit. Like that's pretty cool. That's actually really, really cheap. Like, let me see, how much is here? iCloud storage price. Okay, so in iCloud, you get, how much is it for the terabyte? It's not as bad as I thought. Okay, so iCloud, you can get 2 terabytes for $10.99 a month. So basically, it's a little over half price. So Hetzner, you can get 5 terabytes for $12. This is 2 terabytes for $11. So, or sorry, 13. It would round it up to 13. So $2 difference. So $2, you're getting 2.5 times the storage for $2 more. So that's pretty fucking big. So, but iCloud, like I said, iCloud can't be mounted and shared as easily. Like, to share, you have to have another iCloud user. To mount, you have to install their software. You can't just use Samba. So that's pretty fucking cool that you can get 5 gig for 12. So how much is Dropbox? Dropbox storage price. How much is Dropbox? Dropbox is 1 terabyte. Shit, they're expensive. Fuck. Dropbox is $10 for 1 terabyte. And their professional account is 2 terabytes for $20 a month. So for $13, you get 2.5 times as much for basically half price from Hetzner. Okay, let's see how much OneDrive storage price. And keep in mind, all these services I'm talking about don't have as many access methods either. Okay, so cloud storage pricing from Microsoft is, drum roll, let's see, 100 gigabytes, 5 gigabytes, 1 terabyte. Okay, so 1 terabyte is $70 a month. Oh, sorry, annual. Never mind. It's annual. $6.99 a month. So $6.99 a month for 1 terabyte, or up to 6 terabytes of cloud storage, 1 terabyte per person for $9 a month. But they don't have a bigger plan than that. Like, they limit you. You can only get 1 terabyte per person per account for $9 a month. So $7 for 1 terabyte. So 2 terabytes would be 14. 4 terabytes would be 24. Is that right? 7, 14. Yeah, 20. No, not 24. 21. And then, yeah, you're like $25 for 5 terabytes, and you'd have to do it as separate accounts. You can't just add more storage. So yeah, Hetzner seems like a pretty goddamn good deal. Actually, I can see why everybody's hosting their shit there. And that's including 19% VAT changes to US and top left. Yeah, I saw that it said including VAT, so it's even cheaper if you live inside of Germany or whatever, right? Or do we not have to pay VAT? If I tell them I'm from the US, do I have to pay value-added tax? Because I thought value-added tax was like in-country, not out-of-country. Yeah, one euro is basically $1. Like, it's super close. Like, I didn't realize euro and US dollar were like so perfectly matched. Well, actually, this whole conversation has made me change my mind on quite a few things, because I was primarily using Dropbox. So I have a Dropbox account, I have a OneDrive account, I have an iCloud account, and I use them all for like kind of different things. Like the iCloud is just easier to use on the phone because iPhone, like I can download a Dropbox app and shit and OneDrive app, but it's just more integrated in the operating system to use iCloud for that. But the truth is, I don't even use iCloud anymore. I use Tailscale because Tailscale allows me to send whatever I want from the phone, like directly to any other device. So I don't really use cloud. Like I used to use the cloud, like I'd upload it to iCloud and then I'd go grab it on my computer. But now I just send it to Tailscale and it goes right to my device, shows up in a folder, and it's like I don't got to fuck with anything. So I might cancel my iCloud just to save some money, because that's a waste. And I also have OneDrive, and I think I have the 1 terabyte OneDrive, and I do store a bunch of shit up there. But now that I've got my own NASs online and everything, I should just move that over to Hetzner because I'd rather have 5 terabytes for, half the price I'm paying for like 1 terabyte. Yes, choose US in the left corner. Oh, so it's even cheaper if you do that? Okay, hold on. Let me try this. Let me do this in. Let me go back to Hetzner. Apparently I have to choose US in the corner. Give me a second here. So, oh, there we go. Okay, so drop it down. United States. Click close. Okay, now 0%. Holy shit. So this is gonna be way cheaper. Okay, let me go to storage box. Let's see here. Yep. So that's 5 terabytes for 10 euros. That dropped it down $2. Damn. So $20 for 10 terabytes. Just about $21. Just under $21. And that's fucking crazy. They're adding storage boxes to their US locations soon. Oh, does it not support it now? Like if I ordered it right now, I couldn't order this service? Or are you saying I'd order it, but my shit would just be stored overseas, but they're going to have US servers soon? So they'd be faster servers anyways. I mean, damn, that is cheap as shit. I mean, even just a terabyte. Like a terabyte is enough to back up like most people's computers. Like most people use a terabyte for like their OS and games and shit that are installed. You could back up your entire computer. Most people could back up their computer at a terabyte, and it's fucking $3.27 a month for a terabyte of storage that's accessible through every conceivable possible way with unlimited bandwidth. That's crazy. I can see why people were hosting Plex off here though, because I mean, you can store quite a few movies in 10 terabytes. Like 10, when you're looking at movies, each movie's like maybe, depending on whether you're storing 1080p or 4K or whatever, let's say at the absolute worst, shitty, maintain a raw Blu-ray dumps or whatever, you're probably looking at 40 to 50 gigabytes per movie. So that's 20, so that'd be 5 movie, or sorry, no. So 50 gigabytes. I think I download movies with 40 gigabytes. So 40 gigabytes for like a Blu-ray, right? So uncompressed Blu-ray, 40 gigabytes. Let's say 2 per 100. That'd be 20 per terabyte. So it'd be 20, 40, 60, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. So you store 100 movies for, in the best possible quality Blu-ray, like 100 Blu-ray dumps for $10 a month. Or if you're just storing 1080p Blu-rays compressed in MP4, then you're looking between 3 and 4 gigabytes per movie, which is a little bit more realistic if you're like streaming and stuff. So, if you're looking at like 4 gigabytes per movie, then you're looking at 25 movies per 100 gig. So 25 times 10, so 250 movies per terabyte. So 500 per 2, 1,000 per 4, 1,250 movies or whatever for $20 a month. Or for $10 a month. You could store 2,500 movies. That's fucking crazy. That's like your entire library. Yeah, so that actually, okay, so I can see why this is a bit of a big deal, because this is really, really cheap. You can order a dedicated server for like $400 with over 200 terabytes of storage. Well, $400 a month though, right? Like if you were like leasing out, if you were like subleasing storage and hosting and stuff like that, that would make sense. But I couldn't afford $400 a month for 200 terabytes of storage. But damn. I mean, you could also go in on a deal too. Like if you had friends or whatever, because it looks like it scales and it gets cheaper the larger you go, right? So let's see. So 10, actually not really. Their prices are pretty fixed. Like, because 5 terabytes is $11 and 20 terabytes is $41. So you're really only saving a couple of bucks going from 5 terabytes to 20 terabytes. So I guess over a shitload of terabytes, that would be pretty decent savings. But it's not like a crazy amount. Because I was thinking if it's like if it exponentially falls off and gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Finally got rid of, I didn't notice somebody put something there. Finally got rid of and then it went away. I don't know what that message was. Did somebody say finally got rid of? Let me look here. Finally. No, it's not in any of the super chats or anything. So I'm guessing somebody probably put that up there from Twitch, maybe. I don't know. I gotta get. I wish fucking Stream Elements would fix my shit. We haven't had events for YouTube in fucking months and months, for years actually. If you buy multiple, you can link them together. Okay, that's cool. Look into Backblaze Unlimited backup for your PC, and Backblaze is expensive as shit. Unless they change their pricing models. Like 2 years ago, I looked at them and they were the most expensive out of everybody. AWS 3 is also very cheap, especially if you don't access the data often, only in emergencies. Oh, they don't give you unlimited bandwidth, but it's cheaper to store stuff. Here, let's see here. Bing, how much AWS S3 storage? All right, so S3, okay, so they store per gigabyte, so 0.023 cents per gigabyte. Let's see here. If you store more than 50 terabytes per month, the next 450 terabytes will be charged at 0.022 per gigabyte, saving you $1 per terabyte. Anything over 500 terabytes is charged at 0.021, saving another $1 per terabyte. In general, pricing is about 0.03 per gigabyte. So let's see here. Pricing calculator. So, okay, so for 1 terabyte of storage with 100 gigabytes of transfers, $40. No, that's not a good deal. That's a shitty deal. 100 gigabytes for $2.87 with only 10 gigabytes of transfers per month is $2.87. So that would be put a terabyte at about $27. Yeah, no, that's not cheap. That's a ripoff. that's really expensive, and it's limited storage. So Hertzner kind of walks all over him for, or Hetzner walks all over him for that. Backblaze is $7.99 unlimited from a Windows host. There's no fucking way it's unlimited bandwidth or unlimited storage. Backblaze unlimited backup for PCs is a very good deal, around $7 a month. B2 is the store. I gotta look at that because that's got to be like bandwidth, not it's unlimited storage. How the fuck can they do that? I could literally like upload 50 terabytes a month. Like I could take my entire fucking NAS, mount it as a drive on my Windows box, and then back it up to Backblaze. And you're saying they'd take 50 terabytes a month for $7 and store it? They limit that. Well, it's not unlimited. So wait, how is it unlimited? Okay, local storage only. So if it allows local storage only, okay, so I have a NAS called a QNAP that actually has a SATA backplane that I can plug in, an actual SATA cable that goes into my computer as a SATA cable, and it actually boots and it shows the entire storage as a physical hard disk plugged in through SATA onto my motherboard. Are you saying that I can take that and use their server, and that's a 30 terabyte array? So I could take that. So it would literally be like having a 30 terabyte hard drive, and they would let me back that up to their server for $7 a month. There's no fucking way. Like, I got to put this to the test. This would make a good YouTube video, actually, because that would be a local drive. I mean, it's literally an external drive array plugged in through SATA to the computer. So it is local storage. Nothing's going over the network. It is mounted as a physical disk running over SATA. So, but it won't be quick. Oh, okay, so they limit the bandwidth quite a bit. I mean, shit, they make it, dude. They make a 20 terabyte hard drive. They make a 50 terabyte. I've seen a 50 terabyte hard drive, a single 50 terabyte, like, I mean, dense SSD, but they make 20 terabyte fucking like spinning disk hard drives now. So are you saying that I could go buy a 20 terabyte drive for like $800 or whatever, stick it into my computer, and I could upload 20 terabytes like as many times as I want to their service and download as many times for $7 a month? That doesn't seem tenable. So I think their unlimited comes with an asterisk. It's probably like your one drive not to exceed so many transfers, or not, unlimited not to exceed this. Basically unlimited, but not unlimited, like the old ISPs used to do. It's a temporary local drive if it's plugged in with a SATA cable. How? All my drives are plugged in with a SATA cable. Every drive in my computer is SATA. So my two SSDs, my two they're both connected with SATA. Are you saying that they only support M2 SSDs that are mounted on the motherboard? They don't support like a SATA spinning disk hard drive in the computer case? Because that wouldn't work. So no, SATA is local. SATA is not external. I mean, you can connect eSATA if you want, but no, SATA is local. Like when you plug a SATA cable into your motherboard and your computer boots and identifies it as a hard drive, that's not considered an external hard drive. That's considered an internal hard drive. Download one of the Hetzner test files I sent there from each of the locations. Is that like where if I signed up for them, that's where my data would be stored? So if I can download it at a decent speed, that's what I'd be getting. Ooh, I'll try that. On the description on the web page, they say if USB is possible or not. Well, what did they say? Did you look, or are you saying that if I go look, it'll say that somewhere? Most people only upload around 1 terabyte, and that's why they can keep that price. That's what they said on some Reddit post or something. Oh, okay. So a couple of people game the system, and they just kind of factor that in. Well, I want to see, because if there's a way I can fool them into allowing me to upload my 20 terabyte NAS, I'm going to hook that shit up with SATA to my computer as a local fucking hard drive and not even use it as a network NAS anymore. And I'm just going to use that as a giant fucking storage cache on my computer and sync that up to their damn servers and get like $7 for, let's see, I'd have almost 30 terabytes from the array. And then I'd have 4 terabytes from my computer. So 34 terabytes I would be syncing to their cloud server for $7 a month. I got to try that. That would be awesome. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that, having 30 some odd terabytes of fucking backup for $7 a month on a server? God, they'd be so pissed. I'm sure I'd get an email that's like, "Oh, we're sorry to inform you that you're breaking our rules somehow." If you delete your data, also delete from their system, you have to keep it online. Wait, if you delete your data, also delete from their system, you have to keep it online. Wait, what does that mean? Well, that's how backup usually works. Like if you delete something and it backs up to the cloud, it backs up a copy of whatever the state of the current data is. I'm not saying that it's storage, like I can put shit on there that I don't have on my local computer. I'm just saying I could mirror my storage and back it up there. Like, yeah, no, I totally get that they're not going to let me use it like Hetzner, where I can just copy, all my porn files up there or whatever. No, I totally get that. They're not, for $7 a month, they're not going to let me use it as like a porn distributor. Hey, what's up, Roswell? Woo! Roswell! Woo! Yeah! Get some Roswell! Yeah! CSI Alabama was a failure. All of the DNA is too similar and there's no dental records. That's awesome. That's terrible. Hey, Leviathan Prim, thank you for that $5, man. Sorry I missed that. He said, "Hi, Jerry. I finally got rid of the last spinning Rust drive in my PC." Rock on, dude. You're running all solid state now. You've joined the future. You don't have to have the ninja stars spinning in your computer anymore. Well, I mean, I wasn't too interested in this whole Hertzner story because I've never fucking heard of them before until I realized their storage was so cheap. Because I'm not even for Plex. Like, I don't need it for Plex. I just want to have a fucking online store. I want 5 terabytes of storage mounted as a drive using Samba so that I can just mount it as a local network drive and be able to copy shit to and from it and share it with other people and everything, all for like, $10 a month. That would be awesome. That'd be badass. Joseph said, side question talking about backups. The early days at Microsoft, was there source control? If not, what do you use? Well, I mean, what are you talking early days? Are you talking like before pre-2000, like before I worked there? Or are you talking about when I worked there? Because when I worked there, we had the same source control system for the entire 15 years I was there. It was called Source Depot. When I left, they switched to Get. So when Satya came in and he upset the apple cart and changed everything, they transitioned from Source Depot over to Get. But for the whole 15 years I was there, they used Source Depot, which was an internal proprietary source code control system. And it was kind of funny that we used that because we also sold a product to the public called Visual Studio Visual Source Safe. And Visual Source Safe was like a code control system that was badass. Like it didn't just have diffing and stuff. Like the check-in shit was amazing. It had unit testing stuff, and you could like tie in all of the BVT and build verification tests and branching and everything. It was all built in. It was all GUI. And like really easy to use and distribute. And you could like do distributed builds across shitloads of computers. It was way fucking harder to use Source Depot. Like to learn how to use Source Depot, you basically had to like fucking learn a whole different programming language. And so it was a nightmare. I fucking hated Source Depot. It was garbage the entire time there, but nobody knew how to change it to something else because it was just so put together with spit and bubblegum. The other fun story that I like to tell people is that Windows needs Perl to build. So at least up to Windows, I know up to Windows 10. I don't know about Windows 11. Maybe they finally transitioned it. But the entire time I was at Microsoft, we had to use Active Perl. Microsoft had to own a license for Active Perl, which is a Perl compiler that runs on Windows. And they had to use that to build Windows because the script that actually built Windows, the script that actually integrated, did all the forward, reverse integrations in Source Depot, resolved all the diffs, grabbed all the resources, and ran all the build commands and all the resource building commands and all the optimization commands and the linkers and the make file. All that shit was coordinated with a script called timebuild.pl, and you guessed it, Perl. so it was a 10,000 line spaghetti code script for a Perl script. And every copy of Windows, every Windows that you run, doesn't matter if you run fucking Windows XP all the way through Windows 10, those binaries that were built, put on that fucking CD that you installed from, or that USB thumb drive, or that image installed for, were ultimately built by executing timebuild.pl, which is a 10,000 line Perl script that pulls together everything to build the OS. So crazy shit. So yeah, when I worked there, it was all Source Depot. So like the check-in stuff, you had to use a command called SD. So, and it was very similar to like GitHub, like where you open up a special prompt, a Git prompt, and then, you know, it'll have like a precursor behind the drive that'll say like which branch you're in. So you know whether you're in the master branch or main branch or one of the FBLs or VBLs, virtual build labs. And then to do forward and reverse integrations, you'd have to use the SD integrate command to check things in. You had to do SD add and SD remove and then SD check in. Or SD submit. It was SD submit. And then when you did an SD submit, it'd pop up with a text file, and you'd have to edit the text file to say what your changes were for each of the files that were changed. And then once you do the check-in, it would run some tests. And then if the tests were passed, then it would check in your code. If the tests weren't passed, it wouldn't check in your code, and it'd kick you back a command to rerun to try again once you resolve the issues. I mean, it was a clusterfuck, man. No, I'm not streaming on Twitch today, but I might tomorrow since I missed Friday. So you have a knife collection. You want to borrow a bat knife? I'll think about it. Why SMB and not NFS? Just because SMB is more universal. To use NFS in Windows, you have to you have to install like one of the features or something on Windows 10 or Windows 11. SMB just works out of box, SMB 3. So that's probably why they use Samba. How am I still streaming and awake? I don't know. Actually, Adam, I got decent sleep last night. I went to bed at 3 a.m. and woke up at 9:30ish. So I got a little over 6 hours. For me, that's insanely good. I skipped another day. So at least once a week now, for the last 2 or 3 weeks, at least once, sometimes twice a week, I don't sleep. I go through an entire day, I skip sleep, and then everybody gets up in the morning and I don't go to sleep. And then I just drink coffee, take my medication, then I just barely make it to like 11 or midnight. Then I crash, and then I sleep for like 10 hours, and then I wake up, and then that resets everything. But there's been more than a couple of times now where I've just completely fucking collapsed or just because I was so exhausted from staying up 2 days in a row. And I keep losing track of what day it is. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Damn. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5. He said, if you want to be cheap, I can host a VM plus storage for you and trade for less super chats. We're both on Ziply near Redmond, so should be speedy. Yeah, no, if I host anything, like I've told everybody, it's like if I host anything or have any storage or anything, I love the offers, but I would never host with like somebody that I like personally knew, just because I like to have control of like all of my storage and all of my data and everything. I don't like putting it anywhere unless it's like some fucking company that couldn't give two shits about what I put there. So it's a weird pet peeve that I have. Here, this is for the super chats. By the way, Adam, I'm getting pretty low in the tank there. I gotta refill that sumbitch. We've been burning through the fluids a little bit. Let's see here. Roswell, 1983. Thank you for the 50 Knox. Wait. Is this a new joke? Hold on, this is a new joke. So a girl from Alabama asked me if I found her attractive. I said, you got the face only a brother could love. Oh, these are good. These are good. I love it. Oh my God, dude, that's so wrong. Oh, sadly, it also works with cousin could love, or mother could love, or aunt could love, or grandma could love. I mean, it's pretty versatile. Hey, Jerry, what's your opinion on Satya Nadella these days? I know he looked quite favorably by my peers in the tech industry. Fuck him, man. Satya Nadella would sell his own mother for like $3. The dude's a piece of shit. Although now I know a lot more about like what happened and what actually happened in 2015. And I know he was just enforcing the action that the board already agreed to do under Ballmer. So the way he did the layoffs was fucked up, and he could have changed it and he could have stopped it, and he chose not to. So he's totally still a dickhole, but what he did was still technically right for the investors. So as bad as it fucking sucked for me and everybody else, it's like it was the right move in the end. Ended up boosting their stock price. I mean, they end up making a shittier product and putting a lot of their customers through fucking pure hell. And we're just now coming out of that, and they end up having to hire back half the people they fired anyways. So it was kind of, I don't know. So I guess I don't see him as bad as I once did, but he's still not a person that gets any of my respect. Like he's not a good person. He's not. He's the type of person where it's like he only cares about himself. He only cares about the bottom line. He doesn't give a shit about the employees. You know, he's one of those people where he just thinks everybody's numbers. And I don't like people like that. I preferred working with people like Brian Valentine and not Jim Alchin. Jim Alchin was a fucking tool. But yeah, like the days of Brian Valentine, Scott Emmons, those were better people. They were more passionate about, like, you know, everybody that they worked with, and everybody had each other's backs and shit. The Ballmer and Satchin and Adele days were just cutthroat. Would I go back to work at Microsoft? I mean, I'd never say never, but I'd prefer not to. Theodora said, if you want to encrypt the data before uploading it to these servers, you could use GoCryptFS in reverse mode, which creates a fake directory with encrypted versions of your files. Oh yeah, I use Veracrypt. I personally prefer Veracrypt. I mean, I've never used GoCryptFS, but that's kind of cool that it actually does that. But Veracrypt does a similar thing where you can mount as a file system, or you can mount as a file, and they can also do an obfuscated file vault, which is really cool, where it basically just fills the entire vault with gibberish. So you can't tell where the data starts and where it begins, and then it gives you 2 passwords, and depending on which password you put in, it either takes you to a fake vault that's the entire combined storage with just a couple dummy files that you put on there, or it takes you to the real storage that actually has the real files on it. So it's really cool. Like, if you've never used Veracrypt, it's fucking badass. It's a fork of TrueCrypt. So basically the same thing. If you ever use TrueCrypt, Veracrypt is just the genesis of it. But it's a fantastic encryption tool. I've been using it for probably 10 years now, and it's absolutely amazing. If you have sensitive data that you need to, like, really, really protect well, it doesn't just use one layer of encryption. You can select as many layers of encryption as you want in any order you want, and generate the key in the most random possible way through physical movements of the mouse. And you can create it as a file system so that it's so it'll basically take in a drive and create its own file system on the drive. Or you can create a file on an existing file system that has the encrypted data in it. But the way that it encrypts the data, the file just presents as absolute gibberish. Like, there's no way to pattern match. There's no way to brute force decode or brute force decrypt the data, because the encryptions are stacked and they're in a particular order. Not only would you have to crack one layer of encryption, you'd have to crack them in the proper order. So even if you had the keys for all but one of the encryptions, you still wouldn't be able to crack the volume, because you wouldn't know the order that those encryptions were in. And it doesn't give you any level of progress. Like, they don't leave any indicators in the encryption that tells you that only small blocks of the data are being modified at a time, that you could figure out over time, that relative to the size of data, it's constantly fucking with the entire image and everything. So you don't really know what's being changed. It's pretty cool, and it's open source too. So you can actually, like, go look under, peek under it and see how it works. So yeah, you can use BitLocker. That is true. That is true. You could actually just create a virtual disk and use BitLocker on it, like for remote storage. That would be good too. And it's not a matter of they can see what I post there. Like, if I can encrypt it, yeah, I encrypt data when I put it on most services. It's just, I just don't like using somebody else's storage, because if there's a falling out or something like that, they can just flip a switch and turn it off. Whereas with it's a business, you don't have to worry about that, right? It's just, I'd prefer not to have my data in the hands of anybody where it could become a problem if the relationship goes south or if something happens. It just becomes a stressor. And plus, I don't want to feel any different about somebody, because, like, if they're storing a bunch of my shit and all my data's there, then it makes me feel odd and like I have to be different towards them. And it just becomes complicated and becomes like a headache. So with companies, you don't really have to worry about that. Like, they're indifferent. If they want to delete your account and fucking run you off, they just do it for business reasons. They don't do it for any kind of personal reasons. And I don't feel, if I don't like the way they're treating me or anything like that, I can just say fuck off and go somewhere else. It's like they say, never work with your family. It's like when I grew up working with my dad, it's like my dad treated me like shit. He underpaid me. He overworked me. And it's because I was family. He could do that. He couldn't do that to another person, but he could do it to me. And then you feel obligated to just put up with it because they're family, and it's like, so I just prefer not to get into those situations anytime that I don't have to. But guys, I think I am going to wrap it up because I'm not feeling so hot. And I did go like way over our stream time today. So I think I want to go find some proper food and take my meds and see if I can get a little relaxing in today. And then maybe come work on the Nerd Cave. I also know why I feel like shit. I forgot I took laxatives last night because I couldn't shit the last couple of days. So I went and took some laxatives, and man, they're doing a number on my intestines. But man, it's gonna feel good to dump the tanks here in a few minutes. TMI. You could also use it on any of the cloud services. Oh no, I will use it on the cloud services. I even encrypt my data on my NASs. Streamers don't eat. Thank you, George. George, you're all, man. George is like, man, you're my biggest cheerleader, bro. You're here for all the streams. Doesn't matter if they're here. Doesn't matter if they're over on Twitch. I appreciate it, brother. I really do. I think it's awesome. And Adam, thank you for showing up, man. I think that's awesome that Adam popped in a couple of times today and hung out and shit. That's cool. I've missed his face, man. He's been taking a little bit of an internet hiatus, so it's cool to see him back. But at the same time, I'm a little jealous that he took a break and got to experience what it was like to not get just mind fucked every 5 seconds by the internet. I don't even know what that feels like, because I literally get the shakes. Like if my phone's not charged or something, or I don't want to go upstairs to the computer, I'm sitting downstairs, I'm trying to stay away from the internet. I get the shakes, man. Like fucking oxycodone isn't as addictive as fucking Twitter. I swear to God, I'm not even joking. And then my therapist, she got like fucking, some brain damage or something, so she can't work that much, and she's taking the summer off. So I haven't had therapy in a long time. And finding a new therapist isn't something like it was hard enough to get the first one. Like, I don't think I'm going to find another one that I like, honestly. It took long enough to get that one. Dumb phone for life. Dude, that's the way to do it though, man. If you can't stay away from something, the best way to abstain from it is just to make it inaccessible. So like getting a dumb phone where it's like takes you 5 minutes to type in a message and you can't even fucking view the web except for in text format and there's no apps. I'd tell you what, that fixes shit real quick, doesn't it? Sorry you missed the stream. Hey, that's what the VODs are for, my man. Stream Elements bot is running. Wait, does that mean it's gonna like start actually registering events? Has it said that before? Or, God, if it was fixed, I'd be so happy. Here, let me go log into Stream Elements, see if it's fixed. I don't think it is. I think the bot just probably says that every once in a while. I want to see if it's fixed, because oh my God, I'd literally just bust a nut right now. Because I'm so sick of it not working. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay, so activities. Okay, it didn't switch. Get more out of your activity feed. No, here, let me switch to it. It didn't even switch to the thing I'm streaming on. So does it say I'm live? Let me see. Oh, it does recognize I'm live at least, but it still says that there's $0 in super chats and no activity. So yeah, it's weird. It's like stuck in this purgatory mode and they won't fix it. It won't show any activity. It won't fire any events. There's nothing under dashboard, but it does say I'm live and it does say that there's a bot in the channel. So if I click on the bot and I say leave the channel, the bot left the channel. So it says the bot is currently not in chat. Now click join channel. And then the bot will rejoin the channel, and the bot can talk in the channel, and the bot can say something, but it won't show any events. Like none of the events show up. There's nothing under revenue history. There's no data. There's no events firing. I mean, it's like, fuck. Do the chat commands work? Like 8-ball? Here, let me try. Let me see if any of the commands work. So let's hear. Let me do bang, 8-ball. Let's see if Stream Elements bot picks up on that. The 8-ball says mostly likely. Okay, so the bot works. Like the Stream Element bot works, just the API connection to YouTube is borked. Man, that's ghetto. I got to figure out how to fix that. And I can't just create another account because it tells you to put in the YouTube channel. And when you put in the YouTube channel, it automatically recognizes the account that it's already linked to, and you can't unlink. That's the bug, is once you link something, it's linked forever, and you can't unlink it without deleting the entire account. Like you have to delete, which means I'd have to delete Twitch, I'd have to delete my SE Pay information, I'd have to redo it all, I'd have to reapply my bank account and wait a week for it to get approved. It'd just be a fucking nightmare. So I gotta figure out how to do this. Oh, well, I'll look into that offline. I may have to just bite the bullet, though, and just delete the whole account and start over and just redo all the SE Pay and lose a bunch of money over a week, just so that I can get YouTube back connected. Ever since those guys hacked my channel and deleted the app and broke the connection, like they don't give you an option to add it back because they never planned for that scenario. Like they never thought anybody would have a YouTube channel that would break the connection on one side and not on Stream Elements side. It's so stupid. So stupid. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Joe Taji. He says, have you used iSCSI? I've been trying it out for a while using TrueNAS Core. Also, I DM'd you. I have an extra copy of High on Life. Oh, cool. Yeah. You were talking about that. I want to try that. Yes, I have used iSCSI before. It's pretty cool. You can actually boot your computer off of a network drive at a remote location. And I know both Synology and QNAP both support iSCSI. I've never actually used it on those. I used it a long time ago to connect to the storage on another server. But yeah, if you guys don't know what iSCSI is, it's a method of mounting basically a disk protocol over networking. So it basically looks on the computer like you have a local disk stored, but then it translates that over the network and sends it to the device. And then the device thinks that it's a local connection too, like you have a SCSI connection. Or the protocol is SCSI. And it's pretty good. It's pretty cool because some BIOSes even support it. Like on my server, you can set up an iSCSI target in the BIOS. So you could technically have like a NAS enable iSCSI and then connect it. And then you would literally be booting the computer off of the NAS. Like the NAS would be the hard drive for the server. And then the server doesn't have to have a hard drive because the iSCSI target gets mounted as a local disk. And then like even at the lowest level. So it's seen like as a hardware disk so that you can actually install Linux on it and then boot up a computer. And you can also boot up multiple computers off the same iSCSI target. Although then that gets weird because like if one computer makes changes or whatever and the other computer isn't prepared for it and has shit in memory, it can cause all kinds of fucking issues. But I do know that there's some operating systems that support that where you can boot it in like a read-only mode where the system itself stays read-only and then any changes are per session. Kind of like, you know, when you boot off of like a USB thumb drive or whatever for an OS, it does something like that. And then you can have a bunch of dummy terminals boot off of one iSCSI target. And then the OS for all of the terminals is the same. And then each person is basically just logging in and running the instance of the operating system, but not changing anything. It's really weird. I don't know how performant it is, though. Honestly, I don't know. I'd imagine it'd be pretty fast, though, because SCSI doesn't have a lot of overhead, whereas networking shit does. But the hardware is what's mitigating all the network connectivity. So I think that takes that out of the equation. I don't know. I might fuck with that now that you mentioned it. You just went to war with a spider the size of your palm? Dude, I don't want to live anywhere where a spider like that exists. iSCSI works well for direct attached SAN is fast. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I know iSCSI is pretty old too, because I remember we did use it at Microsoft. I remember that we could connect one of the servers that we had. You could connect as iSCSI to the machine and have shared storage. So like you kind of like how we use cloud storage today. We'd use the iSCSI connection to the fiber channel so that we could all upload files and have storage that we could all see. So like if we were uploading a bunch of screenshots and shit like that and put them in a folder, like as soon as you put it in the folder, it would already be available and accessible to the other person that had as a target. It was neat, but I mean, I don't think it gets used a whole lot more, at least like for non-professional applications, because everybody just uses like shared cloud drives and everybody just connects to it and it syncs across the cloud drive. And then you make a change to a file and it just syncs it down to your computer from the other thing. I think that's the more common way people do it now. Fiber channel was the early iSCSI. Oh, so that's what it was. Okay, so we didn't use iSCSI. We used fiber channel. That's what it was. Ah, okay. Because we were still using fiber channel when I was at Microsoft in 2003. We had a fiber channel array that was right across the hallway from me, set up in one of the old offices. It was converted into a little data center. And so we had a huge iSCSI I keep saying iSCSI. I thought it was iSCSI. It's fiber channel, though. And it was a giant fiber channel array that probably had like 100 drives in it. And I remember we all had access to it from all of the computers. Like the cables went up and over and into our offices so that we could access it. So it was pretty cool. It was neat. It was really high speed storage too. Like it was even faster than the drives we had in our computers. I want to say it was iSCSI because I remember that our computer identified it as a physical drive. Like I think it was called a fiber channel array, but I think we were accessing it using iSCSI because I remember when you booted up the computer, you could install Windows from it. Like you could literally like boot up the computer off of our little utility disk that we had, the internal tool that we had. And oh no, that was network booting. That's right. For installs, we'd use the network booting where you'd hit F12 and then say boot off the network and it'd pop up and do PXE or whatever. And then it'd get an IP address and then it would automatically connect to a server and give you an option of which OS you wanted to install and stuff. It was really cool. You can actually still set that up today, by the way. I've been thinking about setting that up because all my computers support the PXE booting, PXE, where you can basically like go onto your NAS if you have a QNAP or Synology, and then you can set up a PXE server. You can also do it under pfSense, I think, where you set up a PXE server and basically DHCP leases an IP address to your computer, but then it also tells it where the PXE boot script is or whatever it is, and then it'll boot off of that. And so when you're booting your computer, you can just hit F12. It'll get an IP address from DHCP, and then pfSense will say this is where the PXE server is, and the PXE server will send down a file based on MAC address. Like you can do everybody or just MAC address, and depending on which computer or which MAC address it is, it'll like automatically boot in, do a headless install of the operating system. I mean, it's really cool. It's kind of a pain to set up, but it's cool when it works. Because that was one of the things I really liked at Microsoft. So anytime you had to reinstall your dev box, we'd have all of our data stored on another drive, and all of our source code would be checked into depot. So it was really easy to blow away our computer and reinstall it anytime we had to. And so like a new operating system would come out and an upgrade wouldn't be supported because we were self-hosting. And every once in a while they'd make a breaking change that you couldn't do an upgrade anymore. So you had to do a clean install. So on those days, we just boot the computer, hit F12, boot from the network card. It would say, oh, here's your IP address. As soon as it gets the IP address, it brings up a script. The script starts to run. It pops open a screen. It's like, which operating system do you want to install? Stable build, daily build, test build, or custom build. And you'd select which one you want. And then it's like, what do you want your login name to be? What do you want your password to be? What do you want? You just type in some shit in this thing, you hit enter, and it would do a totally headless install, boot into a WinPE environment, copy all the files to your hard drive, run setup, install that, do all the post install shit, install all the apps and stuff that were the default loadout for a dev box. It would install, set up a source depot environment, sync your enlistment. I mean, it did all kinds of really cool shit. I liked it. I miss it. Yeah, Pixie Boot is comfortably as hell when it comes to install OS. Oh yeah, totally. You're going to go see Strays? Oh, yeah, I've been wanting to watch Strays. That looks like a good movie. I might watch that with the family later. Windows has an iSCSI initiator, also flails hands in the air. Hi, Adam. Joe's like, hey, Adam, long time no see. No, I know Windows has an iSCSI initiator because I think that's what I used last time. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up, especially since we're down to 84 concurrent users. I mean, I think everybody's had enough tech talk for the day. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for hanging out with me for the second half of the day and the first half of the day with AuxxZillary. We really do enjoy doing this. And we'll keep doing this so long as people show up. You guys have been awesome. I love your faces. I might see you tomorrow on a live stream on Twitch. I haven't decided if I'm going to do it yet. I might even do some gaming over there. It just depends on how I'm feeling. But I'll definitely see you on Monday if I don't see you tomorrow. You guys have been awesome. Love you, Adam. I'll miss you. Enjoy watching Strays, networking guy. It's great seeing you. Thank you for the information, sir, on the cloud storage stuff. Oh, shit. McDerrick throwing down $20 at the end. Holy shit. Woo, McDerrick. MC Derrick, MC Derrick, MC Derrick, Derrick, MC Derrick, Derrick, MC Derrick. Woo, MC Derrick. Woo, MC Derrick. Hell yeah. Woo, woo, MC Derrick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm just going to run it out. Here we go. I'm going to disappear into the fog. Thank you, MC Derrick. I appreciate it, brother. All right. Okay, and we're all fogged out now. We'll catch you guys later. Peace out. Later. I love you long time.